Chapter 651, Repair the Meniscus Pendant. Hermione stared at Yvonne angrily, but was curious as to what the important thing Yvonne was talking about. Perhaps because she felt that her gift was definitely not as valuable as Ivan's, Hermione was still softened after hesitating, but she said emphatically. Okay, I can take it out first, but you are not allowed to use dementia. Don't worry, I definitely don't need it. Yvonne promised, patting his chest. He didn't mean to lie, because surprises are just like this. Once they know, they won't be enough surprises. Hermione drew the wand from the black ribbon tied around her waist and waved it gently in the air. A little bit of fluorescent light gushed from the top of the wand, and finally it gradually transformed into a long strip. Under the guidance, it became more and more solid. A good magic trick, Yvonne admired secretly in his heart. Of course he could see that it was a blinding technique. Hermione should temporarily hide things with a reduction spell, and then use fluorescence to attract his attention to enlarge things. But seeing it doesn't mean to expose, Yvonne still pretended to be interested and watched Hermione conjure a brown scarf out of thin air. Is this for me? Yvonne saw that this scarf seemed a little different, not as delicate as the ones sold in the market, and the corners were even a little rough, so he looked at Hermione, guessing. You made it yourself. Hermione nodded shyly and said quietly. During this summer vacation, Mrs. Weasley taught me. I saw that you don't have a scarf yet, so. Hermione didn't go on, looking at Yvonne in anticipation. She hesitated for a long time in choosing a Christmas gift this year. Originally, she wanted to give a book as usual, but she always felt that it would not help Yvonne. She wanted her gift to be more meaningful, so she knitted a scarf by hand. This is the best Christmas present I have received. Can you put it on for me? Yvonne looked at her with a smile. Hermione nodded, took a deep breath, walked forward with blushing cheeks, and slowly put the scarf around his neck. The two were close enough to hear each other's breathing. She didn't know if it was the first time to tie a scarf to someone, or it was too nervous, but it took Hermione a long time to get it right. Yvonne was not at all anxious, his eyes were straight at the girl's delicate face close at hand, and she admired her carefully playing with the scarf. After a while, Hermione finally arranged the scarf, took a step back, and returned to the previous position, with her hands behind her back, and she stood there looking at him beautifully. Naturally, Yvonne knew that she was looking forward to her gift, so she didn't mean to sell it. She took out a pendant from the pocket of the wizard's robe and displayed it in front of the little witch. This pendant looks very peculiar. It is shaped like a meniscus as a whole, strung by a long silver chain, which shines exceptionally under the reflection of moonlight. It's beautiful. Hermione muttered to herself, staring at it drunkly. However, she quickly noticed that there were many fine cracks on the surface of the crescent moon pendant, which seemed to be seriously damaged, so she looked at Yvonne again suspiciously. This is a Christmas gift from my mother Isaiah at Christmas in the first grade, a very delicate magic item that can resist a deadly injury for the carrier. Yvonne explained with an expression. Some miss. Hermione was surprised and a little frightened. Of course, she could understand what the broken crescent moon meant. Doesn't that mean Yvonne almost died once? Is it time to protect the Sorcerer's Stone? Hermione thought of this at once and asked anxiously. Although she did not see the specific battle process at the time, the battle situation was obviously very tragic. After she rushed to Dumbledore with Dumbledore, it was full of ruined walls, and Yvonne was in a coma for 2 days before waking up. Yvonne nodded with lingering fear, but before he could say anything, Hermione had already jumped over and hugged him abruptly. The intermittent crying quickly reached his ears, and the robe on his chest seemed to be soaked with water. That's all a long time ago. It's long gone, right? Yvonne didn't expect the little witch to have such a big reaction. He awkwardly spoke to comfort him, regretting it in his heart. Something told her. Hermione didn't reply. She just nestled in Ivan's arms, venting her panic. She wanted to scold Yvonne for taking risks, but she couldn't speak anyway. Because they went on the adventure together, Yvonne didn't do anything wrong. If they didn't stop Quirrell, the mysterious man would use the resurrection of the Philosopher's Stone to wreak havoc in the magic world and set off killings. What really made her sensitive and painful was her own powerlessness, and she was always unable to help when it was critical. Yvonne comforted her softly, and after a while she calmed Hermione's emotions down, and then put the crescent moon pendant on her personally, and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Very suitable and beautiful. Yvonne said admiringly, looking at the girl in front of him. The former is talking about the pendant, and the latter is describing Hermione with the pendant. Although the little witch has cried, her eyes are a little red, but this does not affect her charm at all. On the contrary, it covers the strength of the past and highlights the unique femininity of the girl. Hermione gently stroked the crescent moon pendant hanging on her neck. The anxiety and fear that had originally appeared in her heart was gradually filled with happiness. She did not dislike it as a damaged magic item. After she understood the reason for it, she is very aware of how precious and special this gift is. Thinking of this www.mdlenovel.com, Hermione wanted to say thank you, but was interrupted by Yvonne. Wait, it's not over yet. Hermione looked at Yvonne in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. I think it's time to fix it. Yvonne said with a smile, and stretched out his hand to hold the crescent moon pendant and slowly hold it in his palm. Then Yvonne closed his eyes and concentrated on using Professor Nicole Lemai's transmission magic to inject the strong emotions in his heart into the pendant at this moment. Hermione was so nervous that she didn't dare to move or speak, for fear of interrupting Ivan's spell. Gradually, a dazzling golden light passed from between the fingers that Yvonne was holding, with exceptional warmth, and Hermione, who was close at hand, could clearly feel the strong affection contained in that power. It lasted for half a minute. Yvonne opened his eyes again, his face was a little more tired, he spread his hand, the crescent moon pendant in the center of his palm has become perfect, and the fine cracks disappear without a trace, from time to time you can see the golden fluorescence flowing above it. Chapter 652, Happy 7th Festival. Ding, after a period of practice, your alchemy level has greatly improved, the current level 6, 15999/16000. At the same time as the casting was completed, the system reminder sounded in his mind. Yvonne was a little disappointed looking at the progress bar that could almost be upgraded. He thought he could break through the bottleneck of alchemy by fixing the crescent moon pendant, but now it seems that something is still missing after all. However, Yvonne quickly adjusted his mood and was able to smoothly repair the meniscus pendant during the strongest mood swings in the past few days, which has met his expectations. Then, Yvonne opened the system's inventory and checked it again. Magic item, crescent moon pendant. Magic, strong. Explanation, this is a magical item made with a lot of precious metals, which can resist deadly attacks for the bearer until the power is exhausted. Note, you successfully repaired this magic item and strengthened it. The secret is to inject love into it. The attribute of the meniscus pendant that was repaired by Yvonne has been enhanced a lot, and there is no limit on the number of resistances, and the magic rating has also risen from strong to strong. After all, his current strength and alchemy level have fully surpassed Isia, and he also uses the high-end guidance skills taught by Nick Lemay, so he can naturally better use the power of emotions. While paying attention to the system bar, Yvonne certainly did not forget Hermione. He put the repaired crescent moon pendant back in and said, "When I am away, it will replace me to protect you." Yvonne was very serious. He chose to give Hermione the crescent moon pendant as a Christmas gift. On the one hand, he wanted to take this rare opportunity to repair it, and on the other hand, he was worried about Hermione's play in the second level. Time is in danger. Although the other magic item protection ring he made can also play a certain protective effect, it needs to be actively activated. Once Hermione is in a coma, this ring is no different from an ornament. The meniscus pendant is different, it is passively effective, as long as the carrier receives a strong attack, it will automatically launch. The only thing that made Yvonne hesitate was that repairing the crescent moon pendant was the receipt voucher agreed upon by him and Nick Lemay, which was given to Hermione, and he would not be able to come up with the second one at that time. However, Yvonne believes that the real test for this master alchemist should be whether he can apply the power of emotions to the production of magic items, which he has successfully done. As long as you practice more, it shouldn't be a problem to make some similar magic props to prove your ability, but it may not have such a powerful effect. Are you really going to give me such a precious thing? Yvonne. Hermione looked at the repaired crescent pendant, panicked, and she looked at Yvonne very disturbed and said, "If it can resist those dangerous spells, you should need it more than I do. Did you forget how I repaired it?" Yvonne calmed Hermione and explained. "It will only protect you alone. If it is given to other people, it will be just an ordinary pendant." Listening to Ivan's words, Hermione calmed down. She didn't know much about alchemy, but she could directly observe the friendship that Yvonne showed when he repaired the pendant. Most of Yvonne poured his love for her into the pendant, forming a special protective spell. Thinking of this, Hermione was very moved, and her heart, which was originally filled with happiness and joy, was overflowing at this moment, and her brown eyes looking at Yvonne became more and more hazy. She wanted to thank Yvonne, but felt that that was not enough, and the enthusiasm rising from the bottom of her heart almost swamped Hermione. She was eager to do something. Her eyes happened to see the scarf she gave to Yvonne, her face flushed slightly, she stretched out her hand on one end of the scarf and pulled it lightly. Yvonne was unprepared at all, lowered her head, and then saw Hermione's delicate face getting closer. She closed her eyes nervously, her rosy lips slightly opened and printed on his lips. There was only such a short moment when the lips met, and they separated quickly. Before Yvonne could react, Hermione jumped away, her face burning red. Yvonne didn't expect Hermione to be so proactive at all. He touched his lips, as if he was still reminiscing about the touch just now, then looked at the little witch and asked jokingly, "Is this also the Christmas present you plan to give me?" "No, I'll give you a scarf." Hermione's face was flushed with crimson flushes, and her breathing was a little disturbed. Seeing the little witch's fascinating gesture, Ivan's enthusiasm weakened by the guiding magic rekindled. He wanted to continue the kiss just now under the banner of giving another Christmas gift. But how could Hermione let him succeed? She was completely dizzy the previous moment, and now she is too shy, and now she refuses to say anything again. On the second day of Christmas, after a night of hustle and bustle, everyone got up late. The common room in Gryffindor was much quieter than before, as if they had vented all their energy yesterday. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few more couples walking together on campus, there were people discussing the Christmas ball held yesterday, which almost made Yvonne suspect that what happened last night was an illusion. Because Hermione was back to her usual appearance again, wearing a standard school uniform, holding a pile of books in her arms www.mdlenovel.com. After seeing them, she walked over quickly and put the books down. Crookshanks, the big cat, followed Hermione all the time, and after the little witch sat down, he jumped into her arms, acting comfortably. Hermione, why don't you put on a dress and take care of your hair? It was so beautiful yesterday. Yvonne asked curiously. He also hoped that he would appreciate it more when he didn't have to go to school on vacation these days. There is no dance party today. It's too much trouble to do that every day. Hermione turned her head to look at Yvonne, and explained distressedly. Compared to wearing a beautiful long skirt, she has to walk carefully. She still feels more comfortable like this, and she spent more than an hour just taking care of her hair yesterday in order to participate in the prom. And we still have to study. Hermione added in a low voice, her face flushed slightly when she remembered what happened yesterday. Yvonne shrugged. He really didn't understand. What is the relationship between dressing and learning? But thinking of the fascinating gesture of the little witch last night, he has some understanding, maybe he can't help being distracted. Chapter 653, Information on Game 2. Thinking of this, Yvonne looked at Hermione a little more strangely. Hermione turned her head and didn't dare to continue talking on this topic, but hurriedly asked about business. Have you found the clue for the second game? Yvonne? Harry? We'd better figure it out in 2 days. If it's as dangerous as the fire dragon, you might need a few more days to prepare. Yvonne did not answer, but Harry took out his golden egg. Mr. Bagman said before that this golden egg can be opened, and the clues are in it. I haven't tried it before. Harry said distractedly, while digging into the circle of the golden egg with his nails. In the groove, the golden egg was easily opened. Yvonne didn't expect Harry to be so reckless that he couldn't stop it. The next moment, a terrifying, piercing scream resounded in the common room. The nearest Harry and Hermione covered their ears in pain, and everyone else in the lounge heard the noise and turned their heads to look over. Quietus, no sound and no breath. Yvonne waved his wand for the first time, and the harsh screams quickly subsided. Harry took the opportunity to grab the golden egg and closed it firmly. The little wizards in the lounge breathed a sigh of relief. Ron rubbed his ears and muttered. What the is this? Is the banshee's cry? What kind of clue is this? Is it possible that you need to subdue the banshee in the second level? Harry nodded. He thought Ron's guess was very likely. They had already dealt with a fire dragon, and he wouldn't be surprised if another banshee came. But Hermione had a different meaning, and she vetoed it. This can't be a banshee, their voices are definitely not like that. Hermione, why are you so sure? Could it be that you have heard the banshee's call? Harry asked curiously. Have you forgotten? We obviously learned it in the second grade. Hermione squinted, looking at Harry with a surprised look. Harry and Ron looked at each other. Have they studied? Why don't they remember? Yvonne quickly remembered, and said in agreement. You're talking about Lockhart's break with the female ghost, right? I've also seen it. The description above is very detailed. The cries of the dead banshee are sharp and desolate, which usually makes the listener feel very sadness. Yes. This is different from what I just heard. It was obviously not a cry, and we didn't feel sad either. Hermione talked freely, and then continued with some uncertainty. It's like singing. Harry rolled his eyes, feeling that Hermione's guess was really unreliable. How could a creature sing so badly? Ron also pouted his lips. Isn't Lockhart a liar? Whoever is okay will turn over that guy's book, who knows if Lockhart wrote it out of it, so they continued the discussion with Harry. After yesterday's events, their relationship returned to a normal state, and no one took the initiative to bring up the previous contradiction. Believing in her own thoughts, Hermione pulled out a book of fantastic creatures from the pile of books in front of her, and began to search for clues related to the sound. Yvonne pretended to pick up a book and read it, but the thoughts in his brain drifted to another place. He had known the specific content of the second game a long time ago, and he also confirmed that the golden egg was placed in the water. It was indeed the same as the original time and space to rescue the hostages at the bottom of the lake. The reason why I don't say it now is that I hope to use this thing as bait to see if I can catch the hidden little Barty Crouch. But even if he knew the content of the game in advance, Yvonne couldn't be free these days, because he had too much to do. In addition to practicing psychic mind with Hermione regularly every afternoon, he also had to make time to fix the fish in the Black Lake in order to prepare for the second game. He can't rest in his spare time at night. He needs to monitor the entire school with a live map to see if Barty Crouch Jr. pops up suddenly. In addition, there is one of the most important and difficult things, and that is to make the blood fusion potion. After these days of fermentation, he received the system task Avid Entrepreneur last time and was about to complete. He expects that after another wave of prestige in the second task, he will be able to get those 2 precious legend points, and start the next round of blood fusion. The corresponding potion naturally had to be made in advance. The only thing that made Yvonne breathe a sigh of relief was that Luna stated in her reply to him yesterday that she had accepted her advice, and recently stayed away from the Forbidden Forest as much as possible, and the time to find the horn-snoring beast has also been pushed to after the second game. Probably considering that the game is approaching, I don't want to disturb myself at this time. This allows Yvonne to focus all his energy on more urgent matters. Looking through the information for the whole morning, Harry and Hermione were a little upset. They could not decipher the information contained in the cry. Yvonne had expected this, and he casually said a few words of comfort, and then talked to everyone. Let's go to the auditorium to enjoy today's lunch. In the afternoon, Yvonne routinely practiced meditation with Hermione. Unlike Luna's obedience, although Hermione no longer refuses to be viewed by him, her resistance is always fierce every time she sees a picture of them getting along in her memory. She constantly uses the novice occlumency to resist Ivan's invasion, and perhaps creates a plausible false memory in an attempt to confuse Yvonne. The two of them are like playing a game of level breaking in a maze of thinking. Hermione desperately wants to hide the real thoughts, while Yvonne quickly breaks through the layers of defense set by the little witch like a big devil. Novel. Calm every time Hermione failed, her blushing heartbeat ended. Yvonne was also satisfied to see that his nearly stagnant proficiency in pantographs began to grow rapidly. In the next few days, Yvonne remained in a monotonous cycle, practicing magic during the day, brewing potions at night, or using Bogut to transform his form, dive into the bottom of the lake to chat with the mermaids, and listen for information by the way. After a few days of understanding, Yvonne discovered that although the mermaid looks ugly, it is also an intelligent creature with its own language and living habits. He likes to collect some wizard creations to decorate his lair. However, they lived on the bottom of the lake all year round and didn't have a deep understanding of the cunning of wizards, so Yvonne quickly provided a lot of information. Dumbledore had already talked to them at the beginning of school and obtained their permission to use the bottom of the lake as the venue for the second game. Before the start of the game, the people the warriors care about the most will be placed at the bottom of the lake to wait for rescue. Their task of these merfolk is not to make the game more difficult, but to protect the safety of the hostages as much as possible to avoid unnecessary accidents. Chapter 654, The Singing of the Mermaid and the Gills. In the evening a week later, Yvonne turned into a mermaid he had seen before, and talked with the leader of the mermaid. You must have mistaken the wizard principal's instructions. Dumbledore asked us to preside over the second game. It's the host. Understand? Your fine product. If we didn't do anything during the game, he would be very angry. So we must do something, not just to protect the hostages, for example, to arrange the venue? Or intimidate the contestants. Yvonne talked endlessly, spending more than an hour successfully distorting the mermaid's understanding of Dumbledore's orders. Of course, he doesn't intend to do anything bad. The main thing is to improve the difficulty of the second game and make it more exciting, so that the warriors can have an epic clearance experience. After doing all this, Yvonne left the Black Lake very satisfied, ready to return to the dormitory to have a good rest. But when passing by the Gryffindor lounge, Yvonne unexpectedly saw Harry, Ron, and Hermione rushing over in a hurry. What's wrong with you? Yvonne asked in surprise. We found the clue, it's a mermaid. Harry gasped, his expression was very excited, he said very quickly. Remember the sound we heard that day? It was the singing of a mermaid. How do you know that it's a mermaid? Has anyone provided any clues to you? Ivan's expression immediately became a little serious, and he hurriedly asked. Harry and Ron stopped talking, Hermione pursed her lips and looked a little angry. Yvonne looked at the expressions of the three of them, not knowing why, but fortunately, Harry promptly explained. It was Hermione who found it. In the past few days, she had at least turned through hundreds of books that had something to do with sound. Finally, she saw a similar record in underwater magical creatures. Yes, she even suspected that it was some kind of special signal at first, such as what special information is hidden in the sound frequency, holding Harry's golden egg and listening to it more than a dozen times. Ron also added. Yvonne looked at Hermione, knew that he had made a mistake, and hurried to remedy it. Sorry, Hermione, I shouldn't have said that. You suspect that the person who put Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire will secretly tell Harry the clues of the second level. Hermione interrupted Yvonne before he could finish speaking, thoughtfully. said. It's impossible. It's not that the mysterious man's subordinates suddenly kindly wanted to help Harry win the championship, right? Ron said this, he couldn't help laughing. Harry also looked at Yvonne in confusion. Yvonne shrugged, feeling helpless. He couldn't tell what hadn't happened, so he had no choice but to talk nonsense. The events in the Triwizard Tournament are very dangerous. If someone really wants to harm you, just telling you some wrong information on purpose will be deadly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione thought Ivan's casual nonsense made sense. Imagine if someone tells the participating warriors that the first level they need to face is not a fire dragon but a few red hats, then everyone will be very relaxed and will not deliberately formulate targeted strategies, then wait until the real game. It is not impossible to lose the dragon's mouth. Since you already know that it is the singing of a mermaid, have you figured out the specific content of the second game? Yvonne asked. Harry nodded hesitantly, then shook his head again, indicating that he only had some guesses that were not true or false, and then repeated the song he had heard. We cannot sing on the ground. When you search, please think carefully. We snatched your most beloved baby. You only have 1 hour to find and retake the objects we took. After an hour, there is no hope. It has completely disappeared and will never appear. After Harry finished speaking, Hermione went on to explain. I think the second game should be for you to sneak into the Black Lake to find something stolen by the mermaids. You only have 1 hour. Once you exceed it, the mermaids will take that thing forever. Failed. Yvonne nodded. Hermione was basically on the point, but didn't guess that the one hiding at the bottom of the lake would be a hostage. But how can we stay underwater for a long time? Harry quickly realized this serious problem after experiencing the joy of solving the puzzle. When they were at home in the past, the Dursleys probably expected him to fall into the water and be drowned one day, so they never let him learn to swim. In contrast, Dudley swims very well. He often brags about this, but Harry always thinks that there is nothing remarkable, because Dudley is fat like a large lifebuoy, and it can be quickly dropped into the water, floating up. Otherwise you can try the transfiguration curse and turn yourself into a swimming fish or something. Hermione suggested, and then looked at Harry apologetically as if thinking of something. Oh, I almost forgot. This kind of transformation magic is not taught until the 6th grade, and it is very difficult to master. Yvonne may be able to do it, but you definitely can't. Yet. Harry said weakly, thinking of ideas constantly in his mind, but unfortunately none of them could do it. You can use gills, Harry. Yvonne said suddenly. What? Cheek grass? What is that? Harry turned his head hurriedly. www.mtlnovel.com looked at Yvonne excitedly. A potion material, you can temporarily grow gills and webs after eating it, and you can breathe and move freely under the water, Yvonne explained. Like those mermaids. Hermione thought of the description of mermaids in the book Fantastic Underwater Creatures. Almost, it's only partially deformed. It's definitely not as agile as a mermaid underwater. Yvonne said, and there is another shortcoming he didn't mention, that is, the appearance will be uglier after deformation. But Harry obviously didn't care about this. The fact that he could breathe freely underwater by eating a herb was enough to make him ecstatic. It meant he didn't have to be the first warrior ever to be drowned in a lake. Now there are still a few days before the start of the second game. You can find time to go to Hogsmeade Village to buy some gills, and when you are fine, go to the Black Lake to practice. Yvonne reminded him, and then asked Harry to try to pretend that he hadn't found any clues, and try to pay attention to everyone who tried to reveal the news to him. Chapter 655, Game 2. A few days passed in a flash, and soon came the day when the second game was held, and the castle gradually became lively. As the warriors, Yvonne and Harry got up early on the rest day and went to the auditorium to have breakfast together. Perhaps it was because of being too nervous, Harry had no appetite at all, but just ate a little to deal with it, holding the bottle containing the Saccharomyces tightly in his hand, for fear of forgetting it during the game. Yvonne, who was eating leisurely, naturally discovered Harry's abnormality, and said comfortingly. Relax, Harry, haven't you practiced many times these days? Harry nodded absent-mindedly. Although he has been swimming in the Black Lake a few times these days, he has overcome the problem of not knowing how to swim, but this is almost the same as in the final exam every year. I can't help but feel soft at times. You said, what would they let you spend so long looking for in the bottom of the lake? Ron on the side was curiously guessing about the events of this competition. The lyrics are talking about our favorite things. Harry hesitated for a moment, thought about it for a while, and then said uncertainly. I think those merfolk will sneak into the lake when I'm away. That is his most valuable thing, but Harry has no bottom on whether the firebolt can be waterproof or not. He only hopes that it will be useful when it is picked up. Ron nodded in agreement, thinking it was possible. By the way, where's Hermione? Isn't she up yet? Harry looked around. He didn't see his other good friend. He was suddenly a little strange. Normally, Hermione should have gotten up earlier than all of them. That's right. I don't know, I haven't seen her since last night. It seems that Professor McGonagall is looking for her for something. Ron shook his head and said. Yvonne paused while eating the meal. He was not surprised. He had long guessed that Hermione would be placed in the Black Lake as a hostage. He was probably taken away by Professor McGonagall last night and forbidden to contact him. But to Ivan's surprise, Ron was able to sit in the auditorium for dinner. It seemed that the people Harry needed to rescue during the game had changed compared with the original time and space. Thinking of this, Yvonne glanced around in the auditorium, and as expected, he could not find Ginny, so he was even more sure of his guess. The previous Christmas ball was to a large extent prepared to select the people the Warriors care about the most. Cedric and Krum in the original time and space are the best proof. It's just that at that time Harry and Fleur were not very interested in their temporary dance partners, and the organizers had no choice but to make another choice. After eating breakfast, considering that the time for the official start of the game was getting closer and closer, Yvonne did not delay much, so he took Harry and Ron straight to the venue. All the way to the lakeside of the Forbidden Forest, from a distance, Yvonne saw a huge observation platform erected in a semicircular shape on the lake shore. Many students came earlier than them, and the rows of seats were already full of people. Ron encouraged the two of them and ran over after a few words, hoping to find another spectator. Good location. Yvonne and Harry walked towards the entrance of the arena, and Ludo Bagman, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him immediately, with a narrow smile on their faces, showing very enthusiasm. Yvonne, Potter, you are here just right, come here now, the game will start right away, and you will have to go down to the lake together later. Yvonne made a few polite words with him, and then walked to the center of the arena. Under Bagman's guidance it has been transformed into a small pier, with a long wooden board extending from the lake shore to the Black Lake. At the end, the figures of Furong and Krum were clearly visible. They obviously came prepared, all wearing swimsuits, and Furong's hot figure attracted the attention of the wizards in the audience. Seeing this posture, Harry quickly took off his robe and threw it under the tree aside, revealing the waterproof short-sleeved t-shirt and tights. Yvonne, won't you take it off? Harry turned his head strangely to look at Yvonne, who didn't move at all. He was still wearing that black wizard robe, which would definitely be inconvenient underwater. No need. Yvonne shook his head without explaining much. Harry couldn't figure out Ivan's thoughts, but he also knew that the other party definitely didn't need to worry about it by himself, so he didn't ask more. He stood on the track intently, and took out the bottle with the sacrum. At this meeting, Yifun cast his gaze on the judge's bench. At this time, Bagman, the referee and commentator, had already stood in front of the stage. After clearing his throat and reading out the various precautions for the second game, his expression became more serious, and he looked at Yvonne on the court. Waiting for someone, then looked at the surrounding audience and shouted loudly. Last night, we took away the most cherished treasures of the warriors and placed them in the middle of the Black Lake this morning, and their task is to find and bring them back within the specified time. I need to remind the warriors that your time is very tight, only 1 hour. Once the time limit is exceeded, the consequences will be very serious, and you will probably lose that treasure forever. The sound of Bagman's blessed curse reverberated continuously by the lake. The little wizards in the audience were very curious about what this treasure actually meant, and they had heated discussions. As the warriors, Fleur, Krum, and Harry are also guessing. Although they have cracked the secret of the golden egg, they are still at a loss as to what they are looking for in this mission. Bagman didn't mean to sell it. He turned to look at Dumbledore, and continued to speak. As for what the treasure we took, will be revealed for us by Principal Dumbledore. Under everyone's attention www.ndlenovel.com. Dumbledore stood up with a serious face, and with a strong wave of his magic wand with his left hand, 5 fist-sized crystal rose from the Black Lake. Harry, Fleur, and Krum looked at those crystal and were a little unclear. Is it possible that their task this time is to find these balls? Only Yvonne raised the corners of his mouth slightly, because these crystal were made by him and rented to Bagman. As for the roll, Dumbledore, who was on the judge's bench, waved his magic wand again, and the crystal swelled up quickly, each of which was about 10 meters in size, just floating in the air quietly. Everyone can see clearly that some pictures are emerging on the surface of the crystal ball. Especially the crystal ball in the middle reflects the scene at the bottom of the lake. It looks like a big mermaid village, surrounded by many stone dwellings. From time to time, you can see some ferocious fish with steel forks. People swim across the screen. And in the center of the picture stands a mermaid statue carved from a huge stone. On the tail of the mermaid statue, 4 people are firmly bound. Chapter 656, 4 hostages. To be precise, they were a man and 3 women. They both closed their eyes and seemed to have passed out in a coma. There are several fierce Murloc guards standing directly in front of the statue, which is very difficult to deal with at first glance. Hermione? Ginny. When he saw this picture, Harry couldn't help but exclaimed, and immediately recognized the two hostages in the middle of the lake. Gabriel. Furong was even more excited than Harry. She was completely panicked and looked at the picture in the crystal ball anxiously, wishing to jump into the water to drive away the mermaids and save Gabriel. But such sneaking behavior is not allowed, and the Aurors who are in charge of maintaining order are all staring at her at all times. In desperation, Furong had to turn her head to look at the referee's bench, and asked anxiously. Principal Maxim, why did my sister Gabriel appear there? She is only 9 years old this year, how can you bear to throw her into the Black Lake like this? Maxim did not answer, because Dumbledore had already answered. Miss Delacour, we have obtained the consent of these girls before. They agreed to become hostages voluntarily. We also trust you warriors to be able to rescue them from the bottom of the lake within the prescribed time limit. What if we fail? What will happen to Gabriel? Furong asked urgently. She did not forget what Bagman said before. Once the time limit is exceeded and the rescue is not successful, then they will be forever lost, the most cherished treasure. Let's put it this way, the waterproof and cold-proof magic I set on several hostages can only last for an hour. Dumbledore's expression was very serious, and there was no joking at all. Furong's heart was completely cold. She didn't want to believe that the competition party would be so cruel, but she didn't dare to bet on this possibility. Harry on the side was also very flustered. After hearing Dumbledore's indifferent words, he only felt cold in his hands and feet. Hermione was his best friend, and Ginny was Ron's sister, no matter which one had a problem. He couldn't accept it. Harry was worried about whether he could complete the task of rescuing the hostages with his own ability. Those murlocs didn't seem to be so easy to deal with. In order to avoid being suspected, Ivan's face also showed a somewhat eager look, but his eyes were placed on the strange wizard on the crystal ball screen. According to the school uniform on the other party, Ivan quickly distinguished that this should be a Durmstrang student, most likely a good friend of Krum. Thinking of this, Ivan looked at Krum with a shifted gaze, and as expected, the other's face became very ugly. The competition was so accurate, and did not choose the dance partner Krum invited at the prom. After all, what they need is a hostage that can shake the faith of the warriors. Ivan even guessed that the real test of this game is whether the warriors can think calmly in such a critical situation and successfully complete the rescue mission. And Furong's aggressive performance before, I'm afraid she has lost a lot of points. In the judge's seat, Dumbledore sat down again after the explanation, and Bagman coughed slightly, and walked forward to continue the explanation. Well, I think the warriors can't wait any longer. So, now I announce, the second game is officially started. Bagman shouted, raising his wand and launching a beam of light into the sky. As the beam exploded, Ivan, Fleur, and Krum quickly jumped into the lake, while Harry took a step slower. He frantically pulled open the bottle containing the gills, making a group like the grey-green mouse's tail, stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it, and then followed the crowd into the lake. The little wizards in the stands stretched out their necks to see more clearly. Ron and others got up from their seats worrying about the safety of Ginny and Hermione. Unfortunately, the Black Lake is very deep. Can't see anything. You said, Ivan and Harry will definitely be able to save people, right? Ron looked at George and the others next to him worriedly, and asked. I think Ivan will do it, but Harry is a little more suspenseful. George said hesitantly. With his record in the first game against the Fire Dragon, he is very confident in Ivan, but he knows Harry's magic level very well. If he has to use one sentence to describe it, he is not much better than Ron. But in any case, the hostages should be fine. George added, he didn't believe what Dumbledore said before. That's not necessarily true. It would be too risky for me to see Professor Dumbledore. Just put all the hostages in the lake without even an aura to supervise them. In case the mermaids suddenly go crazy or they are protective demon. What should I do if there is something wrong with the curse? Fred was furious, worried about Ginny's safety. Since you can think of it, the referees must be able to think of this too. George retorted. Okay, stop arguing, look over there. Charlie interrupted the argument and pointed his finger towards the center of the lake. At this time, George and Ron discovered that the 4 crystals floating in the air were faithfully recording the performance of each warrior under the water. After jumping into the Black Lake, Krum quickly used the transformation magic, his head became bigger and bigger, and black fins grew behind his back. It seemed that he wanted to become a shark. But human transformation is the most difficult of all transformation magic. Krum's level is obviously not up to this level, so he was forced to stop when he was half transformed, becoming a humanoid monster with a shark's head. The little wizards on the stands showed disgusting expressions. Although this hand of magic looks very powerful, it must be said that Krum's appearance at this time is really ugly. Harry's image is not much better than Krum. www.mdlenovel.com. He has ugly gills on his neck, and his palms and toes are similar to those of merfolk. In contrast, Ivan and Furong are particularly pleasing to the eye. The first time after falling into the water, Ivan waved his magic wand and touched the wizard robe on his body, adding a waterproof and moisture-proof curse to it, as if there was a transparent film between the water and him. Then, the black robes on Ivan's body stretched into a pair of wide wings in the water, which could drive his body to float far away with just a light wave. Furong's water is very good, and her speed is even comparable to that of Crumb, who has turned into a half-shark. She probably relied on this to only impose a head-foaming spell on herself and dived into the water, as if she planned to do so swim over. Chapter 657, Heartless Halls. At this time, it was the end of February, and the difficulties that the warriors had to face were far more than just facing the Murloc guards. The cold lake water was also consuming their little physical energy all the time. Realizing this, Harry and Crumb swam frantically towards the center of the lake almost as soon as they fell into the water, without daring to delay for a moment. The scope of this black lake is very large, and 1 hour is very urgent, not to mention that they have to spend some time to find the location of the Murloc village. Ivan, who was behind, had a relaxed look. He had stepped on it in advance and had been here more than a dozen times. Even with his eyes closed, he could swim to the place where the hostages were held. But now it's a competition, so many spectators watched. Ivan was not good at cheating directly, so he waved his magic wand to transform some rocks at the bottom of the lake into fish, pretending to let them be responsible for exploring the way, and waited for about a while. Minutes to start the action. However, within a few minutes of swimming, Ivan keenly discovered that something seemed to be following him. At first, Ivan thought it was the group of mermaids in the lake who came to trouble him, but after looking back, I found that it was not right. It was not a mermaid at all, but the warrior of Bootbat Fleur de Rockle. Even though the water in the Black Lake was very deep, the visibility was not high, and the opponent was far away, Ivan still easily guessed the identity of the opponent based on his body shape. Are you planning to follow me through customs? Ivan suddenly understood the other party's plan, couldn't help but smile, wanting to take advantage of him. How easy it is. 7 meters away from this, Furong was staring at the figure in the distance, struggling to swing his body behind him, not far or near, just hanging from so far. After seeing the picture in the crystal ball on the lakeshore, Furong was very worried about the safety of her sister Gabriel, but her eagerness did not destroy her sanity. The Black Lake at Hogwarts was too big, and she had never been here again. Wanting to find the village of Mermaid quickly was nothing short of a fantasy, and the guards over there were not so easy to deal with. So she came up with a bold idea to follow someone who will definitely be able to complete the game, such as Ivan Halls, who shined in the first game and cleared the game with full marks. Before at Hogwarts, for the purpose of collecting intelligence on opponents, Fleur asked some Ravenclaw girls about their deeds, and the information obtained was shocking enough to refresh her recognition. No. Especially when she heard that the other party killed a 12-foot-tall monster when she just entered the first grade, and killed a defense against the dark arts professor before the end of the class, she almost thought these people were talking about it. A ridiculous and unruly fairy tale. But the experience of the first match made Furong have to admit that these stories probably happened because the other party did something even more outrageous, defeating a fire dragon head-on. Because of this, Furong believes that Ivan will definitely be the first warrior to find the location of the mermaid village and successfully rescue the hostages, and he only needs to follow the opponent to successfully pass the level. It's very easy and safer. If there is a danger ahead, you don't even need to do it yourself, because the other party will naturally solve it. The only thing to note is that the Hogwarts warrior may attack himself. After all, this is a game, and they are now rivals. Furong held the wand tightly, carefully keeping a distance where she could react quickly without being lost. In this way, Ivan would waste a lot of time if he wanted to subdue himself. In today's race against time, wasting time is tantamount to giving victory to other warriors. So she is betting that the other party will not do anything to herself in order to ensure the victory. Even thinking about it this way, when he noticed that Ivan stopped and looked at him, Furong couldn't help but become nervous. Fortunately, Ivan's next reaction was just as she had imagined. She didn't mean to do anything, and stopped for a few seconds before moving on. Furong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed, with a slight smile on her mouth, very proud of her heart. But what made her faintly felt that something was wrong was that Ivan was walking towards the deeper part of the Black Lake, and the surroundings were getting darker and darker, the visibility was slowly decreasing, and the field of vision was reduced to less than 10 feet, which made her have to draw closer. The distance between Ivan will not be thrown away. What made Furong more uneasy was that there were some weird sounds faintly coming from the surrounding darkness, and from time to time I could see something surging in the darkness. Lumos, fluorescence flashing. Furong gently waved his wand, the faint blue fluorescence spread in all directions, and saw the hideous and ugly fish faces and the steel forks faintly flashing in their hands. It's a mermaid. Furong almost couldn't help but exclaimed, because there were too many of them, and she was not able to contend by herself. She immediately turned her head and wanted to find Ivan's figure. She thought that the only thing she could do right now, Ivan was able to escape from here by teaming up. It's a pity that she was dumbfounded when she turned her head, because Ivan was long gone. He must have done it deliberately. Furong gritted her teeth. She immediately realized that Yvonne had deliberately brought herself here, and she might have already run away now. Ivan's ruthlessness far exceeded her expectations, and she had the heart to leave her here alone. Furong cursed a few words secretly, but there was nothing to do. After being irradiated by the light, the fish people around, as if they were irritated by some kind of irritation, launched an attack towards Furong, throwing countless black shadows over. Implementa, obstacles. Furong waved her magic wand to release an obstacle curse. www.mdlnovel.com. A large number of stones and corals smashed on it and quickly broke it. Furong quickly blessed herself with the phantom spell, trying to avoid the mermaid's pursuit, but she obviously underestimated the perception ability of these monsters in the lake. This magic was easily seen through, and in desperation she could only fighting and fleeing to deal with these monsters. At this moment, Yvonne was maintaining the phantom body curse from a distance, watching from the outside. His magic level was much higher than that of Furong, so naturally he would not be discovered whereabouts. These mermaids are too embarrassed. When fighting a wizard, they only dared to throw stones from a distance. Yvonne couldn't help but complain in his heart as he looked at the scene in front of him. I don't know if these mermaids were so embarrassed out of fear of wizards, or because of Dumbledore's previous orders. Maybe there are both. After Yvonne shook his head, realizing that Furong was not in danger of life, he turned around and plunged into the jungle of black aquatic plants in front of him, with the mermaid village in front. Chapter 658, I'm just joking, I didn't expect you to come for real. After entering the lake bottom jungle, the road ahead became difficult, and the visibility around it was reduced to a minimum. You can only see the undulating and tangled black water plants in the lake water. They occupy all the sight. While swimming, a dark creature suddenly protruded out of the water weeds in front of him. Its sharp claws stretched out and tried to hook Ivan's ankles, but before they even touched a dazzling red light, they banged first. Coming over, the sharp claws were blown into two pieces abruptly. A painful, sharp howl resounded in the black lake, and then the weird creature with long horns on its head and sharp teeth fled to the water grass and disappeared. Another one. Yvonne shook his head helplessly, putting away his wand and lazily chasing it. This green-skinned water monster with horns, Yvonne once saw in a book describing underwater magical creatures, named Grindillo. This kind of magical creature usually likes to lurch in dense aquatic plants. When the prey is passing by, it suddenly protrudes its paws to hook the opponent, and finally drags it into the aquatic plants to enjoy it slowly. They can be said to be the most dangerous creatures the warriors need to face. After all, they have sharp fangs and teeth, and they are scary with low IQ. They don't know how to be merciful like murlocs. There were constant troubles along the way. Yvonne managed to solve a giant squid that was more than 4 meters long and stunned 2 mermaids who were blocking the way, before finally successfully reaching the mermaid village. There were more and more stone dwellings around. From a distance, Yvonne saw the huge mermaid statue, and the 4 hostages were so firmly tied to the tail of the statue. The nearby mermaid guards started to move after seeing Yvonne approaching. They held up their shiny steel forks in a semicircular ring around Yvonne, and uttered a deterrent roar. Stupefy, fainted, petrificus totalis, all petrochemicals. In the face of at least dozens of merfolk, Yvonne didn't mean to flinch at all. He quickly waved his wand and turned down several murloc guards holding steel forks. The stones that fell on him were all resisted by the iron armor curse. Just when Yvonne thought it would be a big battle, he unexpectedly saw that the remaining mermaids showed horrified expressions, screamed and threw their weapons aside, and fled in embarrassment. This made Yvonne very speechless. It seemed that these mermaids had a deeper fear of wizards than he had imagined, and they would run away if the war went unfavorable. But this also just saved him a little effort. Yvonne didn't bother with the mermaid, they ran away. He swam all the way to the huge statue, ripped off the water weeds that bound Hermione, and then stretched out his wand and nodded on her forehead to relieve Dumbledore's coma. Curse. Hermione's closed eyes moved, and they opened after a moment, but the brain was still a little drowsy, and the memory seemed to remain at the moment before falling asleep. After seeing Yvonne, Hermione was impatient to say something, but as soon as she spoke, the lake water poured into her mouth. Fortunately, Yvonne added a bubble curse to her in time to avoid the fate of suffocation. Don't worry, Hermione, we still have a lot of time, you can speak slowly. Yvonne gently patted Hermione's back and said softly. Hermione coughed out the water that was choking in her throat painfully, and then looked around blankly, only to realize that she was now in the deep lake. Are we in the Black Lake? Hermione instantly understood where she was, and looked at Yvonne and asked. Yes, that's right. Yvonne nodded, then asked again. Do you remember how you got here? Hermione. Professor McGonagall found me last night and said that the second game was special. The warriors needed an assistant and asked me if I would like to help. I agreed, and then I didn't know anything. Hermione was a fan. Vaguely explained. Yvonne was not surprised, this was basically the same as he had previously expected. Are you playing now? So what should I do? Hermione quickly regained her senses after her head was dizzy for a while, and she hurriedly asked. You don't have to do anything, as long as I take you ashore, the game is over. Yvonne said with a smile, and then saw Hermione still seem a little confused, and continued to remind. Have you forgotten the tips given in the mermaid's song? The warriors need to find their most cherished treasures at the bottom of the lake. Hermione naturally heard the underlying meaning of Ivan's words, her face that had been so pale in the lake water suddenly turned ruddy, she stammered. So I am. The most cherished treasure of Hogwarts warrior Yvonne Halls. Yvonne replied solemnly. While talking, Yvonne also pointed to the giant statue behind. According to the script, you were kidnapped by those mermaids, so I come here to rescue you now. Hermione turned her head and looked over, only to find that a man, 2 women and 3 hostages were still held on the statue of the mermaid, one of whom she knew very well. Ginny. Is she here too? Hermione exclaimed. Ginny is Harry's treasure. Yvonne explained, then spoke again. Well, time is running out now, let's leave now. What about Ginny and the others? Hermione hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but said. That is Harry's task. If I rescue all the hostages, the others will not be able to continue the game. Yvonne has no plan to rescue everyone, because strictly speaking it is a violation of the game. According to the regulations, unless there are warriors who take the initiative to give up the game. Hermione nodded www.mdlenovel.com. Although she was still a little worried, she didn't say anything. Taking into account the limited time, Yvonne no longer delays, and directly stretches out his hands around the slender waist of the little witch and hugs her in his arms. After soaking in the cold water for so long, Hermione's body was cold and frightening. Even knowing that Dumbledore's anti-cold spell was there, Yvonne was still a little bit distressed. Hermione shrank submissively in Ivan's warm arms, greedily drawing heat from him. After that, Hermione seemed to have thought of something again, hesitated for a while, and finally blushed and quickly kissed Yvonne on the side of the cheek. The warm touch made Yvonne lower his head. And Hermione hid in his arms again like a frightened rabbit, but the trembling voice still reached his ears faithfully. According to the script, this is a reward for the warriors. Yvonne touched his cheek for a while and couldn't laugh or cry. He was just joking just now, but she didn't expect Hermione to be real. Chapter 659, Miserable Warriors. You know, it's live broadcast now. Yvonne looked at the little witch in his arms with a weird face, and didn't know how Hermione would react when she saw those crystals after she went ashore. The thoughts in his brain kept flashing, and Yvonne was not idle for a moment. He gently waved his wand on the wizard's robe, and the robe once again transformed into a black wing shape. It rushes in the direction where it came. Passing through the mermaid village, Yvonne re-enters the dangerous jungle at the bottom of the lake. Since I had been inking with Hermione in front of the mermaid statue for a long time, half of the 1-hour game time limit had passed. But what surprised Yvonne was that he hadn't been able to see the other warriors on the way back. Are you lost? Or is it that you have withdrawn from the game? Yvonne frowned. Don't look at him. A few days ago, he fooled the mermaids, ordered them to arrange the venue, and harassed the participating warriors as much as possible, but in Ivan's view, these mermaids were too timid, and they were horrified after 2 fights. So the difficulty of the whole game is not high. Compared with the original time and space, the change is nothing more than that the mermaid will actively attack the warriors in groups. There are more than a dozen grindillos ambushing in the aquatic jungle, and occasionally encounter some wandering giant squids. They are all non-magical creatures. As long as the warriors hold the wands in their hands and can deal with them calmly, it should be no problem to expel them. House. When Yvonne was thinking about it, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears, and he subconsciously looked down at Hermione. The little witch shook her head, pointed her finger at the aquatic grass behind her side, indicating that the sound was coming from there. Yvonne squeezed the wand tightly, thinking about whether he should go there, because it was probably a trap. Such places with dense water and grass are the most suitable for sneak attacks, and he is now the first warrior to rescue the hostages. Maybe there will be warriors hiding here to ambush him in order to win the championship. During this delay, the shouting voice has become weaker and weaker, even to the point where it is inaudible. Let's take a look, Yvonne. Maybe someone is in trouble. Hermione gently pulled the corner of Raven's clothes and whispered. Yvonne hesitated for a moment, and nodded out of confidence in his own strength. After blessing Hermione with an iron armor curse, he leaned over and released a lighting magic with his wand held high. The faint blue fluorescence gradually dissipated the surrounding darkness, and the scene ahead far exceeded the two's expectations. Phew, wrong. Hermione was very surprised to see the Booth Barton warrior who fell into a coma in front of her. A large number of black water plants were twisting and entangled tied to Furong's body, binding her firmly, and the bare arms and waist were still faintly. I could see a few bruises, as if they had been smashed out by something. Yvonne could easily see that this should be a trap set by the mermaids. He guessed that Furong suffered some injuries when she got rid of the mermaid chase, and just happily slammed into this trap, which caused him to fail to break free at the first time. The water plants became tighter and tighter, and finally exhausted all his energy and coma. Passed. Hermione looked at Fleur, who was in a coma, then turned to Yvonne, and stopped talking. She wanted to speak out and plead with Yvonne to save the opponent, but she also knew that they were opponents in the game now, and Yvonne didn't have any need to help each other, so it would be good if she didn't fall into trouble. Hermione struggled for a while, but couldn't help but ask. Will you save her? Yvonne. Save. Yvonne didn't hesitate much. Furong, who had passed out of a coma, no longer had the possibility of competing with him. What's more, it's still live streaming, and saving Furong is likely to add impression points. If you don't save it, the students and referees who watched this scene off the court will most likely mistake them for being very cold-blooded. Diffindo, torn apart. As soon as he thought of it, Yvonne waved his magic wand decisively to cut off the water weeds that bound Hibiscus, and then used the healing spell to help her heal her wounds, so as to prevent Hibiscus from bleeding too much and dying on the way. But what was beyond Ivan's expectation was that as he approached him to heal his injuries, Furong's closed eyes suddenly opened and grabbed his arm. Ivan's reaction was not unpleasant, and the wand had reached Furong's neck in just an instant, and the front end was faintly shining with red light. The chill deep into the bone marrow made Furong feel the taste of death approaching, but despite her disregard, she still clung to Ivan's arm tightly, begging. Please help. Halls. I can give up this game, please, help me save Gabriel. She can't stay here. Furong's face was pale and a little scary, and she kept crying weakly and weakly, her face no longer the previous arrogance, full of humbleness and powerlessness. Listening to Fleur's words, Yvonne was speechless. After a little thought, I should know that it is impossible for the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore to sit back and watch the hostages happen. Only the warriors are in danger. It's a pity that Yvonne didn't have time to explain, and Furong, who was holding on, was in a coma again. Only one of his hands was still holding his arm tightly and couldn't shake it off. It's really troublesome, I would leave her alone if I knew it. Yvonne sighed and muttered softly. On the side, Hermione looked at Furong's deep pleading, somewhat unbearable. After thinking about it, she turned her head to look at Yvonne and suggested. Or let's help her. Now there is still some time before the end of the game. The other warriors have not arrived yet. Even if we go back to save Gabriel now, we will definitely be the first to complete the game. www.mdlenovel.com. How easy is it? Yvonne shook his head, plus Gabriel, he was about to take 3 people back, which would greatly slow down his forward speed. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, there was another noise from the black water grass in front of him, and Yvonne subconsciously waved his wand to point there. After a while, Harry's head came out of the water weeds. His condition didn't look very good. There were a few small cuts in his arms and thighs, and his clothes were tattered. The most striking thing was that Harry was carrying Crumb, who had become half human and half shark on his back. The other party seemed to have fainted like Fleur. Even if Harry knocked Crumb's head accidentally, he didn't mean to wake up. Harry, what are you doing behind Crumb? Yvonne looked at him very surprised. He fainted with those mermaids. I can't leave him there alone. Harry panted hard, and the water kept pouring in from his mouth, and then followed the neck. The cheeks are excreted from the body. Chapter 660, Dumbledore with a headache. Looking at Harry, who was so kind, Yvonne didn't know what to say. Saving Fleur by himself was only easy on the way back, but Harry was different. He could be regarded as actively assisting his opponent, even if he did not hesitate to delay the game. No wonder I came here so late. Even if you don't care about Crumb, the Aurors will come to rescue him soon. Yvonne reminded him. Is that so? Professor Dumbledore never said this. Harry looked embarrassed. He didn't think so much at the time, only that he couldn't leave Crumb alone in the lake. By the way, what happened to Fleur? Was she also attacked by a mermaid? Harry's gaze quickly turned to the Booth Barton warrior. She was caught in a trap and passed out. Yvonne briefly explained, and then exchanged information with Harry's, only then did he understand what was happening on the other side. Not long after the start of the game, Harry and Crumb, who had taken the first step, were besieged by a large group of mermaids. Due to his weaker strength, Harry only dared to swing his wand to counterattack defensively, while Crumb relied on his powerful combat power in a deformed state to fight the mermaids in close hands, wanting to break through. At the beginning, it went smoothly, until Crumb severely injured a few merfolk. Those monsters became irritable, took turns to attack in groups, and knocked Crumb unconscious on the spot. They stunned Crumb and left. I don't know why those merfolk let me go. Harry said in a daze. He just waved his wand and put some magic on the mermaids that surrounded him. They fled in horror. Looking at Crumb, who was scarred on Harry's back, Ivan's eyes were full of pity. Due to Dumbledore's orders, as long as the warriors did not deliberately anger the merfolk, these lake creatures would have no guts to attack too hard. Coupled with the mermaid's fear of magic, Yvonne doesn't even regard them as a threat. It's a pity that Crumb clearly doesn't know this. It's strange that he wants to be strong in front of him with his excellent transformation magic and not be beaten up. Yvonne suddenly found that he seemed to have overestimated the strength and on-the-spot adaptability of Fleur and Crumb. He went to talk to those mermaids before, to increase the difficulty of the second game, just thinking about adding a little trouble to Crumb and slowing down the opponent's rescue of the hostages. But I didn't expect it to be such a result. Yvonne glanced at Harry, who was wounded on his body, and then at Fleur and Crumb who had passed out. The corners of his mouth twitched, each of them was too miserable. Yvonne, what should we do next? Harry asked. He had gone through a big battle before and swam so far with Crumb on his back. His physical strength has been exhausted. What else can I do? Of course it is to bring them and the hostages together. Time should not be too late. Yvonne said helplessly. Half an hour ago, over the Black Lake, 5 huge crystal were faithfully presenting the scenes at the bottom of the lake to everyone. Ugly-looking mermaid holding a steel fork, Grindillo lurking in the jungle of aquatic plants waiting for an opportunity, a giant squid that is 15 feet long. Every thrilling scene makes the little wizard's present sweat for the warriors. And watching Maxim on the judge's bench was also fidgeting, her eyes were staring at one of the crystal balls, watching Furong's every move. At first, Maxim was still a little dissatisfied when she saw Fleur following behind Yvonne and planning to pass the level like this. She thought that such a move by Fleur would make Bus Barton lose face. But when he saw Furong being trapped by Yvonne and besieged by a large group of mermaids, Maxim couldn't take care of so much. Her expression suddenly became tense. She turned her head hurriedly and questioned. Principal Dumbledore, will this game be too dangerous for the warriors? You haven't told me that the mermaids at the bottom of the lake will attack the participating warriors. Facing Maxim's doubts, Dumbledore seemed very calm, and he did not rush to explain. Please rest assured, Ms. Maxim. If you pay close attention to it, you will find that the mermaids are very measured and won't really hurt Miss Furong. Maxim looked back suspiciously, and noticed that Furong had persisted in the siege of many merfolk, but only suffered some bruises, which made him a little relieved. Dumbledore looked at this scene distractedly, and felt a little strange in his heart. According to the agreement between himself and the merfolk, it shouldn't be possible for a mermaid to attack the warrior. Before Dumbledore could think clearly, Karkaroff suddenly jumped up angrily. He stared at the picture in one of the crystal balls, and scolded angrily. What the is going on? Dumbledore, you need to explain to all of us that those merfolk stunned Crumb. According to the regulations, their task should be to protect the hostages and the warriors. Several referees around also turned their heads and stared at Dumbledore, waiting for his reply. The communication with the mermaids has always been Dumbledore's sole responsibility. Regarding this www.mdlenovel.com, Dumbledore has a headache. Of course, he also saw the mermaid in the picture and was knocked out of Crumb, and he couldn't help but suspect that the mermaid might have misunderstood the meaning of his words. But facing the questioning gaze of Maxim and Karkaroff, Dumbledore would naturally not take the initiative to hand out his handle. After a moment of indulging, he replied with ease. Everyone, I think there is nothing wrong with the regulations of the second game. The mermaids abide by the agreement with me and do not take the initiative to cause harm to the warriors, but it does not mean that they cannot interfere with the rescue operations of the warriors. This is also the game. One ring. But they stunned Crumb now, making him unable to play. This is what you said, that the mermaid didn't take the initiative to cause harm to the warriors. Karkaroff yelled grumpily. Yes. Dumbledore nodded, and continued before Karkaroff cursed. We all know it was Mr. Crumb who angered the mermaids first, didn't we? They fought back because of helplessness. In addition, you may have noticed that the mermaids are extremely afraid of the magic of wizards, and the warriors can easily dispel them as long as they lift up their wands and release a few deterrent spells. This is a good test, isn't it? I had hoped that all the warriors would discover this the first time. Chapter 661, This is the original intention of the top 3 competition, isn't it? After Dumbledore finished speaking, Crouch also added. Yes, the difficulty of the 3 finals is determined by the average level of the warriors. If it is lowered, for Mr. Halls, this game will not have any challenge. The two sang and got together, making Maxim and Karkaroff angry enough. But they are not easy to refute, because the 4 warriors in the competition have all been attacked by mermaids, and everyone is treated the same. Moreover, Crumb was stunned by a group of merfolk, it was pure recklessness. Fleur and Harry, who had the same encounter with him, quickly got rid of the pursuit of a large number of merfolk by magic. In contrast, Ivan's performance is even more eye-catching. On the way to the mermaid village, Yvonne encountered only a lot more troubles than the other warriors. But whether facing the sudden emergence of Grindillo or the huge giant squid, Yvonne can always deal with calmly, easily solve these problems, and received a lot of praise and applause. So in the next few minutes, Karkaroff's face has been very ugly. Maxim wasn't much better either, especially when he saw Furong just got rid of the mermaid pursuit and hit the trap again, his entire face went black, both angry and a little distressed. The happiest person on the court was Bagman, and he almost laughed on the spot as Ivan watched the troubles of the other warriors. He seemed to see countless Jin Jialong beckoning to him, and Bagman even secretly regretted not buying more when he made a bet. Dumbledore was also in a very good mood, but he took care of the emotions of Karkaroff and others. He did not express this kind of pleasure. He still frowned and looked worried about the recent situation of the warriors. After such a delay, Furong's situation at the bottom of the lake has become worse and worse. She was unable to break free from the trap for the first time, and her hands and feet were by the entangled black water weeds, and she was unable to escape. The harder she struggles, the tighter her body becomes entangled. The students in the audience watching this scene were all worried, and some little witches couldn't bear to turn their heads and didn't want to watch this cruel scene. Maxim felt even more entangled in his heart, and immediately lost face, turned his head to look at Dumbledore, and pleaded. Principal Dumbledore, you have won this game at Hogwarts. Please send the guard Aurors as soon as possible to bring back our warriors and hostages from Booth Barton. And Crumb, you have to bring him up too. Karkaroff also hurriedly added. Although Crumb was stunned by the mermaid and was always carried on his back by Harry, there is no need to worry about safety, but if Crumb completes the game in this way, Durmstrang will undoubtedly lose face. Karkaroff has not dared to think about how the front page headline of the Daily Prophet will describe this game. He has only one idea now, and that is to immediately rush down and get this shameful thing up. No hurry, if the aura is dispatched now, it may interfere with the flow of the other warriors. Dumbledore shook his head and rejected their proposal. Maxim stared at Dumbledore angrily. In her opinion, Dumbledore deliberately wanted to see the warriors of Booth Batten and Durmstrang ashamed. After all, this game has become an internal fight for the Hogwarts warriors, and Yvonne has performed extremely prominently. Winning or losing is already clear. Sending Aura to intervene to save the wounded will not have any impact on the game. Please be more patient, Ms. Maxim, I always think that winning or losing is not the whole of this game. How could Dumbledore fail to see what Maxim was thinking in his heart, he said to comfort him, and said beckon the other party to take a look at the crystal ball on the far right. Maxim sneered at Dumbledore's ridiculous remarks, but he followed the direction and found that the situation on the court had changed again. Yvonne, who had been in the lead and had successfully rescued the hostages, stopped and rescued the trapped Furong. Then, at Furong's request, he was hesitant to return to save Gabriel. Harry on the other side also continued to play with Crumb abruptly, even if he encountered a few mermaids on the way, he didn't mean to leave Crumb behind. This is the original intention of the Triwizard Tournament, isn't it? Dumbledore said with emotion as he watched the scenes in the crystal ball. The purpose of the establishment of the Triwizard Tournament was to promote friendly exchanges among the three major magic schools in Europe, but as time goes by, I don't know when this tournament has gradually evolved into a competition that can be unscrupulous in order to become famous and win. In more than 700 years of competition, there are many warriors who choose to accidentally kill their opponents in the competition. Even the principals of the major schools would play tricks secretly in order to compete for the name of Europe's first magic school, so that cheating has become a tradition in the game. It can be said that the extremely high mortality rate of the Triwizard Tournament is inseparable from this bad competition atmosphere. This also made the competition originally held for the purpose of enhancing exchanges, but in the end the gap between the three magic schools became deeper and deeper, until the conflict broke out and the exchange broke off, which had to make people feel sorry. Today, Yvonne and Harry's assistance to their opponents in the game is very rare. Looking at the scenes presented in the crystal ball, Karkaroff and Maxim fell into a long silence. www.novel.com I think, friendship games like this should continue, right? Dumbledore turned his head to look at the two of them, and asked. Well, next time we host the top 3, we Buzzbarton will consider participating. Maxim hesitated for a moment, or let go. Karkaroff didn't give face at all, and said sarcastically. The premise is that Hogwarts won't suddenly have 2 warriors. Dumbledore was startled, and then smiled bitterly. This situation was also not what he wanted to see. But Dumbledore knew very well that no matter how he explained it, Karkaroff and Maxim would not believe it. Well, a few, you can put the time for small talk later. We should prepare in advance, the warriors will be back soon. Crouch interrupted the conversation of the 3 principals. Dumbledore nodded and nodded. He waved his wand and turned into several thick blankets and stretchers. He also ordered the prefect of Ravenclaw to call in Madame Pomfrey, who was on standby in the tent, so that he could give him immediately the injured warriors were treated. Chapter 662, You thanked the wrong person, Miss Delacour. Standing in front of the stage, Bagman stared at the crystal ball on the right, and shouted loudly when Yvonne crossed the water. The first one to come up is Yvonne Halls, the warrior of Hogwarts. Let us cheer for him. Accompanied by Bagman's shout, thunderous applause suddenly sounded around the stands. Everyone stood up, shouting Ivan's name in unison, and the atmosphere on the court was extremely warm. Under the attention of everyone, a few ripples suddenly appeared on the calm lake, and then the water flow was lifted up like it was affected by some force. Yvonne took the opportunity to swing the double wings formed by his robe, and struggling to jump from the water rise and fall to the shore of the lake. Oh, let us see, our warrior didn't seem to bring up his hostages. What he held in his arms turned out to be the warrior Miss Fleur of Buzzbarden. God, this is really amazing! German yelled. Yvonne glared at Bagman, then handed the Fleur in his arms to the waiting Madame Pomfrey, and then went to the lake to pull Gabriel up, and finally Hermione. The reason for choosing this order is naturally because Fleur has been in a coma and Gabriel is too young. It is always difficult for him to pull Hermione up first and leave the two sisters viva below, right? Yvonne, do we really have no problem regardless of Harry and Crumb? After getting ashore, Hermione looked at the Black Lake and asked with some worry. Don't worry, they will swim up. Yvonne said comfortingly, and then pointed to the crystal ball floating above. Nyo, see for yourself. Hermione raised her head curiously, and saw 5 huge crystal floating above the Black Lake, faithfully recording everything that happened at the bottom of the lake. The status quo of Harry, Ginny, and Crumb can be seen clearly. But at this time, Hermione was no longer in the mood to care about other people's affairs. All she was thinking about was the scene when she kissed Yvonne at the bottom of the lake. She turned her face very stiffly and stammered. So, everyone can always see what we are doing. Ah, is that right? Yvonne scratched his head and said with a guilty conscience. Then why didn't you tell me before? Hermione's face was burning red, and she hammered Yvonne in the chest angrily. At the thought that the scene of kissing Yvonne would be seen by the whole school, Hermione was ashamed, wishing to drown in the Black Lake. I didn't expect you to come over suddenly. Yvonne spread his hands helplessly, can't you blame him for this? Hermione stared at Yvonne angrily, her eyes as sharp as a blade, but helpless. While the two were chatting, there was movement on the calm lake again. Not far from the shore, 2 heads suddenly appeared from the bottom of the lake. Harry was breathing the outside air with a big mouth. After staying underwater for so long, the duration of the Saccharomyces chinensis had already passed. His wateriness was amazingly bad, and it was really not easy to swim all the way back. Fortunately, Ginny, who was on the side, was also good at swimming, and the two of them swam to the shore while supporting each other, and were finally pulled up by Yvonne and Hermione. Even worse than them is Crumb, he was carried to the shore by his own hostage. When seeing this scene, Karkaroff on the judge's seat almost fainted on the spot. Gabri, Gabri! Fleur woke up after being taken care of by Madame Pomfrey. She looked around the audience in a panic, ignoring even the wrapped blanket fell on the ground. It wasn't until she saw her sister standing on the shore of the lake that Furong's tight emotions eased a little, and she moved forward and hugged her. Great, you're fine, that's great. I thought. Furong hugged Gabriel tightly, her emotions were a little out of control, and she kept shouting, but Gabriel, who was only 8 or 9 years old this year, was like her sister, comforting Furong gently and calming her emotions. Seeing this scene of the sisters' affection, Yvonne was also deeply moved. Except for himself, I am afraid that the other warriors have taken the words in the golden egg seriously, mistakenly thinking that after the time limit, their most cherished people will be buried deep in the bottom of the lake. Of course, this is not to say that the selected warriors have too low IQ, but that the organizer has grasped their psychology and suddenly broke the news on the field. There is no time for everyone to think, and no, the warriors dare to bet on the person they care about the most. Yvonne wondered if he didn't know the plot, and suddenly heard that these people had thrown Hermione into the Black Lake, and he was only willing to give himself an hour of rescue time. I'm afraid he would be panicked. After being warm with Gabriel for a while, Furong turned her eyes to Yvonne, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Halls. Furong enthusiastically hugged Yvonne and said gratefully. Although Yvonne led her to the mermaid school when she was at the bottom of the lake, Furong did not hate it. After all, they were opponents at that time, and Yvonne would be merciful without directly attacking her. It is precisely because of this that Yvonne was able to accept his request when he was about to finish the game and turned back to save Gabriel, which moved Fleur. However, Yvonne didn't appreciate it at all, because he deeply felt the chill that was rising behind him, and hurriedly broke free of Furong's hug, did not give her a chance to kiss him at all, then shook his head and said coldly. No, you thanked the wrong person, Miss Delacour. Furong looked at Yvonne at a loss and didn't quite understand what he meant. It was Hermione who suggested that I save you. You should thank her instead. Yvonne pointed to Hermione who was standing by www.mdlenovel.com and explained. Hermione did not expect that Yvonne would give herself the credit for saving Furong and Gabriel, and waved her hand to say something, but Furong had already embraced it enthusiastically at this time, followed by a lot of thankful words. Made Hermione a little embarrassed. Why are you lying to my sister? Gabriel looked at Yvonne curiously. She was awakened by Yvonne when she was at the bottom of the lake, so she naturally understood more. Yvonne squatted down, stared at the small girl, and said half-jokingly. I didn't lie to her. If Hermione hadn't insisted on asking me to save you, maybe I would have chosen to leave you in the Black Lake forever and keep company with those ugly mermaids. However, Gabriel smiled. She didn't believe Ivan's words at all. She gave Ivan a hug like Lotus, and kissed Ivan's side face again. This is what my sister owes you. Gabriel said with a smile. Ivan reluctantly reached out and knocked on Gabriel's small head, and looked at Hermione subconsciously. Seeing Hermione's face as usual, she knew that she would not eat the jealousy of an 8-year-old girl. Relieved. Chapter 663, Scoring and Tearful Hibiscus. As the 4 warriors returned one by one, several judges in the audience also got together and discussed. After about 5 minutes of arguing, Bagman, as the commentator, walked to the front of the stage and cleared his throat. Opened his mouth and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, after careful review by the judges, we will announce the final score of each warrior. The first is Mr. Victor Crumb, who has overcome the problem of underwater breathing with incomplete polymorphism. But it is a pity that Mr. Crumb was stunned by the mermaid after the start of the game and failed to complete the rescue mission, so I can only give Mr. Crumb a 1 point." As he said, Bagman shot a beam of light into the air, which exploded after a while, and the shining one on it was very eye-catching. Crouch, Dumbledore, and Maxim next to him weren't as awesome as Bagman did. Instead, they gave a friendship point 4 points. Karkaroff's face was dark and scary, but he quickly raised the sign 7 points. This is cheating. Hermione scolded angrily. Not only her, but other students on the field have spoken out and accused Karkaroff of shameless cheating. Even several referees frowned. I think Crumb's transfiguration technique is very superb, far beyond the level of his peers. Although he was stunned by a large number of mermaids during the game, it was just an accident and it does not mean that we should obliterate his efforts. Karkaroff defended Crumb brazenly, turning a deaf ear to everyone's doubts, just as he hadn't heard. Considering that Crumb's score was already low, Bagman didn't bother to argue with Karkaroff, and directly announced Crumb's final score, a total of 20 points. Then, Bagman looked at Furong again and began to introduce her experience in the game. Okay, next is the warrior Fleur Delacour of Booth Barton. She showed us her excellent use of the bubble head curse in the game and successfully got rid of the pursuit of the mermaid. Wait, Mr. Bagman. Fleur suddenly interrupted Bagman's words. What's the matter? Do you have anything to say? Ms. Delacour. Bagman looked at her in surprise. Furong took a deep breath, turned to look at Yvonne, and said in a hoarse voice. I think you might not have noticed. I had promised Mr. Yvonne Halls to give up the second game when I was at the bottom of the lake. You don't need to score for me. Bagman's brows wrinkled. He was the first time he encountered such a situation. He didn't know how to reply for a while, so he discussed with Dumbledore and others in a low voice. The little wizards sitting in the audience were also talking quietly. Especially the students of Booth Barton stared at Furong with dissatisfaction. They believed that Furong took the initiative to abandon the second game without considering the consequences, which would make Bus Barton's face lost and completely lost the chance to win the championship. Faced with all kinds of doubts and swearing voices, Furong pursed her lips, her expression a little dim, but she still insisted on her own ideas. Yvonne, who had finally gotten rid of Gabrielle, was also looking at Furong. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to keep the promise and take the initiative to request the cancellation of the score evaluation. But this pot Yvonne didn't recite it. He didn't want an extra report in the Daily Prophet tomorrow, saying that he took advantage of the danger to rescue Gabriel and forced Fleur to retire, so he said loudly. Miss Delacour, I am afraid you have forgotten a little bit. I have never agreed to your request, so strictly speaking it is not counted. You did not give up the game. Also, if you have to score 0, what should Mr. Crumb do? Doesn't he have to be the same as you? So even if you don't mind, you have to take into account Mr. Crumb's feelings? Yvonne talked freely, and motioned Furong to look at Crumb, who had been in a coma until now. Ivan's words were beyond the expectations of everyone present. The entire paddock fell into a brief silence. After a while, more and more people clapped and applauded Ivan's tolerance and generosity. Only the students of Dumstrang looked ugly. They always felt that Yvonne was taking the opportunity to discredit Crumb. Mr. Halls was right. Several principals also agreed that the difficulty of the game was too high. Even the warriors who failed to complete the game had a very good performance, so we are still willing to help Dracour Lady's performance on the field is scored. Bagman said with a smile. In addition, one thing I need to emphasize is that the Goblet of Fire does not allow the warriors to abandon the game. No matter what happens, you must continue the game to the end. Dumbledore also looked at Fleur seriously at this time. Said with that Hong Zhong-like voice. Dumbledore's words undoubtedly completely rejected the possibility of Fleur's retirement, and the next step entered the normal scoring link. Since Fleur stayed underwater longer than Crumb, and had some wonderful performances when dealing with mermaids, the score was actually higher than Crumb, totaling 27 points. Thank you, thank you. Furong said excitedly. She looked at the judges in the stands, and then at Yvonne. Tears could not stop flowing down. Bagman did not wait for Fleur to calm down, but proceeded to announce Harry's score. As the only warrior who cleared the game twice, Harry's score should have been not low. But when he came back with Ginny, it was already overtime. The second half of the game relied on Yvonne to get through the dangerous aquatic jungle and Mermaid Square. Karkaroff grasped these two abrupt generals. Harry's score was reduced to 39. When Bagman announced the scores, Hermione, Ron, and others in the audience looked very angry. www.ndlenovel.com. They thought that Harry should get more than 40 points. But Harry himself feels very satisfied, because his points are more than 10 points higher than Fleur and Crumb. Finally, let us reveal the final score of warrior Yvonne Halls. Bagman smashed his mouth, pointed his finger at Yvonne on the shore of the lake, and continued impassionedly. Mr. Halls completed the game perfectly. It took 57 minutes and 37 seconds, and saved Miss Delacour and her hostage Gabriel. He showed us his noble morals. Demeanor. After discussion, the judges agreed that Mr. Halls's performance was impeccable, and the final score was 50 points. Bagman shouted hoarsely, because he was worried about Karkaroff's trouble. He did not give the judges a chance to vote this time, but directly announced that Yvonne passed the customs with full marks. Chapter 664, Fusion of the Fourth Bloodline. As soon as Bagman's voice fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and the little wizards of Gryffindor rushed down from the paddock with excitement, gathered beside Yvonne and raised him high, lifting it up and throwing it into the air. For a while, the lake shore was full of cheerful atmosphere. Bagman looked at this scene with a smile, but Karkaroff on the judge's seat behind him was very dissatisfied. He looked at Bagman and reprimanded him in a strange tone. Mr. Bagman, I remember that there is no provision in the game regulations that the commentator can make judgments on behalf of the referees. This is an extremely serious violation. Ah, this is indeed my negligence. Bagman patted his head, looking a little annoyed. But he didn't even look at Karkaroff at all, but turned his head and said to the remaining referees. But I think you should have no objection to the result of this judgment, right? Dumbledore said nothing, with a slight smile on his face, but crouched next to him was the first to speak. Halls's performance on the court is obvious to all. I think it is not necessary to let him pass the level with a perfect score, and the Warriors' final score has now been announced, and there is no need to change it. As for Mr. Bagman's act of judging on my behalf. Crouch hesitated. It should be just a moment of excitement. Dumbledore said lightly, taking the subject initiatively. Yes, that's right, that's it. Bagman nodded repeatedly, as if he was really just too excited and yelled out. Karkaroff couldn't understand that the three of them were in collusion, and he was immediately so angry that he could not set off any storms by himself, so Karkaroff hurriedly turned his head and planned to seek Maxie. My support. It is a pity that Maxim considered that Yvonne saved Fleur in the second game and spoke specifically for Fleur just now, which is somewhat of maintaining Buzzbarton's reputation, so he bluntly rejected Karkaroff's proposal. Okay, you are fine. Karkaroff stared at Maxim with hatred of iron and steel, and gnashing his sleeves and left. At the same time, the center of the field. Yvonne was dealing with the overly enthusiastic little lions with a headache, and after persuading them for a long time, did they persuade them to stop playing that kind of elevated game. Then, Yvonne took the time to look at the system's taskbar. As he had predicted before, the task of familiar enthusiast has been successfully completed, and even exceeded a lot, but unfortunately there is no bonus. It is the 2 legendary points. But after receiving the reward, Yvonne was still very happy, because the legendary value he possessed once again made up 5 points. This means that he can start the 4th blood fusion ceremony today, thereby greatly improving his strength. This is undoubtedly great news for Yvonne, who has been worried about Voldemort's resurrection. The hustle and bustle of the game lasted the whole morning, and it was not until the little lions who had made enough noise dispersed that Yvonne was able to relax a bit and return to the castle with Harry and others. After having lunch in a hurry, Yvonne did not go to Gryffindor's lounge as usual to relax, but went to the paddock of the Forbidden Forest without stopping, taking a big tube of blood while Norbert was taking a nap. Go away before being found. Listening to the faint roar of the dragon in the Forbidden Forest in the distance, Yvonne, who stepped into the castle again, satisfactorily checked his gains. Magic item, dragon blood. Activity, high. Explanation, this is the blood extracted from the female Norwegian ridgeback, which contains rich magic power. Seeing the description in the inventory, Yvonne was somewhat relieved. He had been worried about whether Norbert would affect the effect of the dragon's blood when he was not an adult, but now it seems that it should not be enough. After putting the bottle containing the dragon blood in his hand, Yifan walked all the way to the responsive room on the 8th floor. He had prepared the corresponding blood fusion potion a few days ago and is expected to complete it today. I need to enter my own room. Yifan walked back and forth in front of the carpet 3 times, silently muttering in his heart. After a while, a gorgeous door appeared on the wall out of thin air. Ivan pushed the door and walked in. In front of him was an unusually wide field. The inner potion room, alchemy room, and battle dummy were all available, and the surrounding walls were full of bookshelves, so he can check it out when he needs it. Related books. The reason for putting everything together is to guard against Barty Crouch Jr. invaded by the House of Requirement. He arranged a lot of protective magic in this room. As long as he detects the entry of unfamiliar magic power, he will immediately attack it and destroy the blood fusion potion that is being brewed to prevent the leakage of important formulas. Fortunately, everything seems to be business as usual inside, and there is no trace of being invaded. The cauldron placed in the potion room was bubbling with bubbles. Ivan leaned in and took a look. The liquid in the cauldron had become a pure transparent color, which meant that he came at the right time to make work. Already almost completed, just the last step. Ivan didn't hesitate anymore. He took out the bottle with dragon blood and poured it directly down. With the inflow of blood, the colorless and transparent potion was gradually infested into crimson, rolling in the cauldron, like it was the same as scorching magma. Don't drink like magma. Yifan murmured secretly, recalling the painful experience of drinking the blood fusion potion. After the boil is over, can I still drink it? It's done. Ivan frowned and picked up the whole cauldron, grunting and pouring it down as soon as he gritted his teeth. The crimson liquid tasted like heated viscous syrup, but it didn't have the slightest sweetness, but rather jerky. After swallowing down the throat into the stomach, Yu reads www.yuuganshu.com's whole body was as if burned by fire, his bones creaked, and the magic power that had stayed honestly in his body slowly became agitated. Ivan endured this uncomfortable feeling, and did not immediately exchange the protection mode of the system, but tried to use his own will to calm those who became irritable. This is not the first time Ivan has done this. The previous hemolysis has accumulated a lot of relevant experience for him, which is why he dared to take the risk to exercise himself. It was quite effective at first, and Ivan reluctantly calmed down the magic of restlessness. But after just 10 seconds, Ivan found that the situation in his body became worse and worse. The rapidly increasing magic power broke the original balance. The power belonging to the fire dragon rushed across his body, and also drove the indigenous people there. We woke up. Chapter 665, Fusion of Dragon Blood and Horn Snorer. The unicorn's neighing sounded first, and it contended with the new strength in the body, and then the cold magic power of the basilisk also joined the battlefield from his eyes all the way down, slowly evolving into a three-way battle. Almost, Ivan thought that his own was about to explode. But this was only the beginning. Soon, Ivan realized that his body was slowly beginning to deform. The out-of-control situation instantly made Ivan understand that the blood pulse problem can never be solved by willpower. Turn on protection mode. Ivan yelled in his head as quickly as possible. At this time, the magic power in the body was already surging like a wave. Fortunately, with the intervention of system power, the turbulent wave slowly calmed down and became more and more docile. Only the magic power brought by those bloodlines was still uncontrollable. Especially the new magical power, not only tyrannical but also very aggressive. After Ivan suppressed the power of the other magical creatures, it quickly penetrated into every part of the body, and the sudden tingling sensation continued to be transmitted from everywhere. Brain. Correspondingly, the rapid growth of magic power, almost condensed into substance, is rapidly spreading from Ivan's body. The nearest mahogany table vibrated faintly, and cracks burst one after another on the desktop. And the deformation of appearance is still continuing. Ivan suddenly felt a little flustered. He thought at first that this change came from Bogut's magic. But in the protection mode, Ivan can clearly see that Bogut's magic power is staying in the original place without participating in the battle during the whole process, which means that the culprit of this body shape change is he just acquired. The power of the fire dragon. Ivan didn't dare to relax, hurriedly raised his hand and took a look, then he was shocked to find that his arm was covered with a layer of red dragon scales, which looked exactly like the scales on Norbert's back, but shrunk by a factor of 10. Am I going to become a half-dragon? Ivan was taken aback immediately. After careful observation for a while, Ivan quickly discovered that these dragon scales did not grow out of his own body, but a manifestation of magical power, that is, I don't know whether the protection ability can be compared with the real dragon scales. With such a distraction, the magic in his body became restless again, and Ivan hurriedly reduced his mind and focused all his energy on stopping the magic riot. After about a few dozen seconds, the growth rate of magic power gradually slowed down, and at the same time, he also noticed that the dragon scales on his arms were gradually fading, becoming transparent until disappeared. Everything is back to normal again. Ivan understands that the fourth blood fusion ceremony has been successful, but he has no time to check his own gains, because there is still a full 20 seconds before the end of the protection mode. This is what he worked so hard for. Therefore, Ivan didn't waste a second, and immediately closed his eyes to adapt. The huge magical power in his body was being stirred by the new power to be extremely active, even to the point where he could be commanded at will. When I opened my eyes, Ivan already had an idea. Without seeing him making any movements, the tables, chairs, and benches within a distance of 100 meters were lifted up by mysterious forces, and they were quickly kneaded and stretched to change their shape like plasticine, turning them into exquisite sculptures of gold and silver. Copper and iron materials are different. The reminder in my mind kept ringing, and the proficiency of transfiguration was increasing crazily. In a short while, it was close to the limit of level 6, but there was no intention of breaking through it for a long time. Obviously, it is not so easy to get over this bottleneck. If you can improve without limit, then everyone is a master of magic. Ivan was somewhat disappointed, and then his heart moved, and all the sculptures exploded instantly. A large number of sharp gravel flew like bullets out of the chamber, and flew in all directions, making small holes in the floor and walls, but when they flew in front of Ivan, they were blocked by invisible force. Down, it turned into dust and floated in the air. The reason why magic is magical is that it can make people realize their wishes. For some reason, Ivan's heart suddenly recalled the words of Nicola May. He realized that his current state is very similar to the final form of magic described by the alchemist. It will be everything, but not so absolute. Ivan can clearly feel that his power is still limited to a certain extent, but even this feeling of controlling everything has deeply fascinated him. Ivan even swelled that even if Voldemort came in person, he could beat him and flee. However, looking at the protection mode with only 7 seconds left in the prompt bar, Ivan's swelling heart shrank like a flat ball. This kind of time-limited power is difficult to use in battle, and it is very difficult to obtain legendary points. www.mdlnovel.com. It is too wasteful to use it to support a battle. Ivan sighed silently in his heart, but fortunately, he quickly adjusted his mentality and focused his attention on the improvement of his strength. He wants to take advantage of the remaining few seconds of protection mode to perform a real biological transformation again to see if he can break through his bottleneck. Just thinking of it, Ivan stretched out his hand directly, and a finger-sized piece of wood floated from the ground into the palm of his hand. Then Ivan gradually penetrated his magic power into it, and the fine wood fibers were decomposed one by one and spread out in his mind. In the previous few transformations, Ivan attributed it to the fact that the deformed organism is too large and requires a lot of attention, so he decided to change into a smaller creature, such as fly beetle. But it took so much effort to create a small insect that can be seen everywhere, which obviously did not meet Ivan's expectations. He even hoped to be able to create something more special. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, the small wooden block in his palm kept changing its shape, swelling in a full circle, and the burrs on the surface gradually became longer and softer, looking like animal fur. A pair of the corners gradually extend from the fur. After a while, a strange creature the size of a half palm appeared in front of Ivan. It is like a combination of many creatures. It is a deer as a whole, but it has sturdy hooves like a bull. It has a silver-white fur covering the whole body. It has a pair of large, curved horns on the top of its head. It looks very smart and extremely flexible. Deterrence. If there is a wizard who is proficient in magical species here, I am afraid that it is impossible to tell what it is, because it is a magical creature that has been imagined the snoring beast. Chapter 666, New Blood Magic. Ding, after a period of practice, your transfiguration level has been greatly improved, the current level 7, 140128800. Protection mode is over. After the transformation was completed, 2 consecutive system prompts sounded in Ivan's mind, and the active magic in the body gradually subsided, becoming inert and uncontrollable. The sudden change made Ivan very uncomfortable, as if he was suddenly forced to brake in the middle of a drag racing and then slowly drove to the end. Fortunately, Ivan has experienced this situation many times, and it only took a few seconds to get used to it, and then he turned into a large full-length mirror for the first time and checked it out. Looking at the blonde, black-eyed, and handsome little wizard in the mirror, Ivan nodded in satisfaction. The appearance of the melted blood was almost the same as before, just a little longer and taller. Ivan, who was completely relieved, was able to open the status bar of the system leisurely. Ivan Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 47, Unicorn, Basilisk, Bogut, Norwegian Ridgeback. Magic Scale, 217. Magic Column, Transfiguration Curse Level 7, 900128800, Occupational Cerebral Level 6, 54006400, Contemplation of God 6 Level, 234964000, Guardian Deity Curse Level 6, 37506400, Shenfeng Wuying Level 6, 42606400. Blood Magic, Unicorn Shadow, Basilisk Eye, Bogut Transformation, Dragon Transformation. Legendary Value, 015. Grade Point, 610. Long Hua. Looking at the extra ability in the Bloodline Magic column, Ivan fell into contemplation. Could it be that just understanding it literally could make him a dragon? But this kind of ability doesn't seem to be of much use, because Bogut's transformation can also do it. Ivan frowned, and finally decided to experiment, and tried to mobilize the brand new power in his body. Just as Ivan raised this idea, the magical power of laziness suddenly became active, and it flowed through his body at a very fast speed, and his abundant sense of power gradually enveloped his heart, making him want to vent a lot feel. This emotion was naturally suppressed by Ivan, and then he leaped slightly and found that his body had become very flexible, and he could easily jump more than a meter high, and his strength seemed to be much greater than usual. Move those heavy bookshelves. Just improve your physical fitness. Ivan muttered to himself, but looking at himself in the mirror, he immediately rejected this guess. Because the crimson dragon scales are gradually covering his exposed skin, gradually turning from transparent to solid over time. Ivan deliberately experimented with the protective abilities of these dragon scales, then raised his hand and put his wand on the back of the hand that grown the dragon scales. Diffindo Ivan chanted the spell, and accompanied by a red light and muffled sound, obvious cracks appeared on the dragon scales, which broke apart after a while, and the arms hidden behind the dragon scales were intact. No damage nor the slightest pain. The protective ability of dragon scales is weaker than that of the iron armor curse, and is basically equivalent to the magical barrier created by the obstacle curse. Ivan was thinking silently in his heart, slightly disappointed, but seeing the dragon scales on his arm shattered and began to slowly recover, he improved his evaluation of the ability of dragon transformation. In addition, if he hadn't felt wrong just now, when using the split spell, the power of the magic seemed to be much higher than usual. Ivan didn't know if this was an illusion, so he just tried again, when he put the horn-snoring beast on the table, looked at the battle dummy in the distance, and waved his magic wand. Reducto. Bone to pieces. The violent magic power was excited along the magic wand, and the dazzling beam hit the battle dummy almost instantly, blasting the target's upper body to pieces. But Ivan was not satisfied, and kept casting magic, harming the wooden dummy, experimenting with the power of the dragon's curse. The power of magic has increased by about 30 to 50%. After Ivan broke all the dummies one by one, he made a rough assessment in his heart. This discovery surprised Ivan. He is now a humanoid turret, possessing powerful spell-casting ability, excellent mobility and the extra protection provided by dragon scales. Compared with other blood magic, Longhua has improved his strength in almost all directions. As for the drawbacks, in addition to these visible benefits, Ivan also noticed that as the magic power increases, the magic power in his body is becoming more and more violent, and the subtle magic similar to polymorphism will change in the state of dragonization. It's hard to use. And the magical power and the protective strength of the dragon scales are gradually increased with the passage of the dragon's transformation time, which means that the improvement in all aspects at the beginning of the battle may not be too obvious. What makes Ivan feel a little uncomfortable most is the change in appearance. www.mdlnovel.com. After maintaining the dragonized state for more than a minute, the crimson dragon scales have spread to his neck and cheeks. Very evil. It looks like a big villain, that's not good. Ivan looked at himself in the mirror and vomited, cancelling this dragonized state. Keeping this way, Ivan worried that he would eventually become a half-dragon covered in dragon scales, with dragon horns on his head and dragon wings on his back. After roughly experimenting with the effect of Longhua, Ivan temporarily put it aside and focused on other gains. Excluding the extra blood magic, the magic power scale in the system status bar has also increased a lot, which is more obvious than any previous melt blood upgrade. But thinking about it, it's normal. Most of the power of the unicorn is integrated into the patron saint, and the magic of the basilisk is mostly used to strengthen the eyes, only the magic of the fire dragon is flowing throughout the body to give him all-round improvement. Moo. While Ivan was thinking and analyzing, a deep cry suddenly rang in his ears. Ivan turned his head and looked over and found that the sound was the horn-snoring beast that was only half a palm. The poor little guy was standing on the only intact table in the house, looking terrified, buried his head in the thick fur, shivering and shivering. Oh, I almost forgot you. Ivan patted his head, stretched out to grab the horn-snorer's fur and swept it into the air, and observed it carefully. Such violent behavior caused the horn-snoring beast to let out a miserable wailing. The four beasts' feet kicked in the air feebly, and the orange eyes were full of horror. Am I that scary? Ivan mumbled dissatisfiedly. He has transformed many creatures, and now for the first time seeing a transformed creature fear the caster. Chapter 667, True Biological Transformation and Clues to Batty. Generally speaking, the transformed creatures are the manifestation of the magic power of the wizard, and will obey the various commands of the spellcaster to a certain extent. But the horn-snoring beast in front of him was obviously different. Ivan found that he could not control the opponent's actions, and he could not see the slightest flaw with his current level of transfiguration. It's as if the creature in front of you is real and not deformed. The curse stops immediately. Ivan pressed his wand against the head of the horn-snoring beast, trying to release the deformation magic he had applied. However, as a burst of white light flashed, the horn-snorer still stood on the spot, looking at him with an innocent and scared look. Ivan's face was full of joy and shock. Could it be that he really completed a biological transformation, completely turning a wooden block into a horn-snoring beast? Created a whole new species? Ivan subconsciously wanted to deny this possibility. The more he studied, the more he understood the difficulty. The examples of complete transformation in the magic world today are legends that do not know whether they are true or false. On the contrary, a large number of teaching books related to transfiguration art clearly mention that transfiguration magic cannot really change the nature of things. For example, food deformed by magic can never be used to fill the stomach, because this food has no nutrition. After the magic power added by the wizard disappears, it will return to its original state, and even cause an extremely serious accident. It is precisely this way that the magic world will have so many impoverished wizards, otherwise everyone can obtain all the resources they want with just a transformation technique. Could it be related to the promotion of magic to level 7? Ivan changed his mind, thinking that it might be because of the enhancement of transformation magic that allowed him to break through a certain limit. Thinking of this possibility, Ivan immediately tried, and once again swung his wand to aim at the crucible that was turned on the ground. Under the action of magic, the crucible quickly melted and transformed into another horn-snoring beast. It was the size of a human head and looked mighty and majestic. It was also impossible to find any flaws on the outside, but when compared Ivan always feels something is missing for the horn-snoring beast above. Spell stop. Ivan waved his magic wand again, and aimed at the newly transformed horn-snoring beast. Unlike the previous spell casting, this time his transformation magic was lifted, and the horn-snorer turned into a cauldron again. How could this be? Ivan was very puzzled. It seems that he had thought wrong before. Even the 7th level transformation magic can't completely change the essence of things. Then there is only one last possibility left. The protection mode is more powerful than he thought, powerful enough to easily reverse the essence of things, and turn a sparse ordinary wood into a living horn-snoring beast. Of course, all of this was his guess. To be more specific, he would have to observe the horn-snorer for a few more days to see if it would return to its original shape to be truly sure. Thinking of this, Ivan took out a transparent jar from the drawer, poked a few holes, and applied an extension curse in it to expand the space, intending to transform it into a new home for the horn-snoring beast, which is convenient for these days. Observed. By the time he finished all this and threw the horn-snoring beast in, it was almost time for dinner. Ivan didn't stay much in the responsive house, stuffed the jar into his pocket, and used the restoration spell to restore the damaged things one by one, and then left here and walked downstairs. Walking all the way to the 3rd floor, Ivan unexpectedly ran into Crouch, who was about to return to the office. He changed his direction and ran after him. Wait, Mr. Crouch. What's wrong, Halls? Crouch turned his head and looked at Ivan in surprise. Nothing, I just want to ask if you found any news about Betty. Ivan asked. Ivan has been busy preparing for the 2nd game these days, and can't really spare too much energy to investigate the whereabouts of Barty Jr., so he thinks that Crouch, who has been idle, might gain something. However, after listening to Ivan's words, Crouch's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a while before speaking. Recently, Moody and I are investigating suspicious people in the castle, but there is no clue yet. Ivan was a little disappointed. It's been more than half a semester, but Barty Little is still missing. Is it true that you have to guard the trophy of the 3 finals and wait for the opponent to replace it with the door key before you capture it? But now anyone with a discerning eye can see that Harry's chances of winning the championship are slim, and Barty Jr. may not adopt the same method as the original space-time. Therefore, Barty must be caught before the start of the 3rd game. Mr. Crouch, do your son Barty Jr. have any obvious characteristics, preferences, or habits? Ivan asked instead. Crouch pondered for a while. He tried to think about Barty's little boy. Only then did he realize that he knew so little about this son that he couldn't tell Barty's hobbies and habits in one breath. A little guilt appeared on Crouch's face. He was annoyed that he had been so busy with work that he had neglected to care about little Barty. If he could find out that Barty and some dark wizards were close in time, maybe things would not develop to where they are today. Although there are not many things that can be recalled, in order to help Ivan, Crouch said as much as he could. My son usually likes to play Quidditch the most www.ndlenovel.com and occasionally studies some dangerous magic. In addition, he highly respects the theory of pure blood, which may be the reason why he surrendered to mysterious people. Is there anything more specific, such as a certain habit that cannot be changed, the obvious one? Ivan interrupted Crouch's words, and it was impossible to determine the identity of Barty Jr. from these alone. Judging from the experience of the original time and space, the other party can be very disguised. Crouch hesitated for a long time, was about to shake his head, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, my son Barty Jr. prefers sweets. Since Azkaban came back, he has been obsessed with sweet things. Ivan nodded. He thought this should be a good clue. If you are really addicted to something, it is not easy to quit it, and this kind of small habit may not be aware of it sometimes. I know so much. I'll give you another picture of him. Crouch sighed, looked through the pocket of the wizard's robe, found a picture and handed it to Ivan. Ivan stretched out his hand and took a look. In the photo, it was a young wizard with pale skin and light yellow hair. The eye sockets were all slightly sunken and looked very thin. Chapter 668, For the Sense of Justice in My Heart. He is my son Batty Jr. This photo was taken last year, but I think it will not change much now. Crouch said with emotion. Thanks, Mr. Crouch, the information you provided should be very helpful. After a few glances, Ivan put the photo away. No, it's me who caused you trouble. Crouch shook his head, said with a wry smile, then looked at Ivan, hesitated for a while, and asked again. Halls, take the liberty to ask, why are you so obsessed with finding my son Batty Jr.? Crouch was very puzzled about this. Naturally, he didn't want to excuse Batty. On the contrary, he hoped that his son could be caught as soon as possible, so as to make up for the mistakes he had committed before. But Crouch believes that such matters should be left to the principal and faculty members. Shouldn't children as old as Ivan focus on studying and living? What's more, Ivan is still a Hogwarts warrior and just won the second game. It stands to reason that it is the time to celebrate with his friends. Mr. Crouch, Harry is my best friend, now he is in danger, of course I can't let it go. Ivan explained. There is another important reason Ivan did not say, that is, Barty Crouch Jr. is planning to send Harry to Voldemort, so that the Dark Lord can be reborn. In order to stay for a few more years, Ivan felt that it would be better to disturb Voldemort's resurrection plan. This is the reason why he is so concerned. Is it for friends and a sense of justice in your heart? Crouch looked at Ivan with a complex expression. He had similar ideas once before. Crouch patted Ivan on the shoulder with emotion, and after a few words of encouragement, he turned and left. With new clues, Ivan stopped chatting with Crouch and walked all the way downstairs to the auditorium. Entering the hall, Ivan found that he was a little late. The long table of the 4 colleges was already full of people. Fortunately, Harry, Ron, and Hermione left a space for himself, and Ivan hurried over and took a seat. Come down. Ivan, where did you go? George and the others held a celebration in the lounge in the afternoon, but they never waited for you. Harry asked curiously. I found an empty classroom to practice magic. You know, I don't always like to attend celebrations. I might as well read 2 more books at that time. Ivan said vaguely, using a magic wand. Clicking on the empty plate in front of him, a delicious steak appeared in front of him. You should have told me in advance. I knew I wouldn't go. Harry sighed, thinking of the enthusiastic Gryffindors in the afternoon. He wanted to find a place to sew down. Because of Ivan's absence, most of the little lions have transferred firepower to him, and they kept asking him to repeat the dangerous experience at the bottom of the lake, as if they didn't get tired of listening at all. George and Fred even made up his rescue of Ginny into an epic love story, and teased Ginny as his most beloved baby. Harry kept complaining about George and Fred's mischief, but Ivan on the side didn't hear what Harry was talking about. His attention had long been on the little wizards who like to eat sweets. But Ivan looked around and quickly realized that it was too difficult to find Barty Crouch Jr. based on the characteristic of eating sweets. Because most little wizards have a special preference for sweets, if you check one by one, when do you have to find out? Ivan frowned and was very disappointed. He thought he had got a key clue that he could use to find Batty, but now it seems that this clue is of limited use. Kong dang! Just as Ivan was thinking about it, a crisp sound suddenly came from the hall, interrupting his thoughts. Ivan turned his head strangely and looked there, and found that it was the reckless Neville who accidentally ran into Moody, who was about to leave the auditorium. There was still a knocked-over plate on the ground, and the pastries inside were so random. Scattered on the ground. Hug, sorry, Professor Moody, I didn't mean it. Neville stumbled and sat on the ground. As soon as he looked up, he saw Moody's scarred face, and the words were unsuccessful for a while. Be careful next time, kid. Moody said irritably, and pulled Neville up, who fell to the ground, and then pierced his cane and cast a clean-up spell to clean up the broken plates and pastries into the trash. In the bag. Is Professor Moody's always like this? Ivan looked at this scene from a distance, with the thought, suddenly asked. Of course, Professor Moody just looks fierce, but he is actually very good. Harry nodded, and after most of the semester's contact, his impression of Moody is getting better and better. Although Moody's usually behaves very harshly in class, they can always learn a lot of new knowledge in Moody's defense against the dark arts class. Yet, if Professor Moody can be a little more normal in normal times, don't always suspect that someone wants to murder him, it would be better. Ron on the side also complained. I'm not asking you this. Ivan rolled his eyes. I mean, did you notice that Professor Moody likes to eat some desserts after meals? Harry and Ron glanced at each other, then shook their heads together. Who is okay to pay attention to this? Ivan sighed www.mtlnovel.com knowing that he could not count on them, he remembered it for himself. He vaguely remembered that he had seen Moody's take it after the meal during the first time of school. Some pastries, donuts, etc., but I don't know if this happens often. Professor Moody does have a habit of eating dessert, what's wrong? What do you ask this for? Hermione said suddenly. Are you sure? Ivan put his hand on Hermione's shoulder and asked eagerly. I listened to those house elves in the kitchen. Professor Moody would sometimes go to the kitchen in the middle of the night to prepare them for supper. Hermione pursed her mouth and said dissatisfiedly, and then she opened the conversation box the same, continue to talk endlessly. Those house elves are already poor enough. They need to be busy during the day, cleaning the entire castle and preparing food for us. At night, they should have a good rest, but there are always people who will disturb them in the middle of the night. Having said that, Hermione also glanced at Ivan, because from the information she had learned, Ivan would occasionally go to the kitchen in the middle of the night to force the house elves to cook. Chapter 669, Yet, how could it be him? Come on, Hermione, those house elves don't need to rest, they can't wait to work all day long. Ron said with a sneer. Hermione stared at him angrily, about to refute, but saw Ivan standing next to him suddenly stand up, throw the knife and fork aside, and ran straight outside. Ivan? Where are you going? Hermione shouted, but Ivan did not stop to explain, and quickly disappeared in the hallway. Hermione hesitated for a while, and roughly guessed where Ivan wanted to go, and then dropped the tableware and ran after him. Are they not going to eat anymore? Ron asked curiously as he looked at Ivan and Hermione who left the table one after another. How do I know? Harry was also at a loss, completely confused. After leaving the hall, Ivan opened the map of Hwadian for the first time and checked it. Strands of black ink gradually surfaced on the parchment paper, sketching out the plan of the entire castle and its names. Ivan saw the name that was moving at a glance. Alastair Moody. Ivan frowned, and after a while, he put away the life spot map. When he looked up again, he had already arrived in the basement of the castle. In front of him was an exceptionally wide stone corridor. The torches on both sides illuminated the surroundings very brightly. The thick stone walls were decorated with many pictures, which were all food. Ivan walked quickly to a picture with a large fruit plate, stretched out his hand and scratched the large green pear lightly. The pear squirmed suddenly, and smiled, suddenly becoming a big one. Green door handle. Ivan grabbed it, and when he was about to push it away, he heard a rush of footsteps behind him, and turned his head to find that it was Hermione. Hermione, what are you doing with you? Ivan was very strange. Of course I'm here to help. Hermione vowed. I am very familiar with these house elves, and have dealt with them many times. Ivan nodded helplessly. Since they are all here, he is always difficult to drive people, so he had to grab the doorknob and push the door to the kitchen open. Inside is a very tall room, the same size as the auditorium above. There are many gleaming copper pots and basins on the surrounding stone wall, and there is a large brick fireplace at the other end of the room. The most eye-catching is the 4 long wooden tables, placed exactly the same as the tables of the 4 colleges in the auditorium above. From time to time, Ivan could see short house elves busying themselves inside, placing rows of painstakingly crafted foods on the table. After a while, these foods disappeared without a trace. Obviously, they were caught by the students. We summoned up. Each house elves are very hard-working. They work non-stop every day. They hardly make mistakes, but they can't live a little better. Hermione said very disappointed. Ivan didn't reply. In fact, the house elves at Hogwarts were already pretty good compared to other similar experiences. Those house elves who served the pureblood families had a miserable life. The arrival of the 2 of them naturally couldn't hide from these careful house elves. The nearest ones immediately put aside the work at hand and surrounded Ivan's body. As for Hermione next to them, they were completely raised by these house elves. The wizard ignored it. Because the other party always comes here to spread some evil theories, the house elves are afraid to avoid them. Mr. Halls, do you have any needs? The house elf in the lead said very eagerly. Ivan squatted down, stared at the opponent as much as possible, and asked gently. I came here to ask you something. I heard that Professor Moody often asks you to prepare a supper at night, is that right? Yes. Mr. Moody told us that he needs to investigate suspicious people in the castle, usually very late, so he needs an extra midnight snack. We are happy to help. The house elf shouted proudly. Tau. Ivan nodded, not caring whether it was clean or not, so he sat on the floor and started thinking. The house elves gathered around Ivan quietly, motionless, and Hermione didn't dare to disturb Ivan's thinking by a loud voice. After a long while, Ivan seemed to have recovered and looked at the house elves again. Have you cleaned Professor Moody's office? I have been there once, what should I say? It's very messy. Mr. Moody never let us into his office. He said there are many dangerous collections, and each one is deadly enough. The house elf replied very frustrated. Is that so? Ivan slowly stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and finally said. I suddenly want to eat a supper, please prepare it for me, just follow Professor Moody's request. The house elves are very happy to get busy. After more than 10 minutes, Ivan opened the door and left the kitchen enthusiastically by the house elves. In comparison, Ivan had an extra dinner plate in his hand, on which was placed half a steak, a large bunch of hot dogs, a few mousse cakes and a small amount of dessert. Would you like to eat? Hermione. Ivan cut off a piece of hot dog and ate it, then handed the plate to Hermione, motioning. Hermione shook her head. Hearing what Ivan had said before, she didn't even have the heart to eat, so she hurriedly asked. Are you suspicious of Professor Moody? But, how is that possible? Hermione felt a little unbelievable. www.mdlenovel.com. Moody is a legendary auror, and has helped them a lot during most of the semester. She is the best she has ever seen. Great defense against the dark arts class professor. Yet, how could that be possible? Ivan nodded in agreement, picking up a piece of mousse cake and stuffing it into his mouth. Hermione bit her lip dully, her brown eyes fixed on Ivan. Of course she could hear the perfunctory words of Ivan. Ivan scratched his head. In fact, he didn't want Hermione to participate in this kind of thing, but he obviously couldn't hold it back now, so he pointed to the dinner plate in his hand and said. Do you think Professor Moody is the king of the stomach? 3 meals a day, eat a lot of desserts after the meal, and then go to the kitchen to eat supper in the evening. Hermione looked at the plate Ivan was holding, and immediately understood what he meant. This supper was full of portions, and it was enough for both of them to eat for dinner. So you said it is possible that Professor Moody needs to feed another person. Otherwise, why wouldn't he eat directly in the auditorium and kitchen? He has to run around with a plate, so he won't be so anxious every time. Right. Ivan guessed boldly. Chapter 670, Clue. Hermione was taken aback by Ivan's guess. She was so surprised that she couldn't help but ask. You mean Professor Moody's imprisoned another person in the castle, so he needs to prepare extra food for him? If this is possible, I would prefer that person hide in his office. Ivan nodded. That's why he doesn't allow the elf to clean his room. Hermione muttered to herself, she already wondered why Ivan had asked those questions before. But why did Professor Moody do this? I heard that he was a powerful auror before. He has captured a lot of dark wizards and Death Eaters. It is impossible to serve the mysterious man. Hermione was very confused. If Ivan hadn't told Moody's all kinds of doubts, she couldn't imagine that Professor Moody might be a bad person. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Ivan shook his head. He couldn't be sure whether it was true or not. There were too many doubts. Moreover, Moody himself is a very suspicious person. It is normal not to allow house elves to enter the room. This is also the reason why he has noticed something strange before but has no doubt. Could it be that someone pretended to be Professor Moody with the compound decoction, and then hid the real Professor Moody? Hermione immediately thought of this possibility, only then Professor Moody must provide food to another person, lest he starve to death. It shouldn't be, the time effect of the compound decoction is limited, unless he can replenish it at any time, it will definitely reveal the stuff. Ivan shook his head. He had checked this a long time ago, and Moody did not carry the wine with him. It is the habit of the Gord to not drink a certain kind of beverage from time to time during class. In contrast, I suspect it is the Imperious Curse. Ivan said hesitantly. Hermione's eyes widened. Of course, she understood what the Imperious Curse was. Moody just explained the effects of this magic in the defense against the dark arts class this year. It can control a wizard unconsciously and even more so. Listed as the 3 most unforgivable curses. Moody's is a very cautious auror. His willpower is not weak. It is impossible for ordinary people to control him for such a long time. I guess it was a mysterious person who did it himself. In order to prevent Moody from breaking free, he must be alone. Supervise him and consolidate the effect of the Imperious Curse regularly. Ivan spoke openly. Ivan has also practiced such a practical black magic as the Imperious Curse, and is clear about the drawbacks of it being broken away by the strong-willed. As for the solution to the shortcomings, it is not impossible. Just like he controlled not, sending someone to monitor and consolidate the Imperious Curse on a regular basis can greatly prevent the opponent from getting out of his control. Of course, this method is not perfect. Because it is easy to cast the Imperious Curse on the same person in a short period of time, it is easy for the other party to have corresponding resistance, which greatly weakens the power of the spell, which requires more frequent spells until it falls into an infinite loop. Hermione's understanding of Ivan's curse was far less clear than Ivan's, but she could understand the seriousness of the matter, so after Ivan finished her guess, she hurriedly pulled him to run upstairs. Since Professor Moody is under control, let's save him now. Wait, Hermione. Yvonne helplessly stopped Hermione's movements, and then said again in the little witch's puzzled eyes. I'm only suspicious, there is not enough evidence to prove it. What if Professor Moody is really a big appetite, and happens to like to eat midnight snacks while working overtime at night? This is not impossible. Hermione was dumbfounded, she stared at Yvonne blankly, and after a while, she pursed her lips in distress and spoke. Then what should we do? Of course I go back and think about it, and see if I can find more clues in the past few days. Yvonne said hesitantly, but before he could finish this time, Hermione interrupted directly. Don't lie to me, you must be going to find Professor Moody alone later. The little witch bit her lip and stared at Yvonne very angrily. How could she not guess that Yvonne was going to fool herself, and then ventured on her own? She couldn't hate to say a few words for a while. But thinking that she might not be able to help with following, Hermione swallowed the words that had arrived again, feeling depressed in her heart, and finally had to whisper aggrievedly. This is too dangerous, you should at least tell Professor Dumbledore about this. What if this is actually a trap, and someone deliberately reveals a flaw to lure you into being fooled? Yvonne looked at the little witch in front of him, sighed for a long time, and said in compromise. Well, you are right this time. Due to the inconvenience of revealing a lot of information, Yvonne has become accustomed to solving all the problems by one person over the years, and occasionally has been tricked several times, but Hermione reminded him this time that there is indeed no need to take risks alone. Half an hour later. In the principal's room on the top floor of the tower, Yvonne briefly explained his guess, while Dumbledore was pacing in the white office with his brows frowned. Hals, can you be sure that Alastor was controlled by the Imperious spell? Dumbledore asked. Yvonne shook his head. Everything he said was just guessing, and he couldn't be 100% sure. Professor Dumbledore, is there no way to detect this kind of black magic? Hermione said suspiciously. It's a pity www.mdlenovel.com Miss Granger, as far as I know, there is no special counter curse for the Imperious curse, otherwise it would not be classified as an unforgivable curse. Dumbledore replied. Yvonne nodded. The magic of the Imperious curse is very tricky. It once caused a lot of trouble to the Ministry of Magic. Death Eaters like Lucius used it to get rid of sin, relying on the difficulty of the Imperious curse. Features of forensics. Only those clever masters can find some clues by browsing the memory. But Moody's vigilance is too high, if someone uses sanctuary on him, he will definitely be noticed. Yvonne recalled several previous contacts, and found that Moody almost used that magic eye to look at himself. Obviously, the other party was consciously guarding against this. Dumbledore pondered for a long time. Alastor is one of his most trusted friends. Since most of the school year, the other party has not revealed anything wrong, everything is so familiar, so he never doubted this old friend, and even entrusted the other party with the heavy task of investigating the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 671, Track. If what Yvonne said is true, then his move will undoubtedly become a joke. But what makes him even more angry is that Moody's might be manipulated by others. Fortunately, the anger did not affect Dumbledore's thinking, so he quickly found the doubt. Halls, I remember that you and Alastor together exposed Batty's mistakes more than 2 months ago, and it was from this that we learned about the escape of Batty. If, according to your guess, Barty Young controlled Aristo through the Imperious curse, why did he take the initiative to expose this matter? Dumbledore asked questioningly. I haven't figured this out yet, Professor. Yvonne shrugged helplessly. It was precisely because of Moody's actions last time that he could not be sure of the other party's suspicion. Could it be that Professor Moody wanted to gain your trust by this? Hermione tried to analyze. Yvonne rolled his eyes. Before Crouch was found, no one but himself knew that it was Barty Jr. secretly. The other party is not a lunatic. If you want to gain your own trust, you can use another method. There is no need to expose Crouch at the risk of identity exposure. However, beyond Ivan's expectation, Dumbledore nodded, confirming Hermione's conjecture. It's possible. Yvonne looked at the old professor in surprise, and then listened to him to add. During the summer vacation last year, I received a message that someone broke into the courtyard of Alastor. According to the testimony of nearby residents, there should have been a small explosion. While talking, Dumbledore rummaged through the drawer to find a letter and turned it over and handed it to the two of them. Yvonne leaned forward and took a look. The signature on the envelope was Arthur Weasley, and the contents were the same as Dumbledore said. The night before Moody's departure for Hogwarts, someone heard a loud explosion from his house. Because it was in Muggle territory, the wizards who forbid the abuse of the magic office quickly arrived. The person in charge of this matter is Arthur Weasley. The end of the envelope also stated the results of the investigation. The wizards who went to the investigation agreed that it was because it was too dark that Moody mistakenly regarded a trashcan as a dark wizard who intended to attack him, and duel with it caused the explosion. Occur. Looking at this report, Yvonne was very speechless. He was very suspicious of Arthur Weasley's professionalism. He took a bunch of people to investigate, and finally came to such a nonsense conclusion that who would be okay with a trash box for a duel? This is not the first time that something like this has happened. Dumbledore said helplessly. Since Moody's retired, various small accidents have not happened every other time, so when he received this news, he did not pay much attention to it, let alone Moody's words and deeds for the next half of the year. It is usually the same, and there is nothing suspicious about it. Then Professor, what should we do now? Shall we directly confront Professor Moody? Hermione asked. Dumbledore shook his head and said in a deep voice. No, there are mistakes and omissions, I think I should try it out first. It's a good opportunity tonight. After discussing the specific details, Yvonne left the principal's office with Hermione, thinking about what to do tonight. Along the way, Hermione hesitated to speak and stopped, looking worried. The two returned to Gryffindor's lounge in silence and opened the door. The lively and cheerful atmosphere inside almost made Yvonne wonder if he had entered another world. Many people greeted him enthusiastically. It wasn't until I saw the victory flag hanging on the wall that Yvonne remembered that he had just won the second game this morning. But when I was distressed, of course Yvonne didn't have the intention to celebrate. He fooled a few words at random, then went back to the bedroom tiredly, set an alarm clock for himself, and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, in a daze, Yvonne was awakened by a harsh alarm, and when he sat up from the bed and turned off the alarm, it was already a little closer. Quietly in the dark bedroom, he set up a sound-blocking magic on the mosquito net, so that even if it was noisy inside, it would not disturb the sleeping Harry and others. Yvonne carefully took out the life spot map and put his wand on it. I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. As Yvonne whispered the export order, delicate ink lines gradually emerged from the blank parchment, connecting each other to form a plan. With the spilt moonlight by the window, Yvonne probed Moody's movement, and finally found that he was staying in the staff lounge honestly. Haven't started action yet? Or is it over? Yvonne was a little confused. According to the house elves, Moody would go to the kitchen every 2 or 3 days in the middle of the night, asking the elves to prepare him a supper, and Moody did not visit there in the past 2 days, so the possibility of action today is great. Just as Yvonne doubted whether Moody was planning to go out tonight, the name on the map of Hogwarts suddenly began to move. Yvonne was startled, staring at Moody's name, watching him all the way downstairs, passing the hall, and then into the kitchen. Yvonne no longer delayed, got up directly from the bed, blessed himself with a phantom spell, ran out of the bedroom, and chased him all the way. When he walked downstairs and crossed a corridor www.ndlenovel.com, Moody had just walked out of the kitchen. Because I was too afraid of Moody's magic eyes, Yvonne did not dare to get too close, only dared to hang far away, at least a little relieved between 2 corridors. And Moody didn't seem to notice that he was being followed, and the name on the map of the point of life still moved slowly and regularly. After leaving the kitchen, Moody walked straight to the office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class and stayed there. For a while. In about 10 seconds, the Alastair Moody in the map of Hogwarts disappeared directly into this office. Sure enough. Yvonne muttered to himself as he watched this scene in astonishment, which confirmed his previous guess. There must be a secret space in Moody's office that isolates the inside and outside, just like the box where Barty Crouch Jr. held Moody in the original time and space. If you draw the isolation magic text on the box, it is not impossible to shield the exploration of the life point map. Yvonne hadn't forgotten that his isolation magic text still consulted Tom Riddle for advice, which shows that there is no technical problem with the other party. Chapter 672, The Secret Road in the Office. Holding the wand, Yvonne crossed a corridor to the front of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class office, hesitating whether to go directly in to catch people or stay at the door and wait for Moody to come out before launching an attack. Ivan's own strength is outstanding. He believes that Moody and Batty are not his opponents, but he will not be blind. Choosing the latter is obviously safer. However, what he didn't expect was that Moody, who entered the office, seemed to be lying inside, meaning that he had not seen it. Yvonne waited in place for more than 10 minutes, but his little patience was gradually exhausted in the cold wind. As a last resort, Yvonne turned his gaze to the spot map again, this time not to see if Moody had come out, but to try to find the locations of Dumbledore and Hermione. According to the previous agreement, they should have already arrived. But to Ivan's surprise, the names of Dumbledore and Hermione also magically disappeared on this live spot map. Ivan's brows frowned. This situation was completely beyond his expectation. In the past 4 years, he has solved a lot of trouble by relying on the map of the life point, but today it completely failed. Aren't they going in early? Yvonne muttered to himself. He somewhat suspected that Dumbledore had taken Hermione to arrest someone. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Yvonne, who was blowing a cold wind outside the door, finally made up his mind and went to Moody's office to take a look. Prot egos, armor body protection. Yvonne first cautiously blessed himself with an iron armor curse, and then pointed to the door lock to release another. Alahora, Alaho cave opens. With a slight noise, the door of the locked office was opened. Ivan opened the door gently and walked in. It was dark inside, and he couldn't see his fingers. It wasn't until he cast a spell to light the fireplace on the side, and the orange fire illuminates the surroundings. The interior layout is the same as when he came last time, it is still so messy, many documents and weird magic items are piled on the wooden table so randomly. In the mirror directly opposite, several figures were also vaguely photographed, which looked very strange. Ivan took a few steps forward to take a closer look, but the monster skull hanging on the wall next to it made a buzzing sound. Diffindo, torn apart. Almost instantly, Ivan hit a curse backhand, blasting the monster's skull to pieces. Looking at the debris on the ground, Ivan was not happy at all. He didn't know how this magic prop was used for alert, whether it was a sound or something else, and whether Moody understood that he had come in. Forget it, I have to match it anyway. Ivan sighed and didn't struggle with this for too long. He had known that Moody had installed a security device in his office, and he didn't expect to be able to hide it. The opponent is nothing more than a head-on fight. Thinking about it this way, Ivan was no longer as cautious as before, and his eyes were placed directly on the 7 large boxes piled in the corner. He strode over, blasted the lock on the box with a spell, kicked the first box to the ground, and a pile of spell books and a few broken sight glasses fell on the ground. Then, the first 6 boxes were opened by Ivan one by one, containing all kinds of sundries, as well as a few conspicuous black magic items. Ivan's movements also became more cautious, but the speed was not slow at all, and soon opened the last box. What disappointed him was that there was no secret tunnel as he had imagined in it, and a few stacks of newspapers and a pile of student homework were randomly placed in the box. That's weird, where would it be? Ivan touched his chin, muttered to himself in a low voice, glanced around and looked at every part of the office. Since Moody's disappeared out of thin air in this office, there must be another enclosed space. Could it be that there is a passage in the fireplace? Or could it be said that Moody left here through fluid-fan teleportation? Ivan glanced at it and thought it was impossible. Make a hole behind the wall? It's also difficult. This is Hogwarts, and the entire castle is blessed with magic. It is not so easy to transform it. Ivan's gaze wandered in the office, passing the mirror and small cabinet, and suddenly saw the mahogany table in the center of the office, and then his gaze froze. Because this wooden table is very strange, it looks square and has no legs underneath it, to some extent it is no different from a large box. The most important thing is that he has been to the offices of several professors and has never seen this style of desk. It is likely that Moody's brought it himself. Ivan walked to the mahogany table and tapped gently on the table. A crisp sound was transmitted from the contact point. The corners of Ivan's mouth were slightly raised, which proved that the table was completely empty. It would destroy the magic of the extended space inside, causing Moody's death. Ivan did not dare to blow up the table with a curse violently, but carefully studied the way to open the wooden table. This is not a difficult task for Ivan, who is close to level 7 in alchemy. It took less than half a minute for Ivan to find the activation mechanism, a sensor with a golden antenna on the corner of the table. After some fiddling, the golden antenna shrank, the wooden table vibrated slowly, and a gap broke open on the left and right, and the front baffle quickly sank underneath, and an open channel appeared in Ivan. In front of this passage is like a door, inside is a dark and narrow corridor. At the moment of opening, a strong smell came out. Ivan subconsciously covered his nose, stepped back, almost thinking it was some special dark magic, and then remembered that when he entered Moody's office for the first time, he seemed to smell almost a strange smell. There should be no need for Moody and Barty to commit suicide. Wanting to understand this, Ivan released the hand covering his nose and smelled it carefully. It vaguely felt like a mixture of feces, rotting food, and fermentation. Thinking of the food that Moody's brings in every day and the poor ventilation of this wooden box, www.mentalnovel.com, Ivan probably understands how this smell accumulates. I have to say that in order to successfully hide the map of the survival point, Barty Crouch Jr. is really cruel to himself. Ivan sneered, blessed him with a bubble-head curse to avoid smelling those unpleasant smells, and then followed the stairs of the passage all the way down. The torches on both sides ignited one by one, illuminating the road ahead. What surprised Ivan was that there were a large number of daily prophets posted on the 4 walls. At first glance, the conspicuous front page headlines were all familiar faces, and they were all news related to him and Harry. Report. Ivan was too late to look, and his gaze froze in the room at the end of the passage. Moody, whom he had been looking for, was standing there at the moment, looking at a huge speculum with his back facing him, motionless, as if he hadn't moved yet. Notice that someone came in. But when I got closer, Ivan saw that what appeared in the looking glass was the image in the office above, and it was obvious that Moody had spotted him when he first came in. Chapter 673, Just stay here and reflect on it. Hearing this, Ivan squeezed his wand tightly and speeded up his pace, just like chatting in the usual way, and said in greeting. Good evening, Professor Moody. Only then did Moody's stiff body move. He slowly turned his head, and looked at Yvonne with that strange magic eye. His tone was very calm. House, what are you doing in my office in the middle of the night? Does that still need to be said? Of course I came to you. Yvonne said casually, his eyes constantly scanning around. He was looking for the young Barty Crouch who might be hidden in the dark. However, the neighborhood is very dim, and the light from the candlelight is very limited. Yvonne can only vaguely see a bed on the corner and a large cabinet on the right side. There may be people in these two places. Aren't you going to explain? Professor. Yvonne looked around, and finally turned his gaze to Moody's body and asked. Yvonne was not in a hurry to do it. He had been in the office for a few minutes just now, and this period was enough time for the other party to make some preparations. Moreover, Mo Diming knew he was going to come in and stood here so bluntly, obviously trying to lure him into attack. There is nothing to explain, Halls. It is indeed beyond my expectation that you can find this place today, but it just so happens that I was still thinking about how to bring you here. Moody said slowly. At the same time, the scarred face looked extra hideous under the light of the fire. Ivan's pupils shrank slightly, and before he thought about the meaning of this passage, a warning sign appeared in his heart, and the door of the right cabinet suddenly exploded. Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra. The hoarse and sharp voice echoed in the enclosed space, and a dazzling green light flashed in mid-air. Yvonne instantly used the ability of Longhua, dodged in a sharp roll, and a hole was blown out in the wall behind. The moment Barty started, Moody also raised his cane, but before he could brew the magic, he was interrupted by an inexplicable coercion. Even Barty Crouch Jr. on one side was also affected, and his movements were half a beat slow. Yvonne didn't know why, but he wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. He immediately waved his wand and pointed at the sight glass behind Moody's. Under the action of the flying curse, the huge sight glass flew over and hit Moody's body directly. He staggered. Yvonne won the power and didn't forgive, hitting the second curse at almost the same moment. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. Considering that Moody was only under control, not the real enemy, Yvonne did not directly attack him, but used relatively mild spells to subdue him. A brilliant beam of light flashed in the air, and Moody pulled the sight glass to block it, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed that the effect of petrification was continuously spreading along the edge of the mirror. Moody's face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly kicked the sight glass aside. Little Batty has adapted to the inexplicable coercion this time, a pair of bloodshot eyes staring at Yvonne stubbornly, surrounded by Moody's horns, the two alternately cooperated to cast spells. The exhausting spell beams speeded and intertwined in the dimly lit room. Yifan relied on the protection of the protective ring and dragon scales to deal with the two, and he knew very well that the two-on-one battle was extremely detrimental to him, and he had to contain one and deal with the order first. Fortunately, this happens to be what he is best at. Expecto Patronum, Hush and Guard. Ivan's wand was lightly tapped, and wisps of white mist quickly emerged from the top of the wand, condensing into a proud unicorn in less than a second. Accompanied by a crisp neigh, the shadow of the unicorn rushed towards little Batty under the mist. Reducto, bone to pieces. Although Barty Crouch Jr. didn't understand why Yvonne was casting the patron saint curse here, he wouldn't sit and watch the opponent's patron saint approaching, raised his hand and cast a spell. However, to his expectation, the curse beam passed directly through the body of the unicorn shadow, bringing wisps of white mist. Is this really just a patron saint? Seeing that his curse had no effect, little Batty's heart was a little doubtful, and he wondered if the other party was fooling himself, so as to distract him. Thinking about it this way, the vain unicorn had already approached in front of him, at an astonishing speed, and stepped down with his hooves high. The distracted young Barty Crouch couldn't dodge at all, reluctantly blessed himself with a protective spell, and was kicked out by a pair of hooves. On the other side, Yvonne has a dual purpose. While manipulating the shadow of the unicorn, he set out to deal with Moody. Several rings on his fingers were lit up, and the plural spells were like intertwined artillery fire, not at all. Give Moody a chance to breathe. But the old aura skills were unexpectedly flexible. Under the effect of the transfiguration curse, his wooden prosthetic legs were sharper than the real ones. After a few rolls, he escaped Ivan's continuous casting and kicked down again. A cabinet served as a shelter, blocking a sleeping spell. Those round and round magic eyes kept spinning, watching every movement of Yvonne in his eyes, and then guessing the spell Yvonne was going to use in advance through the gestures of casting spells, and finding a way to deal with it. Yvonne, who had been unable to attack for a long time, finally no longer kept his hand. Under the wave of his wand, an invisible blade of magic power flew past and cut the heavy cabinet into two directly. Moody's hiding behind only felt his hairs stand up. He struggled to support it, and rolled sideways, and dodged dangerously, but the wooden prosthetic leg was still wiped and broke into two immediately. Moody didn't care to stand up, so he launched a counterattack. The cabinet that had been cut in half quickly deformed, turned into two weird cheetahs, and ran towards Ivan. Ivan smiled. It was the first time he met someone who was competing with him for transformation magic. He raised his hand at random and the two dashing cheetahs quickly swelled up www.intelnovel.com and finally violently explode. A large amount of broken wood fell to the ground from mid-air, then floated up under the guidance of Ivan, and smashed towards Moody with howling. Impediment, huge obstacles. Moody's legs and feet were inconvenient to dodge, so he had to release an obstacle curse in an attempt to resist Ivan's magic. A large number of broken pieces of wood hit the magic barrier and quickly broke it. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon. Ivan raised his hand to cast the spell again, and a crimson beam hit Moody's body and blasted him out. Moody flew horizontally and hit the wall behind, and the wand in his hand also dropped out and fell to the side. Just stay here, take a good look, Professor. Ivan waved his wand and stunned Moody with a coma spell, jokingly said. There is no counter curse for the Imperious Curse. It is very troublesome to get Moody back to normal, so it is better to stun him. Chapter 674, Wars in Collapsed Spaces. After cooking Moody, Ivan stepped forward and picked up the magic wand on the ground, then turned around and prepared to deal with Barty Crouch Jr. In these few minutes, Barty Crouch Jr. also found a way to deal with the shadow of the unicorn. After being poked a blood hole in his arm, he finally seized the opportunity to take advantage of the moment when the shadow of the unicorn materialized, using powerful black magic to smash this difficult guardian into a mist. The two vacated their hands almost at the same time, and their eyes quickly met each other. Ivan was no different from when he first came in. Before his momentum was even better, pieces of dragon scales climbed up on his neck, covering a third of his face. In contrast, Barty Crouch Jr. is much more miserable, with a sunken face, a haggard face, and thick blood stains on clothes that have not been washed for a long time. It seems that your master doesn't trust you that much. Ivan said with a sneer. From the reaction of Barty Crouch Jr. to the shadow of the unicorn just now, Ivan can see that he has no knowledge of his own blood magic. This shows that Voldemort did not reveal the details of his fight a few years ago to this loyal servant. Oh, yes, he certainly wouldn't say that he had been beaten and fled by a first-year little wizard. Ivan suddenly thought of this and said sarcastically. Barty Crouch Jr.'s face suddenly became gloomy. He didn't even pay attention to Ivan's nonsense, his expression looked a little crazy, and he muttered to himself. Don't struggle, no one can stop the Dark Lord's plan. No one. Barty Crouch Jr. laughed madly, staring at Ivan with bloodshot eyes, and waved his wand vigorously. Reducto, bone to pieces. The weird curse beam flew past. Ivan frowned, raised his wand lightly, and the wooden chair beside him flew horizontally, hitting the beam directly. As soon as the two touched, the wooden chair exploded in an instant. Flaming flames. Ivan's wand pointed again, and a large amount of broken wood burned, and flew towards little Barty howling. Unexpectedly, Barty Crouch Jr. did not dodge, but carried it abruptly. The hot pieces of wood hit the body and plunged into the meat, but little Batty ignored it, and even laughed more enthusiastically. Come on, Ivan Halls, die here with me. Use blood and fire to commemorate the master's rebirth. Barty Crouch Jr. yelled and raised his blood-stained left hand, his eyes were crimson and he cut off his with black magic. The extreme pain and hatred were quickly transformed into power under the action of black magic, and the wand reached the direction where Ivan and Moody were, and shouted madly. Conf Ringo, Thunderbolt Explosion. Little Batty yelled hysterically, the orange-red fire light lit up at the top of the wand, and then the hot fireball spewed out, rapidly expanding in mid-air, and soon grew to the size of 3 meters, the billowing heat waves overwhelming the sky. Crazy. Ivan, who witnessed this scene, had a numb scalp and could not help cursing. Of course he can see that Barty Crouch Jr. is using self-mutilation to increase the power of black magic, but this space is only the size of a classroom, and using a large-scale blasting spell here is tantamount to self-destruction. But now is obviously not the time to consider this. Ivan is casting one after another protective magic at the fastest speed in his life. Prot Egos, Armor Bodyguard. Impedimento, there are many obstacles. The wooden bed is coming. After Ivan cast several protection spells in succession, he waved his wand and pointed at the big bed as the last protection. Barty Crouch Jr.'s crazy laughter reverberated all around. The huge fireball had swelled to the size of 4 meters, but the power of hatred and pain was beyond ordinary, far beyond his control, so it was not unexpected. The fireball exploded when it flew halfway. The hot flames and violent shock waves spread in all directions. The protective spells elaborately laid by Ivan quickly cracked, and then crashed into pieces. As the caster, Barty Crouch was blown away by the heat wave the first time. The deafening explosion sounded, endless light and heat poured into this small space. It took more than half a minute before the explosion gradually subsided. Only the tyrannical flames still swallowed all the combustibles in the room like Tarsus maggots, and the wooden table standing in front was roasted into black coke. Fortunately, multiple protections greatly weakened the power of this blasting spell, and with the protection of dragon scales, Yvonne who was hiding behind did not suffer any harm. However, the rapid increase in temperature and the lack of oxygen still caused great trouble for Yvonne. Had it not been for the magic of the bubble head curse, he would have passed out of a coma due to lack of oxygen. Oh, Professor Moody. Ivan's face changed abruptly. Only then did I remember that Moody was still here. The magic of Barty Crouch Jr. was too amazing just now, and he just forgotten Moody for strengthening his protection. Yvonne hurriedly turned his head to look for Moody, and unexpectedly saw a golden barrier erected on the corner of the wall, and two human figures could be vaguely seen standing inside. The next moment, the golden barrier disintegrated, and Dumbledore, wearing a purple robe, appeared in front of Yvonne. Hermione stood beside him, holding her breath hard, her face flushed. And Moody fell to the ground unconsciously as before. Hermione? Professor Dumbledore. Yvonne looked at the two of them, and said in surprise. You did a great job. www.mdlenovel.com helps. Dumbledore gently waved his wand, and flames from all sides floated to him, and they were all extinguished under the anti-curse. Professor, since you are here, why didn't you stop Barty Jr. from casting spells just now? Yvonne looked at Dumbledore and said rather depressed. Please forgive me for the poor reaction speed of an old wizard, Halls, I have just arrived. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said apologetically. Yvonne rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that Dumbledore had just arrived. There was no such a coincidence. He even suspected that the other party was standing on the side and peeking at him fighting Moody and Barty Little, but he remained on the sidelines without moving. Thinking of this, Yvonne couldn't help being a little angry, but before he could even say something, the surrounding space shook. He looked around in a panic and was shocked to see that the surrounding wooden walls were rapidly collapsing. The explosion just now destroyed the magic that expands this space. It seems we need to get out of here soon. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, his expression becoming solemn. Chapter 675, The Horror of Master Pantheon. Professor, how do we leave here now? Hermione asked anxiously, looking at the entrance, but the entire corridor had collapsed first, leaving only a deep darkness there. Yvonne closed his eyes and felt it, he wanted to try if he could teleport it out with apparition. Unfortunately, the answer is no. This place still belongs to Hogwarts, more like an extended space like the House of Request, so the wizard's teleportation magic cannot be used here. The only exception is the Tri-Finals Cup venue, where the space blockade was lifted to facilitate the access of the aura and the transportation of construction materials. This is also the reason why in the original time and space, the young baddie has already gained Harry's trust, but he didn't directly give him the door key, but waited for Harry to break through to win the championship. Damn, Barty Crouch Jr. didn't really intend to die with him. Yvonne frowned and turned to look at Dumbledore, only to find that his face was calm. Suddenly, a misty singing sound resounded in the confined space. The golden red phoenix fox flew out from nowhere, and a tattered humanoid creature was still dragging on his paws and flew towards them. Great, it's Fox! Hermione exclaimed happily. She knew that this strange phoenix could perform teleportation magic in Hogwarts and take them out. At the same time, the cracks in the surrounding space became more and more serious. Even the floor they were stepping on showed several deep cracks. Yvonne vaguely felt that his body was being constantly squeezed and pulled by the space. Don't move, get ready. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, grabbing Moody on the ground with strength that was not his age at all. What to prepare? Yvonne was very surprised, and then he saw Fox's body ignite a golden red flame, looking from a distance as if another hot ball of fire hit this way. Accompanied by a loud song, the golden red fireball exploded, and the sky full of flames occupied all of Ivan's vision and quickly extended to everyone. Then there was a whirl of heaven and earth, and when Yvonne came back to his senses again, he had already appeared in the principal's office. At this time, it was late at night. I don't know when the rainstorm started outside the window, and the cold wind continued to blow in along the open window. A few candles were lit on the desk in the center, which provided lighting along with the roaring fireplace. After Phoenix Fox brought a few people here, he abandoned the scorched corpse under his claws, flew to the olive branch, and leisurely combed his feathers. Under the blowing of the cold wind, Ivan's tense emotions slowly eased, but thinking that he still had some palpitations from the experience just now, he couldn't help but looked at Dumbledore and asked. Professor Dumbledore, what if we didn't escape in time just now? It will be torn apart along with that piece of space. Dumbledore said cautiously, but when the space is completely broken, we will leave Hogwarts. If the timing is good enough, we will be completely torn apart by the body. Before, there will be an opportunity to use apparition. If there is no Fox, that is your only life. Dumbledore explained to Yvonne and helped Moody, who was in a coma, onto a chair. Hermione hurried up to help. She was worried that Dumbledore's bones would be crushed by Moody's weight. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Yvonne was lost in thought, so it seemed that Barty Crouch Jr. deliberately used super large-scale blasting magic in a confined space. No matter whether this magic can kill you, that space will inevitably collapse. This is the real ultimate move. If he entered there alone, Ivan would not dare to say that he would be able to seize the gleam of life in a situation that threatened his life and death. Thinking about this, Ivan couldn't help but feel a little scared. Of course, he was forced to this point mainly because he had miscalculated the determination of little Betty. He didn't expect that the other party would choose to die with himself, so he retained a part of his strength when he did it. After all, he needs to capture Moody and Barty alive as much as possible, and ask for information about Voldemort. Coupled with the desire to try the newly acquired blood magic, Ivan spent most of the time only fighting with the power of the dragon, completely ignoring the transformation of Snake Eyes and Bogut. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, Dumbledore put his elderberry wand against Moody's temple, pulling the white mist out of Moody's brain. Dumbledore got closer, his eyes under his half-moon glasses were faintly blue, and he could clearly see some impurities in the white mist. It seems that your guess is correct. Halls, Voldemort modified Alastor's memory and applied the Imperious Curse to him. Dumbledore's face rarely showed a little anger. Then Professor Moody will be fine, right? Ivan hurriedly asked. Moody was controlled by the Imperious Curse for more than half a year. Ivan was worried that the new defense against the dark arts professor would suffer brain damage due to this. What? Fortunately, in order to guarantee Alastor's autonomy to the greatest extent, Voldemort has done it very carefully, and should not leave any sequelae. Dumbledore explained as he gently waved his wand, pulling a cocoon. The impurities in the white mist peeled off. It took more than 10 minutes for Dumbledore to put the wisps of white mist back into Moody's brain. Looking at this scene, Ivan was stunned in his heart. If Dumbledore had crooked thoughts, he could add some material to change Moody's memory unconsciously. This is also the horror of the Master of Mindfulness. I have sorted out his memories of the last year. www.mdlnovel.com. I think Alastor will be back to normal in a while, as for now, let's let him rest for a while. Dumbledore put down. He was a little tired after he lost his wand. Finding out the modified memories and restoring them is not an easy task, and if you are not paying attention, it may cause Moody's mental confusion when he wakes up. After Moody settled down, Dumbledore set his sights on the human-shaped scorched corpse on the ground. Ivan also took a look at it. It can only be described as a mass of human-shaped barbecue. The chest cavity of the corpse was blown open, and it was bloody, and it was steaming under the high-temperature baking. It was disgusting. Can't eat. He could only recognize Barty Crouch Jr. from his size and palm with 2 broken fingers. Why bother? Ivan sighed and shook his head. Barty Crouch Jr. gave everything for Voldemort. He didn't say anything, and even wanted to die with him. However, according to Voldemort's temperament, it is impossible to feel sad for Barty's death, only his incompetence. And angry. Chapter 676, Magic Transformation. Is he dead? Hermione muttered, covering her mouth, looking at the broken, disgusting body in front of her. I think so. Dumbledore nodded, in his impression that neither Madame Pomfrey's medical magic nor Snape's potion could save a cooked wizard. Unfortunately, if you can catch Barty Crouch Jr. alive, you might be able to ask something. Ivan was somewhat disappointed. After so much effort this time, there was still an oversight. We can't expect everything to be perfect, at least now Alastor has been saved. When he wakes up, he should be able to solve some doubts for us. Dumbledore said with relief. Although he was also on the battlefield in the previous battle, but Barty's suicidal actions really exceeded his expectations. In addition, he had to protect Hermione and Moody, who had passed out in a coma, so he could not be timely. Stop it. Ivan nodded, and now he can only hope to get some information from Moody's. Dumbledore waved his magic wand and turned into a white cloth to cover the body of Barty Crouch Jr., then turned his head and looked at Ivan again, and said in a deep voice. I have to say that your strength and diligence are always so unexpected, Halls. I thought you might need some help to defeat Barty Jr. and Alastor. That's right, Professor, if you hadn't come in time, I would have almost died there. Ivan shrugged helplessly, but before he could finish speaking, Dumbledore interrupted. You don't have to belittle yourself, Halls. I know Aristo's strength very well, plus Barty Crouch, a young man who is proficient in dark arts, and the two work together. Dumbledore, who had witnessed the entire battle in person, naturally saw it clearly. Except for the last suicide attack by Barty Jr., Ivan was perfectly able to deal with the two. This kind of strength has even surpassed Salivus. If Salivus were to do it, he might be able to subdue Barty and Moody, but it would never be as easy as Ivan. Hermione on the side said proudly. A few days ago, Professor McGonagall said in class that Ivan's transformation magic is better than her, and it's not far from yours. Hermione's praise made Ivan embarrassed, and he certainly understood that Professor McGonagall had mistakenly taken him to bind Norbert with the transfiguration curse. It's a pity that it was all performed, and he may not be able to do it now. Hermione didn't know this. In her opinion, Yvonne was able to defeat Moody and Barty Jr. at the same time. It was very remarkable. This was something that even professors couldn't do. In her impression, only President Dumbledore was better than the professors. But this would leave the dark secret room, and Hermione also keenly noticed the abnormality of Ivan's body, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but ask. Yvonne, your hands and your face, is that special magic? Yvonne was stunned for a moment and hurriedly raised his hand to take a look. Although he had been released from the dragonized state at the end of the battle, his control over this new bloodline magic was very limited. Probably because it took too long to maintain the dragonization this time, there are still some dragon scales still remaining on his arm, which has not completely faded away. Under Hermione's curious gaze, Yvonne looked a little embarrassed. He couldn't see what he was like now, so he had to speak in a serene manner. Almost. This is my unique magic, will it be ugly? Hermione stared at Yvonne for a while, and shook her head with red cheeks. These crimson dragon scales were not unsightly, but they covered Ivan's neck and arms, giving him a different kind of charm. It was the faint coercion that made Hermione very uncomfortable, as if being stared at by a three-headed dog or a fire dragon. Regarding this, Hermione had no intention of concealing it, and truthfully stated her feelings. Long way? Yvonne raised his eyebrows. No wonder Barty Crouch Jr. and Moody suddenly interrupted the cast in the previous battle. He thought that someone was helping him secretly, but he didn't expect that this coercion was actually incidental to the dragon transformation. It is no wonder that the deformed horn-snoring beast would fear him so much. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, Dumbledore suddenly spoke harshly. I think I need to remind you, Halls, that magical transformation is extremely dangerous, especially at your current age. It looks like this is not the first time you have done this. Dumbledore's expression was very serious. He had noticed Ivan's abnormality early in that battle. Combining several fire dragons from this year's top 3 cup, he quickly realized that Yvonne had used dragon blood to accomplish this magic. Transfiguration www.mdlnovel.com. But if he remembers correctly, Yvonne already had the blood of a unicorn when he was in the 1st grade, and in the 2nd grade he finished 2nd under the deception of Tom Riddle. Magic transformation. It is incredible that a wizard can live in 2 bloodlines at the same time without losing control. Dumbledore can only attribute it to the fact that Slytherin's attainments in the field of potions surpassed his imagination. Maybe Ivan's great luck will be added. The combination of the 2 together creates a miracle. He thought this was the end, but he didn't expect Yvonne to recklessly choose to fuse the 3rd bloodline. Although it seemed that the magic transformation was very successful this time, no one could be sure whether there would be any serious hidden dangers if the blood was merged multiple times, and Ivan's excessive thirst for power also made him a little worried. Professor, what is magic transformation? Is it dangerous? Yvonne will be fine, right? Before Yvonne could reply, Hermione asked urgently. Dumbledore explained in a deep voice. Generally speaking, a wizard who wants to improve his magic power can only rely on day-to-day spell practice and knowledge accumulation. But there are always exceptions. Some wizards use potions, contracts, alchemy, and specific spells to transform themselves to increase their strength and break through their own upper limits. I call these magic transformations. Having said this, Dumbledore paused, his eyes turned to Yvonne again, and continued solemnly. Halls, I don't know what kind of magic knowledge you got in the secret room of Slytherin. As far as I know, every ritual corresponding to magic transformation is extremely dangerous. There have been countless the wizard died as a result. So the mainstream wizards in the magic world from all over the world have all given up such a dangerous attempt. Chapter 677, Where are my feet? Where are my feet? In the past 100 years, there is probably only one exception in England who have successfully undergone magical transformation and survived, except you. Dumbledore's words were very sharp. Who? Yvonne asked subconsciously, but a figure flashed through his mind. Tom Riddle, or we can call him Voldemort. Dumbledore looked at Yvonne carefully and said. Hermione was taken aback. Yvonne opened his mouth, wanting to explain a few words, and finally closed his mouth dejectedly, saying nothing. Dumbledore saw Ivan's reaction in his eyes and continued speaking without stopping. Tom fears death and is fascinated by the power of magic. This is extremely dangerous. However, he himself did not realize this. After successfully graduating from Hogwarts, he is still conducting various dangerous black magic studies, and the most evil guys in the wizarding world mingled together, so that they got deeper and deeper in the quagmire of black magic. 10 years after he graduated, he once returned to Hogwarts once, hoping to take up a position in the defense against the dark arts class. Having said this, Dumbledore waved his magic wand, and a strange, pale human face slowly appeared on the table, which looked like wax, very narrow and weirdly twisted, with bright red blood in the whites of his eyes. This is what Tom looked like at that time. Dumbledore said with a little emotion and regret. I guessed at the time that he should have undergone many magical transformations like you, but he is not as lucky as you. Obviously his power is out of control. Yvonne looked at the pale face on the table with a somewhat complicated expression. Voldemort's multiple fusion of blood is not unexpected, because the book The Origin of Blood was found by Tom Riddle and placed in the Forbidden Book area. Even he could find a way to fuse multiple bloodlines in the secret room of Slytherin, not to mention Tom Riddle, the true Slytherin heir. It's just that the other party does not have the support of the system, cannot solve the problem of blood impulse, and refuses to give up this shortcut to quickly improve strength, so that in the end it becomes human and ghost. Professor. Yvonne is not the same as a mysterious man. Hermione suddenly broke the calm by speaking. Yvonne turned her head in surprise. Hermione was staring at him firmly, her eyes full of trust, and she did not fear him because of Dumbledore's previous words. You once told us that the mysterious man is an extremely selfish person who doesn't know what love is and has no friends. But Yvonne is not like that. He will help Harry practice the spell and change Ron at the ball. A new dress. Hermione gushed about Ivan's help to everyone, and she explained every little thing in her memory clearly. Yvonne, who was listening, felt a little embarrassed, and was touched by Hermione's trust in her. Of course, I know this very well, Miss Granger. Dumbledore interrupted Hermione's words with a smile. Halls and Tom are naturally different. He is much better than Tom. Having said that, Dumbledore probably felt that his words were a little bit ambiguous, so he looked at Yvonne and added. We might as well put it another way. No one of all the students I have taught can achieve so much at your age, even Tom Riddle. Your talent is undoubtedly, Halls, surpassing me, and even becoming the most powerful wizard in the history of the magical world is only a matter of time. So what you need to do most is to understand the powers you have and tap their potential, instead of adding more uncontrollable factors. Dumbledore said comfortingly. In his opinion, it is incredible that Yvonne can be compatible with several different bloodlines at the same time, but Ivan's use of bloodlines can only be described as crude. In addition, I hope you can remember one thing, Halls, the accumulation of knowledge and the power of belief are the roots of the wizard's power. If you are indulged in the power of these bloodlines, you will never be able to grasp the true mystery of magic. Dumbledore reminded. I see, Professor. Yvonne nodded hastily. He knew very well that Dumbledore was not malicious and really wanted to advise himself. He couldn't understand the disadvantages of multiple magic transformations. If it weren't for the help of the system during the fusion of bloodlines these few times, he would have been killed by the blood pulse. And as the number of blood fusions increased, Yvonne also noticed that the benefits of his blood fusion were gradually decreasing. Now his strength is no better than before, a powerful bloodline magic is just icing on the cake for him, it is difficult to get a qualitative improvement. It was just the news that Voldemort was about to resurrect before brought too much pressure on him, forcing him to continue to fuse blood to obtain the strength to protect himself. After all, the fusion of the bloodline and the protection mode provided by the system is the only means that can greatly increase the strength in a short time. www.mdlenovel.com and they happen to be matched. While the others were talking, Moody, who had been lying on the chair behind him, suddenly jumped up from the chair. However, when he landed, his left foot was completely empty and he fell heavily to the ground. Regarding this as another attack, Moody waved his cane nervously and yelled frantically. Where are my feet? Where are my feet? You bugs, get out of my mind, and if you have the courage, come and compete head-on. Moody's crazy behavior went beyond the expectations of everyone present. Hermione cautiously avoided being hit by Moody's stick, and asked tentatively. Are you okay? Professor Moody. After Moody waved wildly for a while, he stopped panting, his mind seemed to be a little stunned, and his strange magic eyes stared at a few people. After coming over for a while, he said dryly. Oh, good evening, Albus, Miss Granger, and Halls. Do you remember what happened before? Alastair. Dumbledore stepped forward and helped Moody up, and asked. Of course I remember. Moody struggled with his cane and looked very angry. Barty Crouch Jr. and Pettigrew Peter broke into my room. I had a fight with them, deliberately using the blasting spell to make some noise. But they caught me before the Ministry of Magic arrived. Little Batty dressed up as me with a compound soup and fooled away the Aurors who were following it. A few years ago I warned them to look for every suspicious point carefully when handling the case. Moody yelled irritably. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Magic, he cast a spell of mass destruction on the Muggle site. Auror has the right to take him away for investigation. Chapter 678, When did my life spot map become known to everyone? Moody reprimanded the Aurors for their perfunctory behavior, and after several minutes of cursing, he turned his head to look at Yvonne and spoke. Halls, if the Aurors had your keen observation ability, the disguise of that would have been seen long ago. You praised, Professor Moody. Yvonne shrugged noncommittal. As for Moody's violent temper, which Auror dared to question him carefully. What about afterwards, Alastair? Dumbledore asked. Then they locked me for a while, and they seemed to be planning something. After the Aurors left, Barty Jr. let me out again, saying that they would lead me to see his master Voldemort. Moody's expression looked on. Become very serious. Mysterious man. Hermione's eyes widened, and she said in surprise. So what Harry said is true, he has been resurrected. At first I was taken aback, but luckily it didn't, at least I think so. Moody slapped his mouth, muttering. Hermione was completely confused and didn't quite understand what Moody meant. Moody quickly solved her doubts. He held a cane in his right hand and knocked on the chair, transforming the chair into an oval bag with an opening at the top, like a baby swaddling. This is the Voldemort I saw. Moody recalled the scene with palpitations. Hermione leaned a few steps closer and found that a statue of a baby was actually wrapped in the bag. It was so lifelike that it looked like the real thing at first glance. But the strange thing is that this baby has a flat snake face, the exposed skin is dark red, and it is covered with a layer of snake scales. It's Voldemort. Hermione's mind was a little stunned. She really couldn't associate the terrifying Dark Lord in the story with the disgusting thing in front of him like a dead baby. Yvonne also glanced at it, and I have to say that Voldemort today is really ugly and amazing. After apparently losing most of his power, the power of the basilisk's bloodline has been out of control to the point of a severely alienated appearance. Hey, how? Surprised, right? Moody grinned and said sarcastically. When I first met, I didn't expect that the famous Dark Lord would be held in Peter's arms like a baby. When Barty pointed at him and told me that it was the Dark Lord, I almost thought they were laughing at me. Your guess is correct, Alastair, Voldemort has not been resurrected in the true sense. Dumbledore stared at the baby on the ground and the weird baby inside, paused, and continued solemnly. But compared to before, he has become stronger. He is no longer a poor ghost. He has acquired a body, which means he has the ability to cast spells again. Moody nodded. He uttered a few sarcasm as he did now, and then Voldemort, who was ashamed and furious, cast the heartbreaking charm himself and tortured him a lot. This is enough to prove that Voldemort is not as fragile as it appears on the surface, and is still the extremely dangerous Dark Lord. He tortured me for a night with the heart-drilling curse, and then changed my memory when I was the weakest, so that I mistakenly thought that I was actually a fanatical Death Eater, but just kept lurking in the Ministry of Magic as an undercover. I always knew that was wrong. How could Death Eaters catch so many dark wizards? I tried to correct this thought, but I couldn't control myself. He used the Imperious Curse on me to strengthen this belief. And used this to control my words and deeds. I think I may be really old and my willpower is not as good as before. In short, he succeeded in turning me into an obedient puppet. Having said that, Moody sighed dejectedly. That's not your problem, Alastair, Voldemort has studied soul and black magic very deeply. No one knows exactly where he has come. Dumbledore said with relief. Yvonne also nodded. Even though Voldemort hasn't completely resurrected yet, his power is far inferior to his heyday, but no matter how the foundation is still there, it is simply not something ordinary wizards can contend. You must know that in the original time and space, Voldemort unwittingly controlled Barty Crouch, the former executive director. Moody's boss could not even resist even a little resistance. In contrast, Moody's performance was commendable, and it took Voldemort a lot of work to completely control him. Of course, it may also be because modifying memory is a delicate word and needs to weaken Moody's will to resist as much as possible. Yvonne thought silently, while Moody on the side continued to talk about the follow-up. After that, Voldemort probably felt that I had succumbed, so when talking with Peter and Barty Jr., he didn't deliberately avoid it. I heard that they were discussing a plan. Originally, Voldemort was expecting Barty Crouch Jr. to enter Hogwarts with a compound decoction pretending to be me, which is more conducive to the implementation of the plan. After all, remote control with Imperious Curse is not very convenient. After all, www.mdlnovel.com they can only order me to do something, but they can't know the progress of the matter in the first time. I need to report every time. Barty can give me another order. Then why did they change this plan in the middle? Yvonne frowned and asked. This was also one of the two questions he hadn't figured out. I don't know. Moody shook his head, then thought of something, then continued. I guess they must be worried that they will be seen through your map. It seems that little dwarf has revealed a lot about me. I thought he really didn't remember anything after he lost his memory. Yvonne said with a sneer. In fact, even if there is no Peter, the map can't be hidden from them. Many people in the magic world know that it would be strange if Voldemort didn't notice this. Moody said. Yvonne was stunned for a moment, his face was a little weird. When did his live spot map be known to everyone? Have you forgotten? Yvonne? When we helped Sirius overturn the case last year, you showed the live map and it was on the front page of the Daily Prophet the next day. Hermione reminded. She has collected every Daily Prophet about Yvonne. After reading it many times, she naturally remembers it clearly. Yvonne patted his head, but he forgot about it. He saw the wall of Daily Prophet in that secret room before. It is estimated that little Batty is idle and has nothing to do on weekdays. He has studied himself very much. No wonder the chicken thieves are guarding against the map. You may have forgotten a little. Voldemort is a master of memory. He may have a way to help Peter retrieve some of his lost memories. Dumbledore added. Peter was one of the creators of that map, and he must know how to avoid it. Chapter 679, Wait, is there such a thing? I do not know how? Listening to Dumbledore's words, Yvonne nodded. Before seeing the real thing, with just a few words in the Daily Prophet, even if Voldemort is a master alchemist, it is impossible to be 100% sure that the isolated space can evade the exploration of the life spot map. So Voldemort must have found something in the memory of Peter Pettigrew. By the way, Professor, how did you and Hermione avoid the Marshall map, or did you say you were in that secret room before I arrived? Yvonne asked curiously. Dumbledore didn't mean to conceal, and immediately explained. Before the end of last year's schoolwork, I asked Sirius about the map of the spot. He specifically told me that they used a very interesting name magic when they made the map of the spot. I spent some time cracking it. It has found a way to temporarily hide the name. Actually, tonight, we have been following you all the time. But Professor Dumbledore was worried about being seen through by Professor Moody's magic eye, so he didn't dare to get too close. Hermione added from the side. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched. He was only tracking Moody's movements, but he didn't think that someone would follow him behind him. As for Dumbledore's cracking of the magic on the life point map, Yvonne was not surprised. After all, this thing is just a more powerful magical item, and coupled with the key information provided by the founder of Sirius, it is naturally not difficult for a master of magic like Dumbledore. He even suspected that Voldemort could also make a curse to temporarily shield the map of the life spot, but Barty was not capable of using it, or that it was not used at all. After all, a Moody without a name is just as suspicious. Unless Voldemort can find a way to change his name, it is more reliable to control the real Moody with the Imperious Curse. Well, I don't think this is the time to discuss this. Dumbledore stopped the topic and turned to look at Moody. Alastair, you haven't told us what Voldemort's plan is. Voldemort needs me to bring Harry to him. Moody said. Through this triple finals? Dumbledore asked again. Yes. Moody nodded and nodded. Little Batty ordered me to cast an obfuscation curse on the Goblet of Fire. Modify the rules of the competition and increase the number of participating schools to 4. The 4th school that comes out has only one person to register. So that we can ensure that Harry can become a warrior. But how do you promise to bring Harry to the mysterious man? Hermione really didn't understand. She had thought that the mysterious man was planning to get rid of Harry with the help of Fire Dragon and Mermaid. Moody went on to explain, waiting for the 3rd game, the warriors will enter a maze, where they will find the trophies for the top 3 matches. Barty Jr. plans to steal the trophies into the door keys so that they can successfully bypass Hogwarts protective magic. And it will be during the game, so you don't have to worry about someone tracking it through the traces of magic for a while. All I need to do is try to get Harry to win this game and get the key to the door first. Moody talked a lot, dryly picked up the water glass placed on the table and took a sip, waiting for Yvonne, Hermione, and Dumbledore to digest the information. Then they must have not expected Halls to participate suddenly. According to the results of the first 2 games, Harry is unlikely to win the championship, so I guess you changed your plan midway, right? Asked thoughtfully. Yes, this was a big surprise to Barty Jr., because underage wizards are not allowed to participate in the Triple Finals Cup. But the situation is fortunate that Harry is the 2nd place in the game, so just think of a way to get rid of the 1st place. Okay. Moody glanced at Yvonne, the meaning was obvious. No wonder you said that you would lead me over sooner or later. Yvonne muttered to himself. It's just one thing that makes Yvonne feel a little strange. Barty Young is obviously ready to die with him, but if he dies, who will complete Voldemort's mission? Yvonne curiously said his question. I don't know this. Moody shook his head, then guessed again. But Barty Jr. can lead you the day before the game so that he can put the door key into the maze first. Even if he dies in the end, Harry has a high probability of winning. Yvonne thought for a while, and felt very reasonable. Because of the special nature of the Goblet of Fire and the sudden incident, even if he suddenly disappeared on the day of the game and no one was seen, the game must continue. As for the risks involved, if you change your plan temporarily, you will always have to take a risk. www.ndlenovel.com. By the way, Professor Moody, I have one last question, since you were taken by Barty. The curse is under control, so why take me to investigate the case and expose Mr. Crouch? Yvonne asked, very confused. This is also what he has always wondered about. Of course it is to dispel your suspicion of me. Moody raised his eyebrows and stared at Yvonne with a weird look. He looked at Yvonne for a long time, and then continued to speak when Yvonne was uncomfortable to ask questions. I have to say, your acumen is incredible, Halls. Little Batty controls everyone who has kept me from Hogwarts, and even Albus has never doubted me. You are the only exception. You started to doubt me the first time you met me, didn't you? When Dumbledore and Hermione heard this, they both turned their heads to look at Yvonne, and they were equally puzzled by this. Under everyone's gaze, Yvonne shrugged and replied freely. I think I have explained to you, Professor, that is because the previous defense against the dark arts professors have problems. I will doubt you, and I am also curious, why the first day of school you will go out and wander in the middle of the night. Moody nodded, and it became clear that on the night of school, he did go to the kitchen to let those house elves prepare meals for Barty Crouch. It is estimated that Yvonne was not sleeping at night and happened to be watching. I happened to find my own anomaly because I was able to spot the map. No wonder you came out to follow me that night. Little Barty guessed that you must have found some clue, so I let me draw your attention to Crouch so that I can find something for you to do. Moody murmured. Wait, is there such a thing? Yvonne is at a loss. Except tonight, when has he been following Moody? Chapter 680, Misunderstanding, that's all misunderstanding. What, did I make a mistake? It was the night before the first game. If you didn't follow me on purpose, what would you do when you came out in the middle of the night? Moody looked at Ivan's reaction and asked strangely. I think you have misunderstood, Professor Moody. I received news from Hagrid that day, so I went to see the fire dragon in the Forbidden Forest with Harry at night. Yvonne shrugged and explained. At this time, Yvonne also remembered what happened that night. After returning from the Forbidden Forest, he planned to go to the kitchen to have a supper, and then accidentally ran into Moody there. No wonder. Moody muttered to himself. When he first met, he felt that Ivan's reaction was a little strange, but after Yvonne kept pestering him to ask various questions, he became more sure that Yvonne was deliberately big. Come out to follow yourself at night. By the way, Professor, were you really following Karkaroff that night? Yvonne asked suddenly. Of course not, you should be able to think of the specific reason, don't I need to explain it? Moody shook his head and said in a deep voice. He went to the kitchen to prepare meals for Barty Crouch Jr. as usual that night, only to realize that Yvonne was suspicious of himself, and he happened to see Karkaroff with his magic eyes, so he simply used this to get out. Yvonne also thought of this, and was speechless immediately. After a long time, everyone misunderstood that night. The two people's guessing words sounded like Hermione was in the mist, and Dumbledore looked at them curiously and asked. Alastair. Halls, it seems that something interesting happened a few days ago. Is it convenient to make it clearer? Moody didn't mean to conceal it either, Dang even gave a rough explanation of the whole story, and then continued. In short, I told Barty Crouch Jr. about this. He, like me, mistakenly thought that Halls had some key clue and was following us, so he ordered me to draw your attention to Crouch's body, so as to dispel your doubts about me. Then he doesn't worry that I will find more clues from Mr. Crouch. Yvonne touched his chin and said in a deep voice. Batty Jr. didn't expect you to be so capable. He thought you must be unable to find out anything. Moody rolled his eyes. Know that his father Barty Crouch is not a good role to deal with. Little Batty is counting on using this to hold your energy, so let me play a detective game with you. Better, wait until the time is right and then take your hand to send his father to Azkaban. Moody added. Working with Barty Crouch Jr. for more than half a year, he knows how much Barty Jr. hates his father that he wants to give a tooth for a tooth and let Crouch experience entering Azkaban in a Dementor. The taste of companionship. Listening to Moody's account, Yvonne was surprised. He didn't expect Barty Little to have so many calculations secretly. If it hadn't been for the plot hanging by himself, I had always felt that Moody had a problem, coupled with the help of a live map, maybe he would really be turned around by him. In a sense, Barty Crouch Jr. died very aggrieved. It's a good idea. When Barty Jr. came to Hogwarts to go to school, I couldn't see that he actually had a talent for plotting conspiracies. Dumbledore said with interest. Yet, he did have two sons. Moody nodded as well. Barty's various plans were countless in one fell swoop, but it was a pity that he encountered a monster and his plans were all in vain. It took only 10 minutes for Yvonne to dig out Crouch's secret easily, and Dumbledore did not twist Crouch into Azkaban as Barty Young had imagined. You must not have guessed how angry Barty Young was when he heard the news. Moody said mockingly, recalling the scene. No, I think we've all felt how strong this anger is tonight. Yvonne looked at the dilapidated corpse wrapped in white cloth and said, vomiting. Only a wizard who is angry enough can cast a spell to kill himself. Dumbledore also glanced at the remains of Barty Jr., and soon asked again. Alastair, did Barty Jr. tell you why Voldemort wanted Harry? They are probably preparing for some dark magic ritual, which requires Harry. Moody said hesitantly. Although he has been controlled by the Imperious Curse, he can only be regarded as half himself, and he can't detect two secret news. Magic ritual. Dumbledore murmured, muttered for a moment, and looked at Moody. Help me call Barty, Alastair, I need to ask him about something, so I just have to tell him that we have found his son. Moody responded to www.mdlnovel.com and used the transfiguration curse to get himself a temporary prosthetic leg, and then left with his cane. Dumbledore then looked at Yvonne and Hermione and spoke gently. Hals, Miss Granger, I think you guys have been busy all night, and it's time to go back and have a good rest. Then, good night, Professor Dumbledore. Yvonne knew that Dumbledore was starting to drive people, so he didn't mean to stay for a long time, and even turned and left with Hermione. After leaving the principal's room, the huge stone beast behind him slowly sank to seal the entrance with a dull sound. Yvonne was about to return directly to the dormitory, but unexpectedly, Hermione next to her leaped forward and hugged him. What's wrong? Hermione. Yvonne was surprised. Are you okay? Yvonne? Are you injured? Do you want to go to the school hospital to check it? Hermione asked excitedly, and then suddenly thought of it, muttering to herself in distress. Oh, I almost forgot. The school hospital hasn't opened yet. I'm fine, nothing happened, but will it be too late for you to ask these? Yvonne said dumbfoundedly. Hermione pursed her lips and didn't reply. Dumbledore and Moody were both here before, and Yvonne stood there neatly, her clothes weren't torn, so she naturally didn't behave too obviously. Yvonne probably guessed the little witch's mind, so he didn't mean to study it carefully, and repeatedly emphasized that he was healthy now, and he didn't have any hidden injuries from the explosion. After calming Hermione's worries, Yvonne asked about the little witch's experience tonight. He wanted to know when Dumbledore followed him. The two of them just walked and talked. When they arrived at the Gryffindor lounge, Hermione had already told that she and Dumbledore followed Yvonne into the secret room. Chapter 681, It seems that Professor Moody has finally gone crazy. I saw you fighting with Moody and Barty Little, so I begged Professor Dumbledore for help, but he said that if you rashly intervene, it may disturb your interest, and you will be very upset. Hermione explained. No, then I will be very happy. Yvonne really doesn't know how to complain, and he is not a war mad or witch idiot. Where is the interest in fighting? But Yvonne also understood that it was just Dumbledore's excuse. After all, what the old professor was most interested in was to guide his students in secret, or to say some unpredictable things to let others understand slowly. I don't know if it's a bad problem caused by being a professor and principal for decades. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Yvonne gently returned to the boys' bedroom. The sky was already bright at this time, but the few people in the dormitory still slept very securely. Seamus was not sleeping while holding the quilt and talking unknown dreams, and Ron's snoring continued to echo in the dormitory. Yvonne, who had been busy all night, took off his shoes and socks and lay on the bed exhaustedly, summarizing the harvest tonight. Barty is dead, Harry is safe, Voldemort's careful planning has been completely disrupted. This series of good news made Yvonne, who had been worried about the resurrection of the Dark Lord, breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that a little haze still looms over Ivan's heart, and I once again recalled Trelawney's prophecy. Darkness is approaching. Shadows cover the sky, and the servants of the Dark Lord will get out of trouble. The magic world is about to usher in a big change. Thinking of this, Yvonne frowned. According to Harry's description, this should be another true prediction. But now that he killed little Barty, Voldemort should not be able to resurrect. Will the predicted result be changed? Yvonne was a little uneasy, but then he shook his head mockingly. He remembered that Peter Pettigrew in the original Time and Space said that Voldemort's resurrection ceremony did not necessarily use Harry's blood. Voldemort has always been obsessed with this, but because he suffered a big loss on Harry, he wanted to avoid the magic that protected Harry, and planned to kill him in front of traitors on the day of his resurrection. Harry, re-establish his prestige. But in any case, after the death of Barty Jr., Voldemort must replan the resurrection. At least he can buy himself some time. This happens to be what he lacks most now. Yvonne thought in a daze. Tiredness gradually came to his mind, and soon fell asleep deeply. The next day, early. Yvonne, who had barely slept for 3 or 4 hours, yawned and was called by Ron. Then several people hurriedly ate breakfast and went to today's defense against the dark arts class together. In fact, when I saw the timetable, Ivan's first reaction was to go back to the bedroom and get a good night's sleep. After all, Moody had just been beaten and discussed with Dumbledore until the early hours of the morning. According to the brain circuit of a normal person, he would definitely take a day off. However, Moody obviously has no relationship with normal people, so he appeared in class this morning as he should, pretending to be okay, and giving them a defense against the dark arts class. Moody didn't show his hideous minions until the end of get out of class. He forced every little wizard except Yvonne and Hermione to stand up, insisting on asking them to find out within the stipulated time how he is different from the past. If something is wrong, Moody will yell at him mercilessly, and several girls almost start to cry. You guys really disappointed me. There are obviously so many differences, but only Neville noticed that my clothes were dirty and torn. Couldn't anyone see a few more scars on my arm, a wooden prosthetic leg? Did you change one too? Moody reprimanded loudly angrily, and all the stars flew to Seamus's face. He didn't even wash his face today and hurried over, just to keep his current state and teach them a lesson, but the reaction of these students made him very disappointed. No one really noticed his abnormality. While talking, Moody also showed everyone his new legs, which were still made of wood, but replaced with a beautiful reddish brown. I hope that next time in class, everyone can submit a report of at least 1,000 words, explaining the differences, do you understand? Moody slapped the table and roared. It seems that Professor Moody has finally gone crazy. As soon as he walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Ron couldn't wait to express this emotion, and then continued to speak depressed. We are not Muggle detectives. Who will notice if he has a new leg today? Harry also nodded in agreement. Hermione on the side really couldn't stand it, and immediately retorted. Professor Moody is right. You really lack the ability to observe. If you can pay more attention, you will notice that there are still some blood stains on the corners of Professor Moody's robe, which shows. When Hermione said this, the words suddenly stopped. She didn't know if she should tell the story of last night. Although Professor Dumbledore did not keep them secret, he did not allow them to disclose it. Hearing Hermione talk about blood stains, Harry and Ron suddenly became interested and hurriedly asked. What does it mean? Hermione hesitated not to speak directly, but subconsciously glanced at Yvonne. Seeing that he hadn't stopped herself, she stared at the two of them and said. Don't you guys see it? This shows that Professor Moody has just experienced a battle. Fighting. Harry said suspiciously. www.mdlenovel.com. Ron was also stunned for a while, and finally he suddenly said something. Did he catch Snape last night? Yvonne rolled his eyes, wondering why they could think of Snape every time. It might be Karkaroff too. Harry said loudly. Apart from Snape, Karkaroff is the most suspicious. He and Ginny also happened to overheard Snape and Karkaroff during the Christmas ball. They seemed to be discussing something. Neither. Hermione glared at them, vetoing their guess. This made Harry and Ron even more puzzled, and they quickly became reluctant to question. Can you please stop asking? Professor Dumbledore should be able to say it in a few days. Hermione said annoyedly. She already regretted revealing this matter. Yvonne also said nothing. Now that Barty Crouch Jr. has just come down, he is not sure whether Dumbledore is going to hide the news and confuse Voldemort, and then follow the vine to look for clues, or choose to announce the shocking news in public, so it is necessary to keep it secret. After all, Ron is a big mouth, and Harry may leak the secret too. It's impossible to say that the two of them will stoke things out one day. Chapter 682, Calm Before the Storm. After lunch, Harry and Ron were still guessing about Professor Moody's movements last night. Yvonne and Hermione, who were quiet, had to hide in the library to avoid being questioned by them all the time. Shall we continue to practice magic today? Hermione sat next to Yvonne with a thick book and asked. No, let's read a book, I just want to find some information. Yvonne also got up and took a few books about biological deformation from the shelf on one side, and looked through it. Because he was busy investigating the affairs of Barty and Moody, he almost forgot about it. Fortunately, the poor horned snorer did not starve to death. He put some grass and leaves and the corresponding drinking water in the pot in advance, enough for the little guy to eat for a week. After several days of observation, Yvonne finally determined that the horned snoring beast would never change back to its original form. It was a real biological transformation. He once tried to cast the transfiguration charm on the horned snorer again to turn it into a button. The entire casting process went smoothly without encountering any obstacles. It is no different from other creatures in the past. After a period of time, the magic power disappears, and the button will revert back to the snoring beast. After a few experiments, this poor little guy was made a little nervous by him. Yvonne was very worried about accidentally killing him, so he let him go, and didn't continue to toss. Throughout the afternoon, Yvonne kept searching for information related to high-end transformation magic. Since his transfiguration has been upgraded to level 7, the increase in proficiency has become like a turtle crawling, and normal magic practice has had little effect. Therefore, he needs to find the key to biological transformation and understand the principle. If he can really solve it, his transformation technique may be raised to a certain incredible height, and the benefits it brings are self-evident. Not to mention, at least he can have endless wealth. After all, he can create creatures out of thin air. Isn't it easy to turn stones into gold? Wait, turn the stone into gold. Yvonne touched his chin, pondered for a while, and quickly threw the book in his hand to one side, took an old book from the shelf on the other side, and opened it. Yvonne? Are you looking for something? Hermione also noticed Ivan's abnormality and asked curiously. Do you think it is possible for a wizard to transform a piece of wood into a completely non-existent creature, creating a new species? Yvonne flipped through the book and said casually. How is that possible? Professor McGonagall told us when the school first started that magic can't change the nature of things. Hermione retorted, thinking that even Professor Dumbledore would not be able to do such a thing. That's incredible. However, Yvonne shook his head, pointed to a certain line of the page in his hand, and said with certainty. No, it is possible. Alchemy can do similar things. Hermione stepped forward and took a look, then read the sentence. Ancient alchemy involves the refining of the magic stone, which is a magical substance with amazing functions. Among them, the most commendable effect is turning stones into gold and making potions for immortality. This shows that it is feasible to completely transform one thing into another, at least the Philosopher's Stone can do this. Yvonne raised his eyebrows and said excitedly. Obviously, according to the above record, the Sorcerer's Stone can transform matter, and it is completely changed, otherwise it would never be recorded in such a big book. Because it's not a big deal to simply conjure a piece of gold, many wizards can do this with polymorphism, but that's only a temporary change. It may be okay to fool muggles. If you dare to use it in the magic world, you will be caught on the spot. Ferret out. Although this is a little different from my original biological transformation, both of them have completely changed the nature of matter. Maybe there is any connection. After consulting these many materials, Yvonne became more and more aware of how difficult it is to do this. Converting matter and creating creatures should originally belong to the realm of gods. No wonder Nicole Lemay said that the Philosopher's Stone is alchemy, the ultimate creation. It seems to be right, but Yvonne, what are you looking for with these materials? Hermione stopped arguing with Yvonne after seeing the description of the Philosopher's Stone, but said jokingly. Are you planning to make a Philosopher's Stone? That might be. Yvonne laughed. Some time ago, his alchemy has reached the limit of level 6. After returning from this summer vacation, he just asked Nicole Lemay to find a way to break through. In that case, he might have his own magic stone next year. Hermione thought that Yvonne was joking, so she pretended to beg Yvonne to turn herself into a piece of gold. The two chatted and flipped through the books. They just stayed leisurely until the evening, and then packed up their things and headed to the auditorium to enjoy today's dinner. Even though I haven't been able to find too many key clues all afternoon, Yvonne is still in a good mood. Because now there is no need to worry about the dark wizards lurking in the dark, and there is no messy conspiracy and tricks, every day is to flip through books and bickering. This is the pleasant campus life he is looking forward to. www.mtlnovel.com. After having dinner, Yvonne went straight back to the bedroom, took out a quill pen and started writing to Luna. I found some news about the Xian tree and the horn-snoring beast. If we have time, we can meet under the willow tree the day after tomorrow. Your loyal friend Yvonne Halls. After writing the content of the letter, Yvonne glanced at it and confirmed that there were no mistakes or omissions, so he invited Maka to ask it to send the envelope to Luna. I was able to resolve the misunderstanding with Hermione smoothly last time, and thanks to the help of the little witch, Yvonne naturally remembered this favor. It just so happened that he got a live horn snorer, he had to take care of it regularly and couldn't find out anything. It's better to treat it as a gift for Luna, let her help him raise it, and ask Luna when he needs it. Just borrow it. After sending the letter, in the next 2 days, besides daily class and reading materials in the library, Yvonne also went to the Forbidden Forest to find a more suitable venue for renovation. How can there be no trace of the fairy tree with the horn-snoring beast? Although it is very difficult to create a fairy tree that only exists in the imagination and will bloom beautiful flowers, but the 7th level transfiguration technique is enough for Yvonne to overcome various difficulties. Of course, this fairy tree is different from the horn-snoring beast. It cannot exist forever. Everything is only manifested by magic. Chapter 683, A Fairy Tale Belonging to One Person Alone. Sunday, evening. After the last class, Yvonne did not return to the dormitory to rest as usual, but walked out of the castle towards the Forbidden Forest. When they arrived at the agreed place, Yvonne suddenly realized that Luna was already waiting there. With her back to herself, she stood quietly under the beating willow tree, wearing a weird gown with many decorations on her body, and a wreath made of vines and flowers was leaning on her. On the head. It can be foreseen that Luna, who walked all the way, will be stared at with weird eyes, but this attire unexpectedly fits the entire Forbidden Forest, as if she should have stayed in the Forbidden Forest. It looks like I'm late again this time. Yvonne stepped forward, apologizing. No, you came just right, I just finished talking with this willow. Luna, who heard the voice, turned around, her light blue eyes staring straight at Yvonne, her tone erratic. Said. Yvonne was taken aback for a moment. It was somewhat difficult to understand how Luna chatted with a beating willow. Although this thing would actively attack those who approached and touched it, wizards and scholars generally believed that it was just the instinct of beating willow. Reaction. So when I saw that Luna was standing under the tree without any protection, Yvonne was really worried that the beating willow would suddenly launch an attack on the little witch. Perhaps he had guessed Ivan's thoughts. Luna stretched out her hand and stroked the tree body, explaining. The beating Lou is just afraid of us hurting it. If it can feel that you are in good faith, then it will definitely not hurt you. Yvonne was dubious, so he took a few steps curiously and entered the attack range of the beating willow, but the tree still stood there quietly, without any movement. Look, it's easy, isn't it? Luna said quietly. Yvonne nodded and said with a smile. Yeah, this is really amazing. Luna also showed her face and smiled, and then she said happily as if she had thought of something. By the way, I haven't had time to congratulate you. What? Yvonne asked a little puzzled. Congratulations on defeating the mermaid, giant squid, and Grindillo, and saving the warriors and hostages in trouble, that's really amazing. Luna praised in an extremely exaggerated tone. Yvonne didn't know how to answer it for a while. To be honest, he didn't think his performance in the second game was outstanding at all. It can only be said that the opponents were too hip, so he really couldn't mention it. Get excited. In addition, you also defeated a fire dragon and flew around on it, just like the Dragon Knight in the story. Luna said briskly as if humming some kind of ballad. Yvonne became even more embarrassed when Luna talked about Norbert, and immediately interrupted. Okay, don't praise me, aren't we going to find the fairy tree and the crooked snoring beast? Yeah, what are we waiting for? Luna nodded, with a slight excitement on her face, pulling Ivan's wrist and ran into the forbidden forest. Yvonne didn't expect Luna's mood to change so quickly, but she also restrained herself from running, only pointing the road beside her. You went wrong, you are right here. Is that so? But I think I should look for it over there. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was gradually dimming. The dense jungle obscured the afterglow of the sunset. The surroundings were dark, and only a little sunlight could fall down the gaps between the leaves. It seems that Luna is the first time to wander in the forbidden forest so late, but she is very interested, pulling Yvonne all the way to trot, until the physical exhaustion is almost exhausted, she panted and slowed down. Before they knew it, they had already stepped into the depths of the forbidden forest. They couldn't see anything except shrubs and bushes. Luna even wondered if she was lost, but she was not worried at all and turned to look at Yvonne. Asked anxiously. Are we there yet? All right. Yvonne glanced at the completely dark sky, felt that the time should be almost time, and then pulled Luna in the opposite direction and ran to the side. After passing through a bush, the front suddenly became wide. We're here, that's it. Yvonne stopped and turned to look at Luna, only to find that the little witch was completely stunned. Her beautiful blue eyes were wide and she stared at her intently. A scene that exists in the imagination. In front of her is a deep sea of flowers, countless blue-purple flowers covering every corner of the field of vision, and every petal is shining with faint fluorescence in the night like magic. And in the center of the sea of flowers stands a tall tree. Almost 3 people hug it. It is more than twice as thick as the distant trees. The dense branches and leaves are like a big umbrella. The surface of the umbrella is blue and purple. Upon closer inspection, Luna realized that it was blue and purple flowers. From time to time you can see petals falling from the sky. It is obvious that the sea of flowers on the ground is falling from the trees. Luna stared blankly for a long time. Just when Yvonne thought that something went wrong and the scene did not meet expectations, the little witch suddenly moved in www.mdlenovel.com. She carried the hem of her robe and ran straight in the sea of flowers. The whole land seemed to have been awakened. Countless little elves with pointed ears, hidden under the petals, flew out one after another, bright fluorescence from their wings, lighting up the entire night sky. Zhongxian, they are Zhongxian. Luna recognized it at once. She stepped on the petals and shouted happily, as if someone had used a powerful happiness curse on her. The traces of the tracers circled around her as if they were attracted by Luna. Maybe it's really too happy. Luna closed her eyes and was alone in a circle among the flowers. She seemed to use this as a stage for Christmas Eve, and the surrounding Xian was very happy to accompany her on the beat. Yvonne did not disturb the little witch's interest, just sitting on the ground covered with petals and watching Luna's solo dance. This is a fairy tale that belongs to her alone. It can perfectly restore Luna's imagined scenes. In addition to the merits of seducing the mind, the transformation to the 7th level is indispensable. If it was before the 4th hemolysis, Yvonne would definitely not be able to do it anyway. The vast scene is deformed. The consumption of magic power is also a big problem. Before the transformation tracer fairy tree, he almost squeezed his magic power. However, it is precisely because of the difficulty of casting spells that his proficiency in polymorphism has increased a lot, which is a surprise for Yvonne. Chapter 684, Flowers in the Mirror, Moon in the Water. After a while in the sea of flowers, Luna ran to the trace of the fairy tree, raised her head and looked up at it high, muttering. There is really a trace fairy, and there really is a trace fairy tree. If I say it, they will not believe it. How did you find this place? Yvonne? This is amazing. Luna turned her head leisurely, changing her usual cold and confused appearance. She can be seen from the outside. Happy. I come here often, and I found it by chance. Ivan was a little embarrassed and panicked, feeling a little uneasy. Because he found that Luna's joy was far beyond expectations, the little witch seemed to be really immersed in this fantasy world. However, Ivan is very clear that this fairy tale scene is false. When the joy of lies is pierced by the cold reality, it often brings greater disappointment. Luna didn't doubt Ivan's statement, and then turned her gaze to the black hole under the xian tree. It was very deep at first glance, only a little fluorescent light appeared. This must be the home of the horn snorer, right? Luna asked curiously. Ivan nodded, although this was originally for spiders and basilisks, but he took care of it a little bit, and only here is enough empty and quiet. The two stood in front of the cave entrance and waited. After a while, a tall and majestic creature with a pair of large corners walked out from the cave entrance slowly. The silver-white hair covering the whole body looked extra in the moonlight. Gorgeous. It is more than a meter tall and looks very weird. It has both deer-like hooves and cow-like hooves. It is now examining the two people in front of it with its yellow-orange eyes. Ah, it's really a crooked snorer. Luna shouted happily, and cautiously stepped forward, stretched out her hand to hug the crooked snorer's neck and rubbed the silver-white hair comfortably. And this big guy didn't evade her intimacy, and stood in place very docilely, letting her touch him. Want to ride on it and try it? Ivan asked with a smile. Can you? Luna asked happily. Of course. Ivan took a few steps forward and helped Luna ride on the back of the horn snorer. At first, Ivan was still a little worried about whether Luna would fall, hesitating whether he needed to ride with the little witch, but fortunately, Luna adapted quickly and sat firmly holding the horns of the horn-snoring beast. So, Ivan gave up this plan and just watched Luna happily driving the silver-white behemoth wandering in circles in the sea of flowers. When the waning moon was high in the sky, and the magic of the transformation curse was about to disappear, Ivan called to Luna, who was crazy, and reminded. It's late, we should go back. Luna looked a little bit upset, but she nodded and jumped off the back of the horn snorer, and then seriously said goodbye to the horn snorer and the tracers. The two walked out of the forbidden forest in the direction they had come. Luna hummed an inexplicable tune along the way, in a very good mood, while Ivan hesitated and stopped talking. In such an atmosphere, the gate of the castle was already in front of her eyes. Just as the two passed through the hall, Ivan suddenly stopped, turned to look at the little witch next to him, and said apologetically. I'm sorry, Luna. Although it was cruel, Ivan still decided to expose the truth, because it wouldn't last long, and he didn't have the energy to maintain the transfiguration technique. One night was already the limit. Why do you want to apologize to me? Luna looked at Ivan puzzledly, then looked at the forbidden forest in the distance, and said quietly. The fairy tree is very beautiful, and the horn-snoring beast is also very good. Yes, it's just them. Ivan started to explain, but was interrupted by Luna's words. They will only stay in the forbidden forest for one night, right? The little witch said lightly. Did you see it? Ivan was a little surprised. He thought that his transfiguration technique was still very good, and it shouldn't be seen through. Luna blinked, and did not answer Ivan's doubts. Ivan did not intend to continue to ask, since he had been seen through, he no longer hid it, and immediately took out a transparent jar from his pocket and displayed it in front of the little witch. Luna clearly saw a half-slap-sized crooked snorer in the jar, which looked like a reduced version of the forbidden forest. Is it the baby of the horn snorer? Luna asked curiously. No, it's a real horn snorer. Ivan shook his head and said solemnly. In order for Luna to understand the meaning of the word real, Ivan unscrewed the jar and lifted the crooked snoring beast with his fingers. This poor little guy was probably frightened. He mistakenly thought that a certain demon was going to torture him again, and suddenly let out a tragic wailing. But this time, Ivan was not here to do the experiment, so he just waved his wand gently. Finite incantatum, mantra stop. A dazzling white light flashed, and the horn-snoring beast remained as it was, looking at them with that pitiful and innocent look. Luna can of course understand the meaning of this spell cast by Ivan, which means that in front of her is a real and alive horn-snoring beast. There was light in the eyes of the little witch. www.mdlenovel.com. She stared at this strange creature in fascination, until Ivan handed her the horn-snoring beast, and Luna recovered her mind and gave this. The poor little guy took it. You really found it? Luna said in surprise. In the palm of his palm, the restless horn-snoring beast was competing with Luna's fingers with its curved horns. It was not at all as docile as the deformed similar one in the forbidden forest, on the contrary it was irritable. But Luna didn't care, she tried her best to comfort the horn-snoring beast, and then looked up at Ivan, her blue eyes were foggy, and she said softly in gratitude. Thank you for finding the horn snorer for me, and thank you for showing me the Zhongxian tree and Zhongxian. They are all the same as I thought. We are friends, aren't we? Ivan said seriously, and I really want to say, it should be I want to thank you. He had heard Hermione talk about that day, and if Luna hadn't helped him and Hermione, I really didn't know how long it would take to untie the knot. Not to mention the little witch who helped herself a few years in advance, Luna also had a contribution to solving the mystery of the secret room and successfully deciphering the clue of the snake language. All these help Ivan are naturally remembered in his heart, so he has long wanted to prepare a thank you gift for the other party, but he found the opportunity today. Chapter 685, Foreboding of Dreams. Yeah, we are friends. Luna nodded and said briskly, and then put the horn-snoring beast into the jar, and then curiously asked Ivan about the precautions for raising this strange creature. Grass and leaves are good for eating. As for the others, I haven't tried it, so you have to understand it yourself. Ivan replied with a smile. The two of them just walked and talked, and they finally separated formally at the intersection of the tower and returned to their dormitories. By the time Ivan walked through the door of the bedroom, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. The room was very dim, with only a few candles lit on the wooden table. Harry lay on the bed rarely, while Seamus and Neville leaned against the window and told sneer jokes. Ivan greeted a few people who were still awake, and got ready to go to bed. After working for several days, he had been with Luna for another night today. He was already too sleepy. However, when I happened to pass by Harry's bedside, Ivan vaguely noticed a cold wave of magical power, and he turned his head and glanced subconsciously. On the bunk next to Harry, wrapped in a quilt, closed his eyes tightly, his face was full of pain, his mouth was whispering one by one, the lightning scar on his forehead was gleaming. It was like a nightmare. Ivan frowned and couldn't help but moved a few steps closer, standing in front of Harry's bed, and a murmur of whispers came into his ears. No. You can't do this. He is very angry, the servant is dead, he is coming back, and killing everyone there. Harry murmured unconsciously, shaking his head from time to time, his expression getting more and more painful, and the big beads of sweat kept slipping down and soaking the pillows and bedding, like a convulsion. Ivan's face became more serious. Although he didn't know what Harry was dreaming about, the information revealed by these dreams made him a little uneasy. Could it be that Voldemort had learned of the death of Barty Crouch Jr., so he was very angry about killing someone to vent his anger? Some doubts surfaced in his mind. Ivan was eager to ask, but he didn't dare to wake Harry up casually, worried about interrupting the dream and missing any key information. He couldn't be more clear about Harry's particularity. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Harry would unconsciously enter Voldemort's brain at some point to browse memory fragments, or share his vision with other Horcruxes. Some secret information. Although there is a clear mention in the original time and space that Voldemort can use this in turn, using occlumency to construct false illusions. But Voldemort hasn't been resurrected yet, it should be impossible to detect Harry's prying eyes, so the credibility of intelligence is still very high now. Just as Ivan was thinking about it, Harry, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and suddenly sat up from the bed, panting heavily, swept around in panic, and yelled frantically. Where is Professor Dumbledore? Where is Professor Dumbledore? While talking, Harry felt his scars start to hurt again, as if he had been burned by fire, and immediately let out a painful wailing. The few of Seamus who heard the shout were startled, and jumped out of the bed without wearing their shoes, and they surrounded Harry's bedside with worry. Are you okay, Harry? Seamus shook Harry's shoulder vigorously to make him awake. Or does your scar hurt again? Do you want us to take you to the school hospital? Ron also hurriedly asked. No, I'm fine, and I don't have to go to the school hospital. I'm going to find Professor Dumbledore now. Harry shook his head and hurriedly rolled off the bed. But it's so late now. The professor should have rested. If you have something, it's better to go to him tomorrow. Seamus didn't quite understand why he made such a fuss, and asked suspiciously. Did you have a nightmare, Harry? That's not a dream. Harry shouted angrily. Then do you see anything? Ivan on the side asked solemnly. Barty Crouch is dead. Voldemort is very angry that he has been torturing someone with the drill curse. That snake. I became that snake again. Harry said hurriedly, he was desperately desperate. I want to describe the picture in my mind more clearly, but for some reason it becomes intermittent when I reach my lips. But Harry added diligently. Voldemort. Voldemort also said he wants to kill more people. Use their blood to restore power, and he wants to kill everyone in a Muggle village. After the words fell, the whole bedroom fell into a strange silence, and Ron, Neville were all shocked by Harry's words. Did you just talk about the mysterious person? Seamus looked at Harry in horror, unconsciously stepped back 2 steps, and almost hit the sharp corner of the bed. Did you dream about that person again? Ron knew a little bit more, so he wasn't surprised like Seamus. Ron still doubted Harry's words. You said that Mr. Crouch is dead? How could that be possible? I saw him staying in the castle well yesterday. But I really heard Voldemort's own words. Harry said eagerly, looked around, then turned his eyes to Ivan, who was thinking about things, and said again. Ivan, don't you have that map? Don't we know if we look at it? Ivan regained his consciousness and nodded solemnly, just as he wanted to see if both Crouches were dead, so he took the live map out of his pocket. In the next moment, a plain picture of the entire castle appeared in front of everyone. Ron glanced around on the map, and soon saw Barty Crouch on it. www.mdlenovel.com, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile. Look, Harry, Mr. Crouch is still in the staff lounge, so you are just having a nightmare. Harry was a little confused, he looked at the name on the map for a long time without replying. Just when several people thought that the matter could be concluded, Yvonne suddenly spoke. No, I'm afraid that Harry is right. There is indeed a Barty Crouch dead, but it is Mr. Crouch's son Barty Jr. He sneaked into Hogwarts before and tried throwing Harry's name into the Goblet of Fire. So Professor Moody arrested him that day. Harry suddenly thought of Moody's anomaly a few days ago and asked anxiously. You can also say the same. Yvonne gave Moody a bit of face, but he was thinking about how Voldemort learned of this information. Was it because of what kind of incantation was put on Barty's body that could detect his life or death, or was it someone told him specifically? There should not be many people who know this information now. Chapter 686, If we can't stop him in time, everything will be done. What are you talking about? Does Mr. Crouch have a son? Why does he put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire? Seamus couldn't understand Ivan's words at all, and spoke confusedly. Asked. But Yvonne didn't mean to explain, his attention had been attracted by the names of the headmaster's office. After a few glances at the map, Yvonne turned his head to look at Harry, and said solemnly. Go. Let's go to Professor Dumbledore now. He happens to be in the office. I will explain the matter about Barty Jr. on the way to you later. Harry nodded and didn't change his clothes, so he ran out of the bedroom with Yvonne in his pajamas. Wait for me. I'll go with you too. Ron hurriedly shouted, and immediately followed. On the way to the principal's office, Yvonne Shun took a brief account of what happened the other day, and now there is no need to hide it. After listening to Ivan's story, Harry and Ron were both shocked and unable to speak for a while. After a while, Ron seemed to have recovered and stammered. You mean Professor Moody was controlled by the Imperious Curse before? How is this possible? He is a legendary aura and has caught so many dark wizards. Harry also couldn't believe it. He had seen Moody's performance during this period of time. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best defense against the dark arts class professor, not to mention Moody's treatment of himself. Last time, he kindly said something to help him smash Malfoy. Harry, have you forgotten? The more wise the dark wizard is, the better at composing lies, such as Professor Quirrell in the first grade. Who would believe that he did so many bad things if he didn't show his feet? Reminded. Harry and Ron were speechless, but quickly and gloomily asked why Yvonne didn't tell them earlier. Especially Harry was struggling with this. He thought that since Voldemort wanted to arrest him, he should at least have the right to know, but now that Barty Crouch Jr. is dead, he just knew it was. The other party intends to frame himself. In the beginning, I was just guessing, if I said it in advance, but in the end I accidentally guessed it wrong, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Yvonne shrugged and explained it in confusion. Harry planned to ask again, but the entrance to the principal's office was already near, so he had to hold the temporary doubt in his mind. Chilled lemon juice. Yvonne said to the huge stone beast in front of the door. In order to report things in an emergency, Dumbledore has informed him of the import and export orders of the principal's office in recent months. The huge stone beast rumbling, moved slowly to give way to a passage, and Yvonne and the others immediately walked up the spiral staircase. Before they could enter the principal's room, the fierce quarrels came out first. Harry and Ron vaguely heard the voices that seemed to be Fudge and Umbridge. Yvonne was not surprised at all, he had already seen the names of these two men and some auras on the map. Walking upstairs, Yvonne did not expect to see a bunch of people standing in the principal's office. The one at the head is Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, who will be pointing at the corpse of Barty Crouch Jr. on the ground, frowning and speaking. Albus, so you came to me this time, just to tell me that this scorched corpse is Mr. Crouch's son Barty Jr.? That died in Azkaban more than 10 years ago. Death Eater? And he also planned a conspiracy, put Harry's name in the Goblet of Fire, intending to use this game to send Harry to the mysterious man? Fudge looked at Dumbledore with a look that you seem to be teasing me, like a patient with severe Alzheimer's. However, Dumbledore didn't mean to be joking at all, he spoke very seriously. I know you might have a hard time accepting this, Connolly, so I have asked Aristo to invite Batty over, and he will tell you if all this is true. I don't think you think that Batty is willing to take the risk of staying in Azkaban for a lifetime, lying and deceiving you? This is more ridiculous than the things I told you, isn't it? Dumbledore's words were extremely sharp, and under his gaze, a heavy pressure enveloped everyone's heart. Fudge lost his former composure. He looked around in a panic, as if expecting someone to stand up and refute Dumbledore's words. But all the Aurors cringed, even Umbridge, who was the most active on weekdays, didn't move. Her mouth seemed to be sewn on, and she was closed tightly, unable to speak. Fudge stepped back anxiously, until he stood in the crowd. He seemed to feel more relieved. But what followed was an angry mood, and Fudge took the pressure as Dumbledore's provocation to himself, and said forcefully. Albus. To be honest, I don't know what you are doing. Barty Jr. is dead long ago, and 2 Aurors watched him get buried in the ground with their own eyes. The same is true for the mysterious man. He had already died that night. Everyone in the magical world knew this. He would never come back. Forever and always. Fudge roared hysterically, every word seemed to be forced out of his mouth. Dumbledore's expression became more and more disappointed, and he opened his mouth to continue to persuade him, but before then a familiar voice rang first. No, you are wrong, Mr. Minister. The sudden words interrupted the conversation of several people, and everyone heard the reputation. Harry, who was stuck in the door, struggled to get rid of the 2 Aurors who were blocking him www.mdlenovel.com and bravely stood in front of the crowd. Yvonne was helpless by his recklessness, but he still followed. He chose to be there at this time just to listen to some useful information, rather than specifically as a target. Oh, Mr. Potter, A&D. Halls, why are you here? Albus didn't tell me. He would invite you two to testify. Fudge narrowed his eyes and said flatly, Yvonne, the timing of waiting for someone to come was a bit too coincidental. As for Ron at the back, he was directly ignored by Fudge. He only remembered that it was supposed to be a Weasley kid. Voldemort is still alive, Mr. Minister. I saw him with my own eyes. Harry's first words shocked everyone present. Fudge froze completely, and the Aurors also looked a little nervous. But Harry didn't mean to stop at all. He continued eagerly. He is coming back soon, planning to slaughter a Muggle village to restore his power. If we can't stop him in time, then everything is over. Chapter 687, Stubborn Fudge. Harry's words were like dropping a depth bomb in the calm black lake, making the atmosphere in the principal's office agitated. Dumbledore frowned, staring at Harry without speaking. Fudge's expression on the side was almost distorted, and he interrupted Harry's words angrily. Nonsense. You will never have seen him, you must be lying. I didn't, sir. Harry eagerly wanted to explain, but before he could say a few words, he was interrupted by Umbridge. You just said you knew the mysterious man's plan, Potter. Umbridge demanded. Harry nodded blankly. This is the biggest lie. If, as you said, the mysterious man is still alive and planning a secret plan, then how did you know the news? Umbridge's words are very harsh, a pair of poisonous snakes. Normal eyes stared directly at Harry. Voldemort said it himself. Harry responded loudly. I had a dream. In the dream I became a snake and sneaked into a small room. Voldemort was staying there. He was talking to Peter Pettigrew. Before he could finish speaking, Umbridge laughed mockingly. A dream. Ah, it seems that things can't be clearer. Fudge's mouth also raised a sneer smile. He turned to look at the Aurors, and said. Everyone heard that? Mr. Potter intends to tell us that he has had a few nightmares these days and dreams of a mysterious man trying to murder him. This may scare him so much that he has to sneak into the principal's room in the middle of the night. Seek comfort. Hearing this, several Aurors laughed one after another, and the solemn atmosphere in the principal's room was swept away. This is not the first time, Mr. Minister. I also dreamed of him last time. He wanted to send someone to catch me, and then Barty Crouch Jr. threw my name into the goblet of fire. Harry stammered to excuse. Fudge didn't even pay attention to what Harry was saying, and scolded impatiently. Listen, kid. This is not a place to play, and I don't have so much time to listen to your ridiculous dreams. The Ministry of Magic has more important things waiting for me to deal with. Also, Albus, I think you may need to take a good rest recently, lest your mind become too awake. I can't believe that you would have a nightmare of a child. Fudge looked at Dumbledore. Said quite dissatisfied. Sometimes dreams also bring some indications. Connolly. Dumbledore's expression was still calm, but there was an unspeakable power in his eyes looking at Fudge, which made every word of him deep. Deep in everyone's mind. Otherwise, how do you explain the dark mark raised in the Quidditch Cup this year? Peter Pettigrew's escape is also a very obvious omen. The fact is that Voldemort has got the help of Pettigrew, he has become stronger, and he is planning to become stronger. Enough, don't talk to me about this. Fudge interrupted Dumbledore's words sharply, his face rose to purple-red, and an anger rose from his heart. Do you still want to tell me that this kid has the gift of a prophet? And Peter Pettigrew is dead, the Dementor killed him, right in front of me, I know all this better than you. The dark mark that day was just an accident. The Aurors have received some news, and they will catch the troublemakers sooner or later. Fudge refuted every word of Dumbledore with the sharpest words. He simply couldn't understand why Dumbledore wanted to arouse people's panic. Obviously, the magic world is very peaceful now. The Dark Lord's wreckage has been happening more than 10 years ago, and those extreme Death Eaters are also was imprisoned in Azkaban. As the Minister of Magic, he has been painstakingly maintaining this peaceful scene over the years, and he has devoted countless efforts to this. Fudge even suspected that Dumbledore was deliberately trying to create a crisis. After all, everyone knew that he was the only person afraid of the Dark Lord. In this way, Dumbledore could take the opportunity to raise his voice and give himself the Minister of Magic get it down. The atmosphere in the principal's room remained stalemate like this. No matter what Dumbledore said, Fudge's faith could not be shaken. Ivan, who was watching, shook his head secretly. He knew very well that unless Voldemort was resurrected and appeared in front of them, Fudge would not be able to accept the reality. Instead, he would stubbornly feel that this is Dumbledore's political trick. The purpose is to compete with oneself for power. After the negotiation for a while, Fudge flicked his sleeves angrily and left, but at this moment, there was another sound of footsteps outside the door. "It should be Batty here," Dumbledore said, guessing, turning his head and looking at the door. Fudge stopped. As Dumbledore had expected, Crouch quickly walked in from the door, and Moody followed him with a cane. After entering the door, Moody's blue magic eye swept around in the principal's room, noticed the expressions on the faces of Fudge and Dumbledore, and grinned and spoke. "It seems that your talks are not going well. Connolly doesn't agree with me," Dumbledore replied, raising his brows. "How do you want me to believe you, Albus?" Fudge said angrily. "The Ministry of Magic is a place for proof. www.mdlnovel.com. You can't expect me to tell those Aurors magic. Harry Potter, the world's savior, had a dream, so they had to spend time and effort to find the mysterious man who had been dead for more than 10 years. Not only that, a lot of evidence has always been placed in front of you, Connolly. It's just that you insist on not believing it," Dumbledore said in a deep voice. "Evidence? Where is it? Why didn't I see it?" Fudge said with a sneer, then he turned his gaze to the ground again. "Or, do you mean this scorched corpse with a blind face? No one can prove that he is Barty Crouch Jr. I can prove it." Crouch, who had been silent for a long time, took a few steps closer, and he was also looking at the corpse covered with white cloth, with a somewhat complicated expression. "Connolly. He is my son. I can't make a mistake, and there is no need to lie to you. Besides, I think you should listen to Albus's advice carefully. If there is anything you don't understand, I am happy to answer for you." "No, I don't think it's necessary. You're arrested now, Batty," Fudge said coldly. He waved his hand, and Umbridge immediately surrounded him with people. Chapter 688, If you had a refreshing point back then, there will be so many things now. In the face of the tough law enforcement Auror, Crouch didn't mean to resist, but he was relieved, and he extended his hands to let a few people shack him, and even asked casually. "It seems that you finally figured it out, Connolly. Are you planning to arrest me on charges of favoritism? It is suspected of murdering Bertha Hawkins. She has been missing for almost a year, and you are the last to see her," Fudge said sharply. Crouch's expression instantly froze, and he looked at Fudge in disbelief. "I think Dumbledore should have explained it to you. I just used a powerful oblivion spell on Bertha Hawkins, and then she went all the way to Romania. The mysterious man. The mysterious man killed her." Fudge first said what Crouch wanted to say, and then continued. "Who knows if you are lying? I would rather believe that you want to push all this to the mysterious person. It just so happens that there is a corpse with an invisible face. I suspect that she is Bertha Hawkins." Fudge indifferently told the Auror to take the scorched corpse away. Dumbledore watched the movements of Fudge and the Aurors, with a little anger on his face. He knew he could not count on the help of the Ministry of Magic. "Ah! I almost forgot." Fudge led someone to the door, suddenly remembered something, and turned his head to look at Yvonne. "Hals, if I'm not mistaken, you should have been there at the time, and you just found this corpse, right? So you should follow along and make a transcript." Yvonne laughed at Fudge's remarks. How could he fail to see that Fudge was threatening himself and wanted him to make a false testimony to completely characterize this incident as Crouch's murder of Bertha Hawkins? Otherwise, it is not that he happened to find the corpse, but that he and Crouch were involved in the murder. But Yvonne is not scared. He is very clear about his reputation in the magical world, and because Dumbledore is here, it is not easy for Fudge to convict himself, so he speaks mercilessly. Sarcastically said. "I think you need to make up for the relevant knowledge, Minister Fudge. Little Barty died of suicide. You only need to use the flashback spell to test the wand he used to understand this. It has nothing to do with me and Mr. Crouch. In addition, I also need to remind the Minister that even if you can't see your face clearly, professionals can tell the age and gender of a person based on his bones. The difference between male and female pelvis is the most obvious feature. If you are willing to explain the dead at the scene, you will immediately know that the dead is actually a wizard, not the so-called Bertha Hawkins." The existing genetic technology of Muggles can also help you confirm his identity. As long as you send it to be tested, the Muggles will accurately tell you that the corpse in front of you is Mr. Crouch's son Barty. Yvonne analyzed it, then looked at Fudge with contempt and spoke. Excuse me, do you still have any questions that I need to help answer? Fudge was choked directly, and couldn't reply for a long time. Hals is right. Moody also said in help at this time. I heard Crouch said that Auror followed when his son was buried, and I must be able to find the exact burial site of the body. If you don't believe me, you can dig up the grave to take a look and confirm it further. That was all over 10 years ago, who will remember the specific location where it was buried? Fudge shook his head and replied impatiently. If they happen to forget, I can help them remember. Dumbledore said suddenly, blocking Fudge's last excuse. But this also successfully angered Fudge. He looked at Dumbledore, then turned his gaze to Yvonne, Moody, and Harry, his expression gradually becoming a little ugly. Very good, very good. It seems that you are determined to go against me, right? Fudge said angrily. The only thing I want to deal with is Voldemort. It's not that difficult to find out the truth if you want, Connolly, Dumbledore said in a deep voice. I will send someone to investigate the whole thing. There is a meditation basin in the Ministry of Magic, and you don't need your help. Fudge said through gritted teeth, and then looked at Umbridge and the others. Let's go. Hearing that, the Aurors were relieved, they didn't want to stay here for a moment, and hurriedly brought Crouch and Barty's corpses to follow. When this group of people walked out of the principal's room, the room suddenly became empty. Professor Dumbledore, shall we just let them take Mr. Crouch like this? Yvonne is worried that Fudge will kill people directly after he returns. There is a precedent in the original time and space. Don't worry, Halls, Batty will be fine. Dumbledore said relievedly. If he had the guts to kill Batty, he wouldn't be afraid to be like that. Moody sneered. Crouch's identity is very unusual. He is a pure blood wizard himself. He was formerly the director of the executive department. He has a lot of friends at the Ministry of Magic. Fudge must go through a formal trial if he wants to convict him. Thinking of this, Moody turned to look at Dumbledore, and suddenly asked without thinking. Regret it? Albus. Dumbledore was silent. Of course he knew what Moody was asking. The current Minister of Magic Fudge was the one he had recommended. If you had happily accepted the position of Minister of Magic www.mtlnovel.com now there will be so many things. Moody grumbled dissatisfiedly. After the Wizarding War ended, the Ministry of Magic had sent people to Hogwarts more than a dozen times to ask Dumbledore to be the Minister of Magic, but all were rejected, so Fudge was finally elected. It's not the time to talk about this, Alastair. Dumbledore didn't want to talk more on this topic. He turned the topic and looked at Harry, asking him to repeat his dream experience. Harry nodded, remembering hard, trying to speak as carefully as possible about everything he saw through the snake's perspective. Dumbledore pondered for a long time, and his expression became very solemn when he heard that Voldemort was preparing to slaughter the entire Muggle village to restore his strength. Do you think that will be true? Harry asked nervously. It's possible that some advanced black magic rituals require death sacrifices. Dumbledore's brows were tightly locked together. Compared with this, what made him care more about was who Voldemort learned about the news of Batty's death. Chapter 689, Voldemort really didn't stop for a moment. Hals, did you and Miss Granger tell anyone about Barty Jr. during this time? Dumbledore asked. Yvonne shook his head hesitantly. He was very aware of the importance of confidentiality, so he was usually cautious, and Hermione shouldn't talk about it casually. And Harry and Ron only learned about Barty Crouch Jr. today, and they were at most half insiders before. Albus, it shouldn't be the problem with these kids. Moody frowned and said in a deep voice. Little Batty has only been dead for a week. Even if a student happens to learn this news, it will never reach that person's ears so quickly. Today's Voldemort can be said to be a lonely person, and the source of the news is very closed, so someone must have told him this news specifically. Could it be revealed by the Ministry of Magic? Yvonne immediately thought of this. In his opinion, the Ministry of Magic's intelligence network is similar to a sieve. For example, this year's Top 3 Cup was originally a secret event. As a result, many people knew the news in advance before the start of school. From some intelligence analysis, one of the games may be related to the Fire Dragon. Therefore, Yvonne wondered whether it was the senior officials of that department who had taken refuge in Voldemort and became the inner support of the Dark Lord. However, just as Yvonne was thinking this way, Dumbledore vetoed his speculation. There is no such possibility. I only told Fudge about Barty Jr. tonight. That's weird. According to this, we should be the only people who know the news. Moody raised his eyebrows, glanced over Yvonne and Harry, and then looked at Deng. Blido said again afterwards. Is it Batty? Or who did he tell? Yvonne also thinks this is possible. Only Dumbledore, Moody, Hermione, Crouch and himself knew about this before. If they hadn't revealed it, it would have been Crouch. I don't think Barty will speak it lightly. Perhaps it was Voldemort's warning magic on Barty Jr. that let him know all this. Dumbledore interrupted several people's suspicions. Now inform urgently, they need to unite as much as possible instead of suspicion for no reason. In short, the most important thing now is to find out the location of the village and prevent the tragedy from happening. Dumbledore added. But when England is so big, how can we determine where the mysterious man is going to attack? Ron asked puzzled. Harry only knew that the mysterious man was preparing to launch an attack, but he didn't know the specific location of the village at all. He didn't even have a clue, and he couldn't find it. Voldemort is now inconvenient to move, and his strength has not been fully restored. He wants to kill a Muggle village, but it is not so easy, so he must choose a suitable location to avoid causing a large-scale riot to interrupt the ceremony. Yvonne muttered, muttering to himself. Muggles are not stupid, and they don't know how to resist and run away in the face of danger. Not to mention people, even if thousands of pigs are thrown into a village, they can't be killed within a few days. Moody felt that it was reasonable, so he followed Ivan's thinking and continued to analyze it. So Voldemort will try his best to choose small villages in remote places. There are certainly not too many Muggles living in them. It is more suitable for dozens or hundreds of people, so we can exclude most of the places. Dumbledore nodded and nodded. One more thing to note, Tom is a person who likes nostalgia, so that the location he wants to attack can almost be locked. Do you mean the village where Tom grew up? Yvonne was speechless, and he could naturally guess where Dumbledore was talking about. But it is just because I know that I feel shocked. People with a little bit of conscience will not go crazy and slaughter the place where they grew up in childhood. But Voldemort is obviously an exception. When I was in the 2nd grade, Yvonne learned about Tom's bad childhood from the Horcrux diary. Presumably the Dark Lord had no good feelings about it. Yes, if Voldemort really intends to cause a massacre, this is the most likely place. Dumbledore said in a deep voice. When he was investigating Horcrux some time ago, he visited that village once. It was sparsely populated, facing the sea, and surrounded by mountains and cliffs. Even if something terrible happened, the Muggle government would not be able to support it for a while. Thinking of this, Dumbledore turned to look at Moody. Alastair, since Connolly can't count on it anymore, then I'm afraid we can only act on our own. It's time to do this, Albus. Moody grinned. Do you need me to find them all? No, I'll let Fawkes be responsible for informing them. Dumbledore shook his head. Moody is now the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He needs to prepare for lessons on weekdays. Contact this kind of trivial matter to Phoenix. Just do it. Professor Dumbledore, what about us? What should we do? Harry hurriedly asked, who had not been able to intervene. All you need to do is stay in school and protect yourself. Dumbledore replied earnestly. But... Harry opened his mouth to retort. Your safety is as important as protecting the village, Harry. Dumbledore interrupted Harry's words. We can't be sure whether Voldemort is actually planning a massacre, or that it is just a cover. So you must be prepared with both hands. Then, without waiting for Harry to respond, www.mdlenovel.com, Dumbledore again asked Yvonne and others not to disclose what happened tonight, so as not to leak the news again. Professor, can I tell Hermione the news? Yvonne asked suddenly. He thought that with Hermione's cleverness, he must be able to extract a lot of information from Harry and Ron, and wanted to hide it from her. The difficulty is high. Of course, Miss Granger is also a trustworthy person. Dumbledore nodded. 10 minutes later, Yvonne, Harry, and Ron walked out of the principal's room together and walked towards the Gryffindor lounge. Along the way, several people had a worried expression. Harry and Ron were still immersed in the shocking news that Voldemort wanted to slaughter the village and resurrect. Yvonne sighed helplessly, knowing that his leisurely campus life was about to end before it started, and Voldemort really didn't stop for a moment. Chapter 690, Before the Game. Time flew by, and 2 months passed in a flash. However, beyond the expectations of Yvonne and others, the magical world was very stable during this period. The school's courses were also proceeding as usual, and everything was so peaceful. Even when he was in the potions class, Snape rarely asked them for trouble, but his face was still gloomy, and he didn't know if Dumbledore had arranged another task for him. As it was approaching the end of the term, the little wizards in the castle became more and more urgent as they were no longer leisurely, so that the originally empty library and lounge were suddenly crowded in the afternoon. As the warriors, Yvonne and Harry have a heavier burden, after all, they still need to prepare for the upcoming 3rd game. Just as nervous as the two of them is Hermione, who has been sorting out the spells that may be used in the game these days, and ensuring that Yvonne and Harry have mastered them all. Professor Moody once said that the location of the last game is in a large maze. They will put some ingenious traps and dangerous magical creatures in the passage of the maze as a test. In addition to other warriors. It is also possible to launch an attack on you. Hermione talked to Harry about the precautions of the game, and suggested that he practice the offensive spells listed in the list more these days, and be ready to fight the opponents in the maze. Harry kept nodding his head, but seemed a little absent-minded throughout. Ron patted him on the shoulder and said comfortingly, "Don't think about mysterious people anymore, Harry. Maybe it's just a nightmare you had. It has been more than 2 months. If you really want to do it, the mysterious people will already have actions." "That can't be a dream, Ron," Harry retorted. "I didn't even know who Barty Jr. was at the time, but I heard Voldemort mention his death. Do you think it's possible? But even if it's true, we can't do anything now. Compared to this, you might as well think about the game for a few days," Ron said with his mouth curled. Harry didn't reply. He knew Ron was right. In fact, the calm over the past 2 months has gradually caused him to doubt the authenticity of that dream, worrying that his words will make the professors useless. Thinking of this, Harry sighed and turned his attention to the long list in front of him, which was a long list of magic spells, most of which he had successfully mastered in the past 2 months, but such as he still didn't know how to use high-end spells like the Iron Armor Curse. In contrast, Yvonne, who is also a warrior, is much more relaxed. He had mastered all the basic magic on the list in the early years, and the final exam was never a problem for Yvonne, so he became the most laid-back person in the entire lounge, holding a prophet in his hand. Read the daily newspaper carefully. Before the incident of Barty, Yvonne became vigilant, and he paid more and more attention to the importance of intelligence. Reading the newspaper has almost become his daily habit, so as not to miss some key news. It's just that during the recent period, the Daily Prophet's reports are all about the top 3 matches, otherwise it's just some lace news. There is not much nutritious content at all, even the arrest of Barty Crouch. Without mentioning a word, Yvonne guessed that it was probably suppressed by Fudge. After reading this for a while, Yvonne was suddenly attracted by the content of one of the pages when he thought that today was a lot of lace news. "You can take a look at this news." Yvonne threw the Daily Prophet on the table and said, pointing to a column of news on it. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all leaned forward curiously and took a look. 3 days ago, a muggle was attacked by a curse. Hermione said uncertainly after reading the contents of the news. "Yes. And the place where the accident happened was in the village by the sea." Yvonne said affirmatively. Although this is not clearly stated in the Daily Prophet, Yvonne can still roughly analyze it based on the familiar background in the photos on the layout. "It must be Peter and Voldemort who started to act. Let's go and tell Professor Dumbledore." Harry threw down the book in his hand happily and was about to run out. Yvonne stretched out his hand to hold him, and said helplessly. "No, Harry. Don't you think that Professor Dumbledore doesn't know the news yet? Don't forget, the professor has always sent someone to stare there. Maybe Professor Dumbledore drove the mysterious man away." Hermione guessed. "That said, isn't the mysterious man's plan ruined?" Ron was very pleased. The previous news that the mysterious man planned to slaughter the village and resurrect him scared him enough. "How easy is it?" Yvonne shook his head solemnly, but he felt that Dumbledore and Voldemort hadn't met yet. Otherwise, based on Voldemort's current half-dead state, it would never be impossible to escape from Dumbledore's hands, and the Daily Prophet did not mention signs of wizard fighting there. This means that Voldemort is still lurking in the dark waiting for an opportunity. There was no action for 2 full months before, and Yvonne thought that Voldemort was probably looking for a suitable time to start, such as the day when the last match of the Goblet of Fire started. As the referee of the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore will stay at Hogwarts that day to preside over the entire game. Without Dumbledore, Voldemort would be more at ease. This attack may be a temptation www.mtlnovel.com, but I don't know how the members of the Order of the Phoenix dealt with it, and whether it exposed their whereabouts and made Voldemort aware of it. As they were discussing, an owl flew in from the opening of the window. After wandering around in the lounge, he flew straight towards Harry and threw the envelope he was holding onto the table. Harry unpacked the envelope and pulled out the parchment inside. After reading the contents of the letter clearly, the whole person looked excited. "Who sent you the letter? What is written on it?" Yvonne asked curiously. "It's serious. He said in his letter that in the 3rd game, the Ministry of Magic will invite relatives of the warriors to watch the game, and he will come to watch that day too," Harry said with joy, looking very happy. "That's good news." Yvonne smiled, "But I don't know if Asia will come. She seems to hate Dumbledore and is always reluctant to enter Hogwarts." Chapter 691, But it's not that I deliberately avoided him. Entering June, the weather gradually warmed, and the time for the start of the 3rd game was getting closer and closer, and the whole castle was filled with tension and excitement. During this time, Harry has almost become the busiest person at Hogwarts. In addition to class every day, he needs to spend several hours to practice various spells. However, these efforts were not in vain. Harry's magic level increased rapidly in a large number of battles and exercises, and he had even initially mastered such difficult magic as the Iron Armor Curse. This also gave him some confidence in the next game. Of course, this confidence does not mean winning the championship, but being able to complete the game smoothly without making a fool of yourself on the court. Ivan has not been idle in the past few months either, and has devoted most of his energy to the study of the Transfiguration Curse. There is a qualitative gap between the 7th level magic and the 6th level magic. After some experiments, Ivan found that before the magic power completely dissipated, the creature he deformed was almost the same as the real one. In addition, he can achieve exaggerated transformations that were impossible to imagine before, such as the fairy tale scene built in the Forbidden Forest a few months ago, or temporarily alienating a tree into a huge treant to assist in the fight. And after these days of practice, it has reached the limit of level 6. Although it is impossible to read the mind directly, as long as his eyes meet each other, Ivan can capture the thoughts in a person's mind without chanting a mantra. However, after gaining this ability, Ivan was not happy at all. He once tried to maintain a full day of panic, but the feedback he received was extremely bad. The whole world seems to be shrouded in falsehood and malice. The little wizard who smiled and said hello when he passed by the other second, was filled with deep jealousy in his heart. Two friends who seemed to talk about nothing, had long been grudges secretly, and told each other. What made Ivan feel helpless is that the feedback he received from several of his friends was not all positive. So after experimenting for a day, Ivan decisively gave up the idea of keeping mind consciousness, and if this continued, he worried that he would never find a friend. Thinking of this, Ivan was also a little emotional. This was just a group of simple-minded children, with so many messy thoughts in his heart. Ivan couldn't imagine what a terrible castle would be if it were all grown-up wizards. Hals, Potter. Come here for a minute. While several people were eating breakfast, McGonagall walked out from the side of the hall and waved at them. Ivan and Harry looked at each other, and the two stood up together and followed together. Professor, isn't the game time at night? What are you looking for us now? Harry asked strangely. Yes, you remember correctly, Potter, the game is tonight. McGonagall nodded and said with a smile. But the Warriors' family members have been invited to watch the finals. They are now in the conference room. I think you will definitely want to see them before the game. While talking, the three of them had already come to the door of the meeting room together. McGonagall twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open, which looked very lively. Victor Krum was sitting in the corner of the house with his parents, saying something in Bulgarian. Fleur and Gabriel were also with a middle-aged witch, who was probably her mother. After Ivan took a look, he withdrew his gaze, and turned his gaze across the conference room. He quickly found Asia by the stove. Mrs. Weasley and Sirius were also here. The three seemed to be chatting, but they didn't seem to be having a very happy chat. Bill on the side smiled bitterly and couldn't intervene at all. When he saw Harry and Ivan coming in, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said hello. Hi, Harry, Halls, this way. Bill's words successfully calmed the conflicts between the parents. Asia gave up the argument with Mrs. Weasley, and immediately turned her attention to Ivan, stepped forward and embraced him enthusiastically. Mom, why are you here? Ivan was both delighted and a little surprised. He thought that Azia would not step into Hogwarts because of his disgust for Dumbledore. Why? Are you not happy to see me come to school? Asia pretended to be warm and angry, and squeezed Ivan's cheek with her hand. Of course not. Ivan shook his head hastily. Asia laughed, she naturally understood Ivan's doubts, and she explained. I don't want to be absent for such an important thing as you participate in the Triwizard Tournament, and if you really want to say it, it should be your principal who is worried about meeting me, but it's not that I deliberately avoid him. Speaking of this, there was a strong resentment in Asia's words. Ivan was very curious, but he didn't ask, and he held the doubt in his heart, because he knew that Asia would probably not tell him. At the same time, Sirius and Mrs. Weasley also gathered around Harry and asked for warmth. Probably because the children were in the meeting room, the atmosphere at the scene eased a lot. After talking to Harry, Mrs. Weasley smiled and hugged Ivan. Only Sirius kept a straight face, but at least there was no more dispute in the conference room. Considering how few people can deal with, Ivan took the initiative to let Asia accompany him to the castle, and stay here awkward. It's been a long time since I came to Hogwarts www.mdlnovel.com just to see all the changes. Aisha nodded and readily agreed. Ivan greeted Harry and the others, and walked out of the meeting room with Aisha. When passing by the hall, Ivan was surprised to find that the ghosts wandering all around were avoiding them. Even the brave Pippi would flee in horror after seeing Aisha. Ivan turned to look at his mother, wondering why these ghosts were so afraid of her. Asia said with some nostalgia. When I was in school, I was boring and teasing these ghosts. I didn't expect that after so many years, they still remember. The corners of Ivan's mouth twitched, and he felt that it was not just as simple as teasing, because he had also teased Pepe Ghost, but it was far less afraid of himself. From this point of view, Asia must have used the fear curse to toss these ghosts when she was a child, and it is strange that the school hat will specifically complain to herself when she is enrolled. Chapter 692, Game 3. If he had cast a fear curse on Pippi Ghost from time to time over the years, he would surely be able to impress himself deeply. Thinking of this, Yvonne smiled, and Asia was more mischievous than she thought when she was a child. The two chatted all the way, strolling on the sun-drenched grass, and then went to the Black Lake to look at Barton's luxurious carriage and the huge ghost ship docked by the lake. After a while of inquiries from the side, Yvonne roughly learned that his mother, Isaiah, was 1 year younger than Sirius and Snape. There were not many intersections during the school days, and all the contradictions were accumulated after graduation. Asia didn't want to talk much about this matter, and soon shifted the topic to the Finals Cup. Although the Daily Prophet gave a detailed report on the results and process of each game, even so, she was still very interested in Ivan's defeat of the fire dragon and rescue of the hostages underwater. Especially the latter, because under the processing of Rita Skeeter, Ivan's rescue operation at the bottom of the lake has been rendered into a vulgar love triangle love story. The warrior Yvonne Halls and his beloved Grand Miss G kissed her love at the bottom of the lake, but on the way back, they accidentally ran into Miss Delacour, who was in trouble. The following story is extremely bloody. Rita Skeeter even spent a full 5 elements to demonstrate why Yvonne would prefer to save Fleur, who is also a warrior, ashore instead of Hermione as a hostage. After listening to Asia's narration, Yvonne couldn't help wondering if Rita Skeeter was tired of life and dared to write anything for the sake of sales, but under Asia's inquiring eyes, he had no choice but to explain. Mom, Fleur and I have only met a few times. There is no such messy emotional entanglement at all. She was saved because of Hermione's suggestion. What about Miss Granger? I saw in the Daily Prophecy that she was still your dancing partner. Is that also a fake? Asia asked with a grin. Yvonne was speechless at once, and after Asia's repeated questioning, she only vaguely said that she had a very good relationship with herself. But it didn't take long for Yvonne to regret it, because while eating lunch, Asia showed great enthusiasm for Hermione, and even frankly inquired about the little witch's family situation, which made Yvonne next to him very awkward. Embarrassing, he thought this progress was too fast. Hermione also seemed to be fidgeting. She didn't know where to go before, and she stammered when answering Asia's questions. In the afternoon, the entire auditorium was decorated, and the flags of the 3 major schools fluttered in the air, looking very grand. Towards the evening, Minister of Magic Fudge showed up in the hall with a few aurors, with a dark face all the way, and smiled reluctantly when meeting Dumbledore. Fortunately, none of this has anything to do with Yvonne. He is listening to Asia's nagging while enjoying today's dinner. Harry wasn't so leisurely beside him. The game that was about to start made him nervous, so even if today's dinner was a lot richer than usual, he didn't want to enjoy it. When the last little wizard ate and drank enough to put down the knife and fork in his hand, Dumbledore cleared his throat and stood up from the staff table and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes, I will invite everyone to the Quidditch Stadium to watch the final event of the Triwizard Tournament. Now I invite the Warriors and Mr. Bagman to the sports field. Yvonne Shees-Hiran got up and walked out of the auditorium with Harry in the attention of everyone. Fleur and Krum also got up from their seats and walked out together. Bagman had waited for them outside the hall early, and after seeing Yvonne, his face suddenly showed a thick smile. Warriors, follow me. Bagman greeted him, and then led Yvonne and others toward the Quidditch Stadium. On the way, Bagman explained the rules of the third game for several people in great detail. The whole game was played in a huge maze, and the goblet of fire representing the final victory was placed in the center of the maze. The condition for winning is that the warriors get the goblet of fire and get out of the maze smoothly. Mr. Bagman, wouldn't the scoring in the first 2 games be useless in that case? Harry asked strangely. Fleur and Krum were very happy because they were too far behind in the previous game. If the third game is still on the points system, they will have no chance of winning. However, before they were happy for long, Bagman replied with a smile. No, of course it is useful. The higher the score, the sooner the warrior will enter the maze. For example, Halls, he can enter at least 3 minutes earlier than you. The expressions on Furong and Krum's faces suddenly darkened, and Ivan's strength was far above them. If he entered the maze first, the advantage would be too great. What's more, Bagman said at least 3 minutes, which means that Harry, who is now ranked second in the score, needs to wait 3 minutes to enter, and they will only wait longer if the score is more behind. The only thing that makes them feel fortunate is that the warriors won't win on the spot after getting the trophy. They can also choose to volley Yvonne out of the labyrinth and grab the goblet of fire. To understand this, Krum deliberately fell behind a few positions and turned to look at Furong, seeking her support. Krum knew very well that it was impossible for him to grab the trophy from Ivan's hands alone. Only when they united could they have such a chance of winning. Furong did not directly agree to www.mtlnovel.com but hesitated. Yvonne helped her a lot in the last game, and she didn't want to avenge her revenge unless necessary. Just when several people were thinking about it, Bagman had taken them to the Quidditch Stadium. Compared with the previous days, this place has completely changed its appearance. A hedge of 20 feet high surrounds the edge of the field, but a gap is deliberately left in the front. Looking in from the entrance, the inside is pitch black, and you can only vaguely see the deep intersecting passages. About 5 minutes later, under the leadership of Dumbledore, the students entered the surrounding stands one after another, crowded with noisy voices. Yvonne, Harry, Fleur, and Crumb stood at the entrance of the maze, waiting for all the audience to arrive. A huge crystal ball has been suspended in the sky above the labyrinth. Its function is similar to that of the second game. After the game officially begins, the little wizards in the paddock will relay the wonderful performance of the warriors. This was also the last insurance Yvonne specially prepared, lest Harry would be looted in the maze like the original Time and Space. Chapter 693, Between 2 Points, the shortest straight line. When all the spectators on the paddock were all there, McGonagall walked over here with 4 patrol members, and said with a solemn expression. During the game, we will always patrol the outside of the maze. If you encounter difficulties in the game and want to be rescued, you will shoot red sparks into the sky, and we will come to help as soon as possible. But firing the flames means that the warriors give up a thorough game. The specific weighing is up to you. Bagman added. Yvonne and the others nodded together. Okay, let's start the official game now. Bagman cleared his throat and blessed himself with a loud curse with his wand, then looked at the crowd on the stage and shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. I'll report the current score. First of all, Yvonne Halls, the warrior of Hogwarts, who cleared the game with full marks and currently has a total of 100 points. After Bagman's voice fell, there was a warm applause in the paddock. Yvonne gestured to the surroundings with restraint, and several friends were beckoning to him under his glance. Then Mr. Harry Potter. He ranked second with a good score of 82 points. Bagman continued yelling. The applause in the audience rang again, and when Bagman talked about Fleur and Crumb, the cheers suddenly became much smaller. Only Booth Barton and Demstrang wizards were present in the audience. Applause desperately. After Bagman fully mobilized the audience's atmosphere, he reached out to Yvonne and spoke. Now, please prepare the warrior Yvonne Halls and listen to my whistle action. 3, 2, 1, start. Bagman counted loudly. With a short whistle, Yvonne rushed into the maze first. Although the first 2 games have won him a lot of advantages, in order to ensure the victory of the game, the time to get the Goblet of Fire is naturally the sooner the better, so as to avoid any baskets in the middle. Not to mention that he still needs some time to check whether there is a problem with the Goblet of Fire, so after rushing into the maze, Yvonne quickly explored without any delay. However, Yvonne soon discovered that the entire maze was bigger than he had imagined, and it was dark and scary. Only tall hedges could be seen all around. Entering it was like being separated from the outside world. The audience was enthusiastic. The cheers and applause stopped abruptly, probably because of some soundproof magic blessed. Lumos, fluorescence flashing. Yvonne waved his wand, a ray of light lit up from the top of the wand, spreading in all directions. After traveling for about 50 steps, Yvonne suddenly noticed that there was a fork in the road ahead, which was divided into 2 passages, one on the left and the other on the right. Left or right? Yvonne hesitated. Once you choose the wrong one, it may take a lot of time to get around. So Yvonne didn't choose either, instead he set his sights on the huge hedge in front of him. I remember what's the shortest between 2 points. Yvonne touched his chin. He remembered that Bagman didn't seem to say that he couldn't break it when he read the rules. Of course it is the shortest straight line. Reducto. Yvonne tapped his finger lightly, his wand pointed forward, and a crimson light beam passed by, and the harsh roar sounded. When the dust cleared, there was an irregular gap in the tall hedge in front of him. Yvonne clenched his wand and walked directly in through the gap, followed by another harsh explosion. Since he couldn't find the right way, he just made one. Violation, this is a serious violation. On the judges' stand outside the stadium, Karkaroff looked at the picture displayed by the crystal ball, patted the table angrily, and shouted. Dumbledore, who also watched this scene, was also very helpless. Obviously following the regular process, Yvonne would definitely be able to win the championship, but he happened to think of some crooked ideas every time. Strictly speaking, there is no mandatory requirement in the game that the players cannot break these hedges, Karkaroff. Dumbledore explained in a deep voice, you should be aware that a special reinforcement spell has been cast on this. Ordinary wizards want to destroy it, it takes a lot of time and energy, and it is no easier than going through a maze. Having said this, Dumbledore paused and looked at the crystal ball floating high in the sky, and continued to speak. And I think Mr. Halls will soon pay for his actions. Karkaroff and Maxim were dubious, and when they looked up, they saw that the form in the maze had changed. Ivan's irritable behavior of opening the way with magic was like awakening the entire silent maze, and monsters in the dark emerged from every corner. Diffindo, split to pieces. Yvonne waved his wand, killed a giant spider that was trying to attack him with the splitting curse, and then pointed the wand at the opening that had just been blasted out. One by one, the long crab feet came in through the opening, and after the thing got out, Yvonne discovered that it was a huge fried snail with a length of several meters. It looks like a combination of a giant scorpion and a weird crab. Its hard and heavy shell is full of hideous barbs. What is even more terrifying is that a hot flame suddenly spurted from the tail of this snail. The powerful propulsion force made the snail smashed over quickly like a long-thorn iron ball. There is almost no way to escape in the narrow maze aisle. www.mtlnovel.com. Yvonne inspired the ring of magic power at the moment when the snails collided with the tail snails, and then only took advantage of the strength to jump up, and the 17 magic words on the bracelet were instantly lighted up. A shock wave of magic power took his body to avoid the impact of the snails. The huge size of the snails couldn't hold back at all. After being evaded by Yvonne, they ran into the hedge behind. Several sharp crab feet plunged deeply into the cracks in the wall, half of their body was full. Got stuck. Of course, Yvonne would not let this opportunity pass. Waving his wand was a smashing curse hitting it. The huge hard shell of the snails was stronger than he had imagined. After eating a spell, the hard shell just cracked open, but the snails were still alive and kicking. However, the cracking of the hard shell broke a certain balance. Just when the snails burst into flames again, the whole body suddenly exploded, and the sky was raining blood everywhere. What kind of strange creature is this? Yvonne looked at the hard shells and minced meat all over the floor and shook his head. It seemed that the deep-fried snails cultivated by Hagrid still needed improvement. Chapter 693, Between 2 points, the line segment is the shortest. When all the spectators on the paddock were all there, McGonagall walked over here with 4 patrol members, and said with a solemn expression. During the game, we will always patrol the outside of the maze. If you encounter difficulties in the game and want to be rescued, you will shoot red sparks into the sky, and we will come to help as soon as possible. But firing the firelight means that the warriors completely abandon the game. The specific weighing is up to you. Bagman added. Yvonne and the others nodded together. Okay, let's start the official game now. Bagman cleared his throat and blessed himself with a loud curse with his wand, then looked at the crowd on the stage and shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, the last match of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. I'll report the current score. First of all, Yvonne Halls, the warrior of Hogwarts, who cleared the game with full marks and currently has a total of 100 points. After Bagman's voice fell, there was a warm applause in the paddock. Yvonne gestured to the surroundings with restraint, and several friends were beckoning to him under his glance. Then Mr. Harry Potter. He ranked second with a good score of 82 points. Bagman continued yelling. The applause in the audience rang again, and when Bagman talked about Fleur and Crumb, the cheers suddenly became much smaller. Only Booth Barton and Demstrang wizards were present in the audience. Applause desperately. After Bagman fully mobilized the audience's atmosphere, he reached out to Yvonne and spoke. Now, please prepare the warrior Yvonne Halls and listen to my whistle action. 3, 2, 1, start. Bagman counted loudly. With a short whistle, Yvonne rushed into the maze first. Although the first 2 games have won him a lot of advantages, in order to ensure the victory of the game, the time to get the Goblet of Fire is naturally the sooner the better, so as to avoid any baskets in the middle. Not to mention that he still needs some time to check whether there is a problem with the Goblet of Fire, so after rushing into the maze, Yvonne quickly explored without any delay. However, Yvonne soon discovered that the entire maze was bigger than he had imagined, and it was dark and scary. Only tall hedges could be seen all around. Entering it was like being separated from the outside world. The audience was enthusiastic. The cheers and applause stopped abruptly, probably because of some soundproof magic blessed. Lumos, fluorescence flashing. Yvonne waved his wand, a ray of light lit up from the top of the wand, spreading in all directions. After traveling for about 50 steps, Yvonne suddenly noticed that there was a fork in the road ahead, which was divided into 2 passages, one on the left and the other on the right. Left or right? Yvonne hesitated. Once you choose the wrong one, it may take a lot of time to get around. So Yvonne didn't choose either, instead he set his sights on the huge hedge in front of him. I remember what's the shortest between 2 points. Yvonne touched his chin. He remembered that Bagman didn't seem to say that he couldn't break it when he read the rules. Of course it is the shortest line segment. Reducto. Yvonne tapped his finger lightly, his wand pointed forward, and a crimson light beam passed by, and the harsh roar sounded. When the dust cleared, there was an irregular gap in the tall hedge in front of him. Yvonne clenched his wand and walked directly in through the gap, followed by another harsh explosion. Since he couldn't find the right way, he just made one. Violation, this is a serious violation. On the judges' stand outside the stadium, Karkaroff looked at the picture displayed by the crystal ball, patted the table angrily, and shouted. Dumbledore, who also watched this scene, was also very helpless. Obviously following the regular process, Ivan would definitely be able to win the championship, but he happened to think of some crooked ideas every time. Strictly speaking, there is no mandatory requirement in the game that the players cannot break these hedges, Karkaroff. Dumbledore explained in a deep voice, you should be aware that a special reinforcement spell has been cast on this. Ordinary wizards want to destroy it, it takes a lot of time and energy, and it is no easier than going through a maze. Having said this, Dumbledore paused and looked at the crystal ball floating high in the sky, and continued to speak. And I think Mr. Halls will soon pay for his actions. Karkaroff and Maxim were dubious, and when they looked up, they saw that the form in the maze had changed. Ivan's irritable behavior of opening the way with magic was like awakening the entire silent maze, and monsters in the dark emerged from every corner. Diffindo, split to pieces. Ivan waved his wand, killed a giant spider that was trying to attack him with the splitting curse, and then pointed the wand at the opening that had just been blasted out. One by one, the long crab feet came in through the opening, and after the thing got out, Ivan discovered that it was a huge fried snail with a length of several meters. It looks like a combination of a giant scorpion and a weird crab. Its hard and heavy shell is covered with hideous barbs. What is even more terrifying is that a hot flame suddenly spurted from the tail of this snail. The powerful propulsion made the snail smashed into it like a long-staped iron ball. www.mdlnovel.com. There was almost no way to escape in the narrow maze aisle. Ivan was excited when the snails hit the ring of magic power immediately jumped up, and the 17 magic words on the bracelet were instantly lit, and a shock wave of magic power took his body to avoid the impact of the snails. The huge size of the snails couldn't hold back at all. After being evaded by Ivan, they ran into the hedge behind. Several sharp crab feet plunged deeply into the cracks in the wall, half of their body was full. Got stuck. Of course, Ivan would not let this opportunity pass, waving his wand was a smashing curse hitting it. The huge hard shell of the snails was stronger than he had imagined. After eating a spell, the hard shell just cracked open, but the snails were still alive and kicking. However, the cracking of the hard shell broke a certain balance. Just when the snails burst into flames again, the whole body suddenly exploded, and the sky was raining blood everywhere. What kind of strange creature is this? Ivan looked at the hard shells and minced meat all over the floor and shook his head. It seemed that the deep-fried snails cultivated by Hagrid still needed improvement. Chapter 694, Aggrieved Sphinx. After getting the fried snails, Ivan did not delay for a moment, and quickly passed through the hole just exploded. He knew that the explosion sounded just now would definitely attract more monsters. If you don't want to get into endless battles, you must move quickly. Ivan walked all the way in the dark, exploring the dim maze with only a little fluorescence from the tip of the wand. Just when he felt that he was slowly approaching the center of the maze, an extremely strange monster suddenly came into view, leaning across the front like a statue. It looks like a terrifyingly big lion, with a majestic body and terrifying feet, but what makes people feel strange is that its head is just like an intellectual witch. Sphinx? Ivan muttered to himself. He had seen this kind of monster in the Book of Monsters. It was a kind of magical creature from ancient Egypt. The wizards there liked to use Sphinx to guard some precious treasures. In his previous life, he was reading ancient Greek mythology. I was also impressed by it when I was in. Stop, young man. Before Ivan could approach, Sphinx stepped into the middle of the road, staring at Ivan with long almond eyes, and said in a hoarse and low voice. You need to answer my question to move on. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Sphinx, can you give me a little bit? Ivan asked, holding his wand. This is the rule. Only the warriors who guessed right are qualified to move on. Otherwise, you can find another way to the end. Sphinx raised his head arrogantly. After ignoring Ivan, Sphinx cleared his throat and happily prepared to start the guessing game. After thinking about this riddle for several days, it was never so easy to be guessed. Conf Ringo, Thunderbolt Explosion. Just when Sphinx was about to speak, Ivan raised the wand first, and a hot flame floated out from the top of the wand, and then quickly expanded, becoming a 2-meter diameter one. The big fireball rushed towards the Sphinx with amazing power. The scorching fire occupies all of its vision, and at the same time blocks Sphinx's words back. Before it could react, the huge fireball had flown over its head and hit the towering hedge behind it. The fire blasted into the sky, and the huge roar echoed continuously in the narrow passage. The accompanying billowing heat wave almost ignited its hair. Sphinx's long almond eyes stared big and stiff. Turning his head, he found that the hedge behind him had collapsed halfway. Can I go there? Sphinx? Ivan put down his wand and asked again. Sphinx swallowed and spit, moved his body to shrink into the corner, and pointed his paw to the road ahead. Please, sir. Thank you. Ivan nodded in satisfaction, put away his wand and walked towards the opening that had just been blown out. Only when he passed by Sphinx, the huge behemoth suddenly moved. Ivan subconsciously thought that Sphinx wanted to sneak attack him, so he drew his wand and pointed it at the fastest speed. Sphinx hurriedly fell down, said that he was harmless to humans and animals, and said aggrievedly. Sir, I just want to remind you that the answer to the question is a spider. Ivan looked at the Sphinx in front of him speechlessly. It seemed that the Monster Book of Monsters was correct. They really liked guessing. But he doesn't even know the content of the riddle. What's the use of telling him the answer? Ivan shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to this guy, and continued to move forward. After climbing over a collapsed hedge, Ivan finally saw the goal of the trip. The tri-final trophy representing the final victory was placed on a large base 1 meter high. Ivan cautiously approached the base, his nerves strained to the extreme, guarding against any abnormalities at any time, and after approaching, he gently knocked on the trophy with his magic wand. Magic power invaded down the mouth of the cup, and slowly the whole trophy lit up. Very well, it's a real trophy, no one was touched. After Ivan used the detection magic to probe for a while, he finally let go of his mind and picked up the trophy. At the same time, Harry, who was in the second action, stepped into this huge maze amid the sharp whistle. Entering here is like entering another space. The noise outside instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a huge roar after another. Of course Harry knew that these noises were made by Ivan, so he simply followed the direction of the sound. However, Harry soon regretted his reckless decision, and he was attacked 4 times after only 200 or 300 meters. The most difficult thing to deal with is the snails cultivated by Hagrid. The hard shell with spikes on his back is extremely stiff. After casting a split spell several times in a row, he couldn't break through the opponent's defense, and finally hit by accident. The soft abdomen of the fried snail was able to solve it. So after entering for a few minutes, Harry was already disgraced. The maze was even more dangerous than he thought. If it hadn't been for these months of training, his spell level had improved a lot, and he would have been forced to give up the game long ago. Applied for offside support. Harry ran forward panting, and when he crossed an aisle corner, he suddenly felt the ground shake. Is there an earthquake? Harry was confused, and when he was a little confused, he saw Ivan's figure appearing on the other side of the passage. Ivan. Harry greeted happily, knowing he didn't have to stay in this dangerous maze. Ivan on the other side naturally saw Harry www.mdlnovel.com, but he didn't mean to say hello at all, and shouted solemnly. Run back, Harry. Harry's steps stopped, and then he saw a few crab feet over 2 meters long sticking out from the end of the tunnel, followed by a hard carapace and a huge body. That's deep fried snails. And it's a bunch of fried snails. Seeing this scene, Harry's scalp is tingling. How many of this monster Hagrid has he kept? What made him even more shocked was that in addition to the snails, giant spiders, red hats, and some weird creatures that could not recognize specific species also appeared. Harry couldn't help wondering if Ivan had brought the monsters in the entire maze. But it was obviously not about this time. Before Ivan reminded him again, Harry hurriedly turned around and ran. It's just that compared to their running speed, the monsters are obviously faster. Chapter 695, What, the game is over before I start? Boom. When the two ran all the way, the tail of the snails that followed behind spewed huge flames from time to time, and they approached at an unimaginable speed. The faint vibration on the ground just now was caused by them. In front of them, there were some giant spiders out of thin air on the unobstructed road, and they waved their forelimbs ferociously. Harry understood that it was a demonstration before the attack. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. Reducto, bone to pieces. Harry struggled to cast spells one after another, petrifying a giant spider and blasting its head, but in this gap, another giant spider jumped directly from the side hedge and leaped at him. When Harry realized that something was wrong, 8 shining black eyes and sharp mouth parts were already in front of him, and Harry finally realized that these spiders were all crawling over the tall hedge. It was only now that it occurred to him that it was obviously late, and the stench from his mouth parts was blowing over his face, almost fainting Harry directly. Fortunately, Ivan, who was beside him, cast a spell in time to blast the giant spider away, and used a blasting spell to clear all the spiders that were blocking the road. Harry breathed a sigh of relief slowly, but he couldn't let go of the heart he had been holding. He turned his head and glanced, the snails were getting closer and closer to them under the flame jet. Ivan, what should we do now? Harry asked anxiously. He felt that his 2 legs were unlikely to beat these monsters. Reassure, it's not difficult to solve them. Ivan said relievedly. When he reached the end of a passage, Ivan stopped running, but stopped directly, waving his wand and pointing at the snails. An astonishing wave of magic power swept in all directions with the wand as the center. Under the action of the transformation curse, one after another thick vines stretched out from the hedge, forming a large net crisscrossing vertically and horizontally. The few front snails had no time to stop and ran into them directly, and the terrifying impact broke the sturdy trees and vines apart. But this big net is too dense and too thick, and being caught in it is like stepping into a quagmire. A steady stream of tree vines gushing out from both sides, winding the bulky snails. Strictly. Harry ran for a while, and when he heard that there was no movement behind him, he panted and stopped. Turning his head, he was shocked to find that the entire aisle was blocked by dense trees and vines. You could still vaguely see inside. Things are struggling hard. Since you can solve them, what were we running just now? Harry asked strangely. Yvonne did not answer, and pointed at the hedge above. Harry followed Ivan's direction and looked up, and saw a few giant spiders crawling over from the other side of the hedge. You see, there are too many of them. The fight is endless. Yvonne explained, waving his magic wand and knocking down the spiders one by one. Harry nodded, and then it became clear that the key to winning is to bring the trophies back. There is indeed no need to consume them here. The two of them ran all the way in the maze. Except for the towering hedges, there were only monsters that came from time to time. If Yvonne knew that he was walking along the passage that was blown up when he came, he would almost doubt himself. Will you get lost? After about half a minute, Yvonne led Harry through the last corner, and the exit of the maze finally appeared in front of them. Unexpectedly, Fleur Delacour, the warrior of Boothbatten, stood beside the exit, as if he had just entered the maze. When she saw Yvonne running over with the trophy, Furong was stunned. Hi, Furong. Seeing that Furong didn't mean to attack him, Yifun greeted her kindly, and then ran past Furong without stopping. Furong couldn't react until Yvonne disappeared behind her. Her face was full of astonishment. Is the game over? But she just came in. Mr. Bagman, is it not time yet? At the same time, on the field outside the maze, Crumb anxiously asked Ludo Bagman next to him. Now almost 7 minutes have passed since Ivan's departure. Although he could not see the picture in the crystal ball as a warrior, he guessed based on the reflections of the surrounding audience. Crumb felt that Yvonne might have successfully won the trophy. And he has to wait here. Almost. Almost, wait a minute. Bagman didn't want to pay attention to Crumb at all, staring at the picture in the crystal ball with his eyes, dealing with it in a perfunctory manner. Crumb had no choice but to stand still and waited anxiously. About 10 seconds later, Bagman suddenly became excited. Just when Crumb thought he was about to announce that he was officially starting the game, he saw Yvonne running out of the maze, still holding it in his hand. A golden trophy, held high, is very dazzling. Awesome. I declare that the victory belongs to the warrior of Hogwarts Yvonne Halls. Bagman hissed and shouted, his voice resounding throughout the arena under the blessing of a loud curse. In fact, before Bagman spoke, Dumbledore had already clapped, and the little wizards in the audience cheered enthusiastically. After all, the crystal ball that had been suspended in midair faithfully recorded everything that happened in the maze, and naturally included the scene where Yvonne successfully won the trophy. Crumb was stunned www.mdlenovel.com and stayed in place. He hasn't started yet, so the game is over? After Yvonne walked out of the maze, Harry quickly followed him, followed by the lonely Fleur. But when Fleur saw Crumb, who was still standing in front of the maze and hadn't figured out the situation, a little smile suddenly appeared on her face, because she realized that she was not the most unlucky one. Very well, the warriors have come out. Bagman turned his head to look at Crumb with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly. Let's go together, Crumb. The referees will make a simple ranking based on the warriors' performance in the third game. Although the candidates for the championship have now been determined, the remaining warriors still need to be ranked. But, Mr. Bagman, I haven't entered yet. Crumb asked hurriedly. So, you might be at the bottom this time, Mr. Crumb. Bagman looked at Crumb sorrowfully, but his words were somewhat gloating. Chapter 696, Can I touch your trophy? After making a few words about Crumb, Bagman greeted the warriors to go to the podium together. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Maxim have all been waiting there, and Fudge replaced Crouch as the fifth referee of the game. After the warriors stood up, several referees discussed in low voices for a while. Taking into account the facial problems of Boothbatten and Durmstrang, they finally decided unanimously to omit the scoring link and directly announce the result. The ugly faces of Maxim and Karkaroff only eased a little. Next, let us announce the final results of the warriors. After the discussion, Bagman cleared his throat, walked to the front of the stage, and shouted loudly. First is the first place, the final winner of this Triwizard tournament, the warrior of Hogwarts Mr. Yvonne Halls. Let us cheer for him. After Bagman's voice fell, thunderous applause broke out in the arena, and many little wizards stood up excitedly and shouted in excitement. Great, I knew Halls would definitely win the championship. Did you see it? That's our Gryffindor warrior. In the warm cheers and shouts, the corners of Ivan's mouth slightly curled up, and his right hand held the trophy high and gestured to the surroundings, feeling very happy. This is not only because of the championship, but more importantly, the system task that was taken before has finally been completed. Task, defeat the Goblet of Fire, completed. Mission, participate in the Triwizard tournament and win the championship. Task reward, legendary value *3. Mission description, under your careful planning, this tournament jointly organized by the 3 major magic schools in Europe has become your personal show. Your outstanding performance and legendary deeds will be loaded with this special tournament. History. Looking at the task information displayed in the system panel, Ivan felt a little awkward, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. After thinking about it, I realized that the task description was too normal, but it made him a little uncomfortable. While Ivan was distracted, Bagman on the stage kept reading the results of the game. The second place is rightly owned by Harry. Compared to the other players, he walked around the maze and subdued the snails and a few giant spiders, which is also a good performance. Bus Barton's Warriors Fleur followed in third place. As for Crumb, naturally, he can only be the bottom, the last. When Bagman announced the result loudly, Karkaroff's face was ugly and scary, and Demstrang's little wizards glared at Crumb, thinking that he was ashamed of Demstrang. Furong's situation is a little better. With Crumb's background, she is not likely to be complained by the students at the same school, but some of the girls in Booth Barton still criticize her in private. After all, Furong's last 2 games, the reality of the project is terrible. Amidst the festivities, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, also smiled a little more. The victory of the Goblet of Fire was not just a matter of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but also related to him as the Minister of Magic. Achievements in the face of the magic world in England. So after Ivan finished the award-winning speech for several minutes, Fudge personally stepped forward as the award giver and presented Ivan with the award for this competition. A whole 1,000 gold gallons were all packed in a bag. Here, Ivan felt heavy when he held it in his hand. Finally, please allow me to say one more thing. Dumbledore stood up suddenly after the closing ceremony, and his loud voice reverberated continuously in the arena, even suppressing the noisy voices of the little wizards. For a while, the surroundings fell into a brief silence, and the little wizards all looked at Dumbledore on the judges' stage. Under everyone's attention, Dumbledore flicked his wand lightly, and a purple beam of light rose into the sky, and exploded after a moment. Colorful flags and petals in the sky continued to fall from the sky, covering the entire Quidditch stadium. Tonight I can acquiesce you to violate some less important school rules, so celebrate, that's all I want to say. Dumbledore said with a smile. George and Fred immediately jumped up happily, which means they can move out their usual inventory for use. The other little wizards also ran down from the stands, rushing towards the podium, and surrounded the warriors in the middle. Ivan, you are amazing. You defeated so many monsters in the maze. Seamus squeezed in front of Ivan and excitedly said the shocking scene he saw in the crystal ball before. Then Seamus turned his gaze to the golden trophy in Ivan's hand, his cheeks flushed, and he asked with some embarrassment. Can I touch your trophy, Ivan? Of course, no problem. Ivan handed the trophy generously. Seamus took it with trembling hands, as if holding some treasure, very happy. Just before he could hold it securely, George and Fred snatched the trophy in his hand. They also wanted to touch Ivan's trophy and get a touch of joy. Watching this scene, Ivan shook his head amusedly, and talked to Isha on his own, letting George and the others take the trophy to play. It was not very valuable anyway. He has identified it a long time ago. Regardless of the gorgeous golden appearance of the trophy, it is actually not made of real gold. The degree of stinginess of the Ministry of Magic can be seen. You shouldn't approve of their violation of school rules, Albus. McGonagall said helplessly while looking at the noisy crowd underneath the audience stand. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. I don't know who threw a few booming fireworks in the venue. For a time, brilliant sparks splashed around, causing a lot of riots. McGonagall was very worried that someone would be injured in such a push. But this is indeed a day to celebrate, isn't it? Minerva? There is nothing wrong with relaxing properly. Dumbledore replied. McGonagall shook his head, and stopped arguing, but went straight to the business. When should we go to that village? Of course it is now. Voldemort may act at any time. If it is delayed, they may not be able to wait. Dumbledore said intentionally. But if we are all gone, what will Hogwarts do? McGonagall couldn't help but hesitate. Sirius will be by Harry's side at any time tonight, and Severus and Flitwick will stay to protect the safety of the students. Dumbledore explained. In addition, the Aurors brought by Fudge will stay here before clearing the maze and transporting all the dangerous magical creatures away. If there is any accident, they will never sit back and watch the students get hurt. Chapter 697, You haven't congratulated Harry yet. Hearing Dumbledore's words, McGonagall nodded, so it seemed that even if they were not there, the safety of the students didn't need to be worried. Thinking about this, McGonagall suddenly turned his head to look at Ivan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and suddenly pursed his lips and laughed. I guess the mysterious person would not have expected Halls to end this game so quickly. Perhaps. Dumbledore said non-committal. Halls, our hero. Gryffindor's warrior. Hogwarts star. On the temporary award platform, a large number of overexcited little wizards lifted Ivan up and threw them into the air, Screaming and cheering constantly echoed in the arena. The colorful flags and petals of various colors in the sky fell like raindrops, which lasted for several minutes without stopping. When they fall on the ground or on a person, these petals will collapse and disappear without a trace. Obviously, all of this is transformed by magic. Such a wide range of transformation magic made Ivan speechless and waited secretly in his heart. If there is a period of preparation, Ivan thinks that he should be able to create similar scenes, but the coverage may be smaller. Looking at it this way, the gap between him and Dumbledore is still very large in terms of the knowledge of transfiguration. After all, the old professor was obviously only on a whim when he was casting spells, and he did it casually. After a while, the little wizards of Gryffindor finally released Ivan from the air. But Ivan couldn't be idle for a moment, because soon more little wizards came up and asked about his exciting experience in the maze. Compared with Ivan, who was surrounded by many enthusiastic students, the other warriors were much deserted. Maxim and a few Buzzbarton girls were comforting Fleur softly. Karkaroff kept his face black all the time, resisting the urge to swear, and pulled Crumb away directly. The students of Demstrang also had no face to stay here, disappointed with Karkaroff. Leave. Harry, who is also a Hogwarts warrior, was squeezed aside by the crowd. Although from time to time there will be little wizards congratulating him on his second place, but most of the students will choose to go to Ivan's side. Only Ron and Sirius was still around him. You are really amazing, Harry. Ron reached out and hammered Harry in the chest, talking like a cannon. I saw it in that crystal ball. You defeated a few giant spiders and a snail in the maze alone. God, I bet that snail must be 15 feet long and the one on the back, the pointed shell, is harder than steel. Even if an adult wizard encounters it, it will never be able to pick it up. Unexpectedly, you will succeed in defeating it. With Ron's constant boasting, Harry's expression became more and more embarrassed. It's no big deal, Ron. Ivan managed to solve a dozen snails in one go. No, that's different, Harry. Ron shook his head. Did you not listen to Professor Dumbledore? Ivan is the best genius in Hogwarts history, even a mysterious person inferior to him. Although you are not as powerful as Ivan, but you also defeated the warriors of Boothbarton and Demstrang, there is no doubt. Ron emphasized. That's just because of your help, and luck is better. Harry said embarrassedly. He knew how much he was capable. Without everyone's help, he would probably die in the dragon's mouth in the first game. It would be impossible for him alone to think of using a flying broom and a curse to capture the dragon egg. Come on, besides you, the other warriors also have someone to help. This is the same for everyone, but you can be much better than them during the game. Ron talked freely about Harry's wonderful performance in every game. For example, in the second game, when he encountered a mermaid at the bottom of the lake, Crumb transformed into a ferocious shark head but was beaten by the mermaid. Furong chased him all the way in a panic, and finally fell into a trap. But Harry easily drove the mermaids away by magic. And when you were dealing with that Hungarian hornet, you could fly better than Crumb. Ron said appreciatively. Harry looked at Ron very unexpectedly. He knew how much Ron admired Crumb. Before, he posted a portrait of Crumb in the dormitory. He even wanted to get out of the bed and let Crumb sleep in the dormitory. Ron noticed Harry's eyes, shrugged, and replied freely. Oh, please don't look at me like that. Harry, it's true that I liked Crumb before, but I've seen him clearly these days. I don't admire a warrior who makes a fool of every game, he is at best just a little talent for flying. At this point, Ron's words paused, and he looked at Harry with a pair of eyes, hesitated for a long time, then hesitated. And the last time, I'm sorry, Harry. I shouldn't have said that, let alone doubt you. It seems that you finally figured it out, that's really good. Harry said irritably. He had explained so many times, but Ron was regarded as a deaf ear. It has been more than half a year before he finally came here. Apologize. Ron smiled awkwardly. When he was about to say something, Sirius suddenly interrupted. Want to relax with me? Harry. What? Now? Harry turned his head and looked at Sirius somewhat unexpectedly, then immediately thought of something, and shook his head quickly. No, I'm fine, I forgave Ron a long time ago. It has nothing to do with this www.mtlnovel.com. I want to talk to you alone. Just the two of us, how about? It's too noisy here. Sirius looked away from the referee's bench. Said with a smile. Can't you say it here? What about Ron? He can't follow either. Harry was puzzled. That's what Dumbledore meant. Sirius's eyes were a little erratic. What task did the professor arrange for me? Harry thought of this subconsciously. Yes, you can say the same, you should know where they are now, so we'd better hurry up so as not to delay things. Sirius said urgently. Harry nodded and agreed, giving Ron an apologetic look. Sirius laughed, clutching Harry's wrist tightly, and leading him away. Ron looked at the two people leaving behind for a moment. He suddenly remembered that until now, Sirius has not congratulated Harry for his good results in the Triwizard Tournament. Chapter 698, Too many people are fascinated by him. Wait. Harry. Ron gritted his teeth and called out the two who were about to leave. What's the matter? Ron. Harry stopped, turned his head to look at Ron, and asked in surprise. Sirius also stopped, staring at Ron coldly. Under the gaze of the two, Ron became more and more nervous. Although he thought Sirius' behavior today was very weird, he was not 100% sure of this, and he even doubted whether he was too mindful. The jokes he had made in the past because of his profligacy even flooded his mind, interrupting Ron's courage to question. I mean, if you really want to leave, shouldn't you inform the professor first? Ronka stammered after a while. While talking, Ron turned his gaze to look at the judge's desk. He really didn't have confidence in his judgment, so he wanted to ask the professors in the school for help. However, Ron looked around and could not find a few professors and referees. Only a few Aurors were standing on the periphery of the maze, barely maintaining order. Don't read it, Dumbledore and the others have received the news that they have gone to the village early. Sirius said slowly, a slight smile appeared between the corners of his mouth. After a pause, he looked at Harry again and continued. So he asked me to take Harry along with him after the game, so as to protect him. McGonagall, Moody, and the others are there too. Sirius's reason seemed invulnerable to Ron, and his heart became more inclined to guess that his guess was wrong, and his tone became weaker. Then do you want to talk to Yvonne? You haven't had time to congratulate him on winning the game. No, no need. Sirius looked very impatient. But he soon realized that his tone was wrong, and quickly remedied it. I mean, it's not too late to celebrate. And Yvonne is different from us. He wants to stay to protect Hogwarts. It's impossible to leave. Now we should go, Harry. Dumbledore will be anxious if we wait any longer. Sirius didn't want to spend time with Ron here, pulling Harry's wrist and pulling slightly hard. He is gone. Harry was confused at all, but out of trust in Sirius, he gave Ron an apologetic look and followed. Ron, who was left alone, hesitated. He thought about Sirius' words just now, vaguely feeling something was wrong, but for a while, he couldn't find out what was wrong. Watching Harry and Sirius disappear into the Quidditch stadium, Ron gritted his teeth and immediately decided to discuss with Yvonne and Hermione. Get out, give in. Ron rushed directly into the crowd, squeezing hard towards the podium. Halfway through, I don't know who threw a few fireworks over. With a muffled sound, brilliant sparks splashed around, and the billowing smoke choked Ron even more. Damn it! Ron scolded secretly, but he had no time to investigate which had lost it, and continued to look for Yvonne in the crowd. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out and pressed it on his shoulder. Ron was taken aback at once, and he turned his head hurriedly before discovering that it was George who had intercepted him. Little Ronnie, what are you doing in such a hurry? Don't you celebrate with us? George looked at him with a grin, and stuffed a few fireworks into Ron's hand. Fred also introduced. This is our newly improved fireworks, you should have experienced it, how about it? Not bad, right? Hearing what they said, Ronner still knew that they were teasing him just now, and he was furious for a while. I don't have time to play with you. Ron said angrily, stuffing the booming firework that George had handed back into their arms, and then anxiously continued to ask. Right. Where's the Yvonne? George and Fred looked at each other, not understanding why Ron was so angry, but seeing his seriousness, George pointed to the right. No. Over there. Ron looked in the direction George was pointing. There was a crowd of people crowded together, and Yvonne could not be seen. What are you looking for Yvonne for? Too many people are fascinated by him. The girls are begging to take pictures and autographs with him. We can't squeeze in. If you want to celebrate him, you'd better be late. Reed said with comfort. I have a very important thing to look for him. Sirius took Harry away just now, and they are leaving Hogwarts, and they are not letting me follow. I think Sirius is a bit wrong today. Ron is anxious said. What's wrong with this? Maybe Sirius wanted to take Harry to Hogsmeade Village to buy him some gifts or something. George asked. Yeah, Harry won second place. I would be very happy if I were Sirius. Fred also nodded. Don't you understand? Sirius didn't care how well Harry did today, so I said he had a problem. Ron stared at the two angrily. I suspect Sirius might have been under the Imperious Curse. Just like Professor Moody. George and Fred looked at Ron in surprise. They had naturally heard of the Imperious Curse, and this year Moody even gave them a detailed explanation in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. But now Ron actually tells them that Moody and Sirius have been recruited. This is simply a big joke. He noticed the expressions on the faces of the two of them, and Ron knew that his explanation was in vain, and he didn't bother to waste time with them anymore, and prepared to squeeze in to find Yvonne on his own. Wait, www.mtlnovel.com. Little Ronnie, although I don't know if what you said is true, if you are anxious to see Yvonne, we should be able to help you. George suddenly shouted. Ron turned his head in surprise, wondering how they should call Yvonne out. George and Fred laughed together, and then threw all the fireworks they were holding in the direction of Yvonne. In the next moment, dozens of bang fireworks exploded in the crowd one after another, crackling blasts continued to sound, and for a while, fireworks were everywhere on the court. The dense crowd suddenly became confused, screaming and verbal abuse one after another, and the little wizards from the periphery who saw this scene glared at George and Fred. Ron also looked at them angrily, not knowing whether the two were here to help or make trouble. George and Fred gave him a peaceful look. Sure enough, Yvonne walked out of the crowd a few seconds later. Chapter 699, Chaotic Field. Yvonne waved his magic wand to stop the riot caused by the booming fireworks, then looked at George and the others, and said helplessly. George and Fred, even if you want to celebrate for me, don't you need to make such a joke? No, we have something important to ask you, so we can only use this method. Fred shook his head. George also added. To be precise, Ronnie has something to do with you. Yvonne turned his head unexpectedly, but Ron said eagerly before he could ask. Yvonne, Sirius. Sirius just took Harry away. Hearing this news, Yvonne immediately realized that something might be wrong, and frowned. What did he do with Harry? The reason? Sirius said it was Professor Dumbledore's order, and the professor asked him to take Harry to the village for protection. Ron replied breathlessly. It's impossible. Yvonne interrupted Ron's words. Professor Dumbledore asked Harry to stay in school a few days ago to protect himself. If he changes his mind temporarily, Sirius should have notified me. Yes. I also think Sirius is weird today. When Harry met the snails in the maze, he didn't seem to worry at all, and when the game was over, he didn't even congratulate Harry for the first time. He would be very happy if he changed to the usual one. Ron uttered all the doubts about Sirius, then hesitated, then guessed. I think he might be under the Imperious curse. Then how long have they been away? Hermione was very anxious. Yvonne, don't you have a live map? See where they are now. Yvonne was very aware of the urgency of the matter, and immediately ignored the trivial matter of leaking the password. He pulled out an old baba parchment from his pocket and put his wand on it. I solemnly swear that I did nothing good. The delicate ink lines extend down the top of the magic wand and outline the picture of the entire castle. Ivan's gaze swept across the entire map quickly, filtering through the names one after another, and his gaze quickly stopped in the hall. According to the display of the live spot map, Harry had already walked out of the hall, but Yvonne felt a little strange that Sirius' name was not seen next to him. Just when he was surprised, Harry's name suddenly disappeared on the map after just a second. Harry has been taken away by him. Ron, who also witnessed this scene, only felt a chill on his back. But how did Sirius do it? With the door key? Hermione guessed. It's not the door key. If he could take Harry directly, he would have done it in the morning, why wait until now? Yvonne rejected Hermione's guess, and the entire Hogwarts castle was equipped with special protective magic. The only exception is the competition venue. Therefore, Yvonne thought that Sirius and Harry must still be in the castle now, and the disappearance of their names was probably because of some method used to temporarily block the exploration of the live spot map, just like Dumbledore did last time. Hermione also thought of this very quickly, muttering to herself. If it weren't the door key, then they must have wanted to go to Hogsmeade Village through the underpass under the Beating Willow, and then apparition to bring Harry to Voldemort. Yvonne nodded. This is very possible, but it is not 100% sure, because there is more than one secret road leading to Hogsmeade Village. Then what are we waiting for? Go find Harry, maybe you can stop them now. Ron said hurriedly. No, Ron, it's enough for me to find Harry alone. I know Animagus, I can fly in the sky, and my vision is very wide. As long as they are still at Hogwarts, I will definitely find them. Ivan's expression was very serious. Hermione and Ron stopped talking, but they didn't refute, they just asked. What about us? What should we do now? You have to go to Snape and Professor Flitwick. They are in the office now. There must be a way to contact Professor Dumbledore. All you have to do is to inform him as soon as possible. Yvonne said solemnly. Hermione and Ron nodded together, and Yvonne didn't say much, even if he wanted to use Bogut's transformation. However, an explosion sounded from the maze at this moment, and the front was suddenly in chaos. Many little wizards ran towards this side in horror, crying and screaming everywhere on the court. Run, those monsters rushed out of the maze. It's fried snails. Mom, where are you, Mom? Yvonne subconsciously looked down there, and suddenly saw an irregular gap in the hedge on the side of the maze, and several snails were spraying flames and rushing out from there. The Aurors who were guarding nearby did not expect this sudden situation at all, and they launched a counterattack in a panic, and a series of spells hit the shell of the snails, but to no avail, they could barely hinder the actions of the snails. After a while, several giant spiders also ran out, breaking through the Auror's defenses all at once. Trash! Yvonne yelled. There were 5 Aurors, even some rioting magical creatures could not be solved, and they rushed out. For a while, Yvonne was caught in a dilemma. If he helped in the past, he would definitely delay finding Harry, but if he left it alone, what would the students here do? Do you rely on these Aurors? Thinking about this, Ivan's heart became colder and colder. He knew that Voldemort had calculated it step by step, so that he could not have time to take care of. After hesitating, a giant spider rushed over, and his sturdy forelimbs pointed at a startled little wizard of lower grades. Yvonne didn't have time to think about it and drew out his wand to save people. But someone was faster than him, and a crimson beam hit the ferocious giant spider directly, blasting it out. Mom? Are you planning to go home? Yvonne looked forward in surprise, and Asia was squeezing from the chaotic crowd. I was planning to go back, I didn't expect something went wrong. Asia turned her head to respond, then looked to the side of the maze, and said again. Don't you have something urgent to do? We will take care of it here. Go ahead. Although she hadn't heard the conversation between Yvonne and Hermione and Ron before, the anxious color on Ivan's face couldn't be more obvious, and Asia could naturally see it. On the other side, Mrs. Weasley and Bill have worked together to solve a blasted snail and organized the little wizards of Hogwarts to a safe place. After the 5 Aurors slowed down, they quickly used spells to repair the gap in the maze, ensuring that no more monsters would escape. Seeing this, Yvonne was somewhat relieved. After instructing Asia to be safe, he immediately transformed into a huge giant eagle, flapping its wings and flying high. Animagus transforms? It's amazing. Few people can do this at his age. Mrs. Weasley said with emotion. Does that still need to be said? He is my son. Asia said proudly. Damn www.mtlnovel.com, where are they? Aren't they leaving? Yvonne flapped his wings and flew over Hogwarts. A pair of eagle eyes quickly scanned everything below, but it was a pity Harry and Sirius were not found. He seems to be a little late. Yvonne couldn't help being a little impatient. He didn't know the exact location of Voldemort, and he had never been to Riddle's house, so even if he wanted to rush to stop the ceremony, he couldn't do it. Go and see Hogsmeade first, what if they haven't left yet? Yvonne hugged Luck and flew towards the beating willow outside the castle, planning to find clues in Hogsmeade village. Just as Yvonne was approaching quickly, a dog suddenly emerged from the secret path under the beating willow. Sirius. Yvonne recognized it at a glance. Although it is a bit strange why Harry is not around, and why Sirius is in the form of this animagus, but Yvonne has no time to think about it, and quickly catches up. Chapter 700, If I knew it, I should have watched that Quidditch game. Hurry up! Hurry up! Sirius was breathing heavily, his magic power running through his body, his limbs intertwined quickly as if convulsed, his figure turned into an afterimage, and he ran towards Hogwarts Castle. He only hopes that he has time to catch up now. The noise in the castle gradually spread, and Sirius's mood became more and more urgent, because he vaguely heard a few cries and screams. It was obvious that something had happened there. As he was thinking in his mind, a strong sense of danger suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Sirius felt his scalp numb for a while, looked up suddenly, and a huge eagle rushed towards him. His mind has not yet figured out why an eagle would attack him, but his body has already moved subconsciously. Sirius bowed his back and quickly retracted his forelimbs. With the impact of running, he rolled away like a black furry ball. The hard ground rubbed his back painfully, but it was also successful. Avoided the sharp claws of the giant eagle. Sirius resisted the pain, and just stood up. His body shape quickly began to deform, and after a moment of effort, he returned to the form of a wizard. He grabbed the magic wand he was biting in his mouth, waved his hand at the giant eagle, and shouted hoarsely. Faint! A dazzling red beam flew out from the tip of the wand. Ivan's wings shook, and he quickly raised his figure to avoid the past. A pair of eagle eyes and Sirius stared at each other. The magic eyes were activated instantly, and a strange sense of solidity instantly dominated Sirius' mind. Then, Sirius felt that his body was hit hard, and his whole body flew out directly, rolling embarrassingly and hitting the tree behind. After giving Sirius a head cone, the giant eagle slowly landed and transformed into a wizard form in an instant. Looking at Sirius, who was dizzy and swollen not far away, Yvonne didn't dare to be negligent. He waved his magic wand with his right hand and turned into a large python that tied him up, and then walked forward quickly. Sirius also slowed down this time. He witnessed the giant eagle transforming into Ivan's appearance. Although it was a bit strange why Ivan's animagus form was not an owl, it was too late for Sirius to think about it, and his voice hoarsely roared at Yvonne. Quick, hurry up and inform Dumbledore them. What? Yvonne stopped walking, staring at Sirius suspiciously. You have broken free from the Imperious curse. Sirius did not answer Ivan's question immediately, but asked more eagerly. Where is Harry? Where is Harry now? Didn't Harry just be taken away by you? Ivan frowned, faintly guessing in his heart, but he wasn't sure yet. Damn it, I'm a step late. Sirius gritted his teeth and said, staring at Ivan, and explained anxiously. It was Peter who did it. He pretended to look like me with the compound decoction, ready to bring Harry to the mysterious man. Little dwarf? Ivan asked suspiciously. Then where are you all this time? How should I trust you? Let go of me first. I don't have time to explain. I know where they will prepare for the ceremony. It might be too late to get there now. I'll tell you on the way. Sirius said anxiously. Ivan hesitated for a moment. He couldn't completely trust him because of Sirius' side words, or it was possible that Sirius sent Harry away before returning to fool himself. However, out of self-confidence in his own strength and the feedback he got from the idea of running desire, Ivan waved his magic wand to untie his restraints. Anyway, Sirius was not his opponent, and he didn't worry about what the other party might come up with. Sirius hurriedly got up from the ground, as if he had been hit by a slowing curse. His body was so stiff that he almost fell to the ground again. Drink this. Ivan thought for a while, took out a bottle of potion from his pocket and threw it to Sirius, so that he could relieve the negative influence brought by the magic eye. If what the other party said is true, then maybe you have to face Voldemort directly. If you maintain this state, then I am afraid that you will die. Sirius took the potion in one go, unscrewed it and drank it. This is not the first time he has been recruited, so of course he knows the effect of this potion. After drinking all the potions, Sirius didn't delay a moment, stepped forward and grabbed Ivan's wrist and ran in the direction he was when he was going back and forth. Let's go. Let's go to Hogsmeade Village quickly, there is no way to change our shape here. Can you tell me what is going on now? Ivan said as he ran after Sirius. Do you remember the World Quidditch match held during the summer vacation last year? Sirius asked. Ivan nodded. Of course I remember that you asked Professor Dumbledore to bring me tickets, but I was so busy that I couldn't spare any time. Yes, it's a pity that you didn't come, but I still invited Harry and the others to watch the game. Sirius said hurriedly, and after a pause, he continued. Everything was normal at first, but after we returned to the tent after watching the game, there was a sudden riot outside. A large group of wizards with masks and hoods set fire in the camp wantonly and tortured those nearby. Camped muggles. I have read these in the Daily Prophet www.mdlnovel.com. You don't need to introduce it to me specially. Ivan said impatiently, and then he suddenly spoke as if he was thinking of something. Said. I once heard Harry say, did you trouble those Death Eaters? No, to be precise, I saw Peter there. Sirius's expression became serious. Ivan's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Sirius in surprise. He was wearing a long robe and sneaking through the crowd. Although the sky was very dark and I couldn't see the face, I knew him too well, so I quickly recognized it. Sirius speaking very quickly, I suspect that this riot is related to him, so I told Harry to find Arthur and the others, and chase after him. You are too reckless, he is obviously deliberately leading you over. Ivan said angrily. You're right, but I didn't think so much at that time, I just knew that I couldn't miss this opportunity to catch Peter. Sirius responded awkwardly. He originally thought that Peter was just a bereaved dog, and it was too late to see himself escape. At most, he lurked in the dark to engage in conspiracies and encourage others to cause sabotage. He never thought that this guy would have the courage to lead him over.